Soryong had only tamed a few slug larvae. Yet he managed to make an experienced old man break out in a cold sweat. Those seemingly harmless larvae turned out to be creatures that instilled fear in everyone. However, what shocked the old man even more was that Soryong not only knew their incubation period but also understood their reproductive patterns. This discovery excited the old man greatly. He not only declared his intention to teach Soryong all his martial arts but also wished to marry off his stunningly beautiful daughter to him. However, upon arriving at Sichuan Tang, Soryong quickly realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. Without further ado, let's dive into the main story. On a rainy day, a group of people from a martial arts school arrived out of nowhere. They entered the Taoist temple and called out, asking if the temple master was present. "Pardon our intrusion," one of them said. Amid the relentless downpour in this desolate place, a young boy unexpectedly appeared. The group found it strange to see such a young teenager standing in the doorway. Understanding the situation, their leader remained outside the temple instead of stepping in. The man, who appeared to be around 50 years old, had bloodshot eyes and a stern, scrutinizing expression. He found it odd that there was someone in such a rundown temple. Then, he spoke. "Young warrior, may we take shelter here for the night to escape the rain?" The protagonist silently observed the group before him, cautiously pondering who they might be. Despite his young age, they clasped their hands in a respectful martial salute and spoke formally. "Do they think I'm a young Taoist monk in charge of this abandoned temple?" he wondered. However, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions. After considering the situation, he clasped his hands and replied respectfully, "I am merely a traveler who has taken refuge in this abandoned temple for a few years. You may stay wherever you like, but the main hall is where I reside. So please do not disturb me. Kindly choose another spot to rest." Understanding his request, the man clasped his hands in response. "Thank you, young warrior. You are young yet so courteous. I shall do as you say." Then, turning to his disciples, he instructed, "You all heard that, didn't you? Move quickly and do not go near the young warrior's quarters. Find another place to take shelter from the rain. Understood?" The group obediently nodded and responded in unison, "Yes, Patriarch." As the rain grew heavier, the martial arts clan members hurriedly searched for shelter. The protagonist stood still, observing the insignias on their clothing and quickly deduced that they all belonged to the same family. "I can't help but be curious about what kind of people they are," he thought, but there were more important matters to attend to. With a polite bow to the clan leader, he swiftly left and entered his main chamber. His adorable face could barely hide his excitement. "Ah, my love, it's time to eat." He skipped towards his destination as if he were about to meet a beloved companion. Inside the room, several jars were neatly arranged. He eagerly lifted a lid, his face glowing with delight. Inside were insects resembling crickets. Holding the jar close, he muttered tearfully, "I was almost late. You must all be hungry, right?" He then moved to another jar and lifted the lid, revealing a black earth tiger spider, a species native to Hainan, China. This spider could grow up to 20 centimeters in size, with a striking pattern reminiscent of a black tiger. With a cheerful grin, he used chopsticks to feed the spider a cricket. "Eat well, my dear. If it weren't for you all, I don't know what I'd do." Watching it devour its meal so hungrily filled him with joy. "It was only the size of a fingernail when I first got it," he mused, "and now, after 2 molds, it's grown this big. Ha ha, this is amazing." After ensuring his pet was well fed, he moved to a nearby cabinet and carefully opened a small container. Inside was a Bawangaling cave gecko, a species of chameleon native to this region, known for its striped patterns. His obsession, known to no one, surfaced as he excitedly exclaimed, "In my past life, it was nearly impossible to buy you guys. There was no source to import from. But here, all I have to do is step outside, and I can find you everywhere. Ha ha, living in this world just to admire you is truly a blessing." He then fed the gecko. But suddenly, it lunged forward and bit his hand. Pain shot through him, and he let out a loud scream. Thus began the true origin of his peculiar passion, his deep fascination with insects and rare creatures. But what led him to this? It all traced back to an extraordinary event, his reincarnation. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than a streamer in the modern era. With the dazzling aura of a streamer followed by millions, Fabri had built his reputation as an expert in exotic creatures. His content primarily focused on insects and venomous animals. captivating his vast audience with thrilling encounters. However, as he prepared to release new content, he faced an unexpected challenge: the live broadcast celebrating his milestone of reaching 1.000.000 followers. The theme for this special event? The 10 most dangerous venomous snakes in the world. As the livestream progressed, the chat was flooded with questions. Where's the black mamba? Why haven't we seen it yet? He's not really in Africa, is he? Fabri tricked us. Show us the snake. Come on, just get bitten once. Just once. Can't you do that? The madness escalated, and one particularly persistent viewer, BLG Fly Back Home, was eventually banned. Yet, curiosity persisted. If you hit a black mamba on the head, does it die instantly? Someone asked. Fabri was well aware of the dangers of the black mamba, one of the most feared snakes in the world due to its aggressive nature and lethal venom. His decision to travel all the way to Africa in search of this deadly serpent had turned into a nightmare. Sitting in a worn-out chair, he sighed and spoke to his fans. There's nothing here, seriously. There's no black mamba. It's not like it's some stray cat wandering the streets. Finishing his sentence, he stood up and reassured them. Let me rest for a bit, and then I'll continue the search. His eager audience, unwilling to wait, responded enthusiastically. Go ahead and rest. We'll be right here waiting. Hurry up and find it already. At that moment, fate intervened. Thirsty, Fabri walked over to the fridge to grab a drink. Sighing, I'm exhausted. Why haven't I found one yet? Unbeknownst to him, a snake was coiled on top of the refrigerator, lying in wait. In an instant, he was bitten. A sharp pain shot through him as the ambush struck, and Fabri let out a panicked scream. The audience reactions varied. Some laughed in amusement, while others genuinely worried. Did he just get bitten? What's the emergency number in Africa? What do we call instead of 119? But there was no time for help. The potent venom of the black mamba took effect almost immediately. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the floor of his rented room. At that moment, as his consciousness faded, he realized the truth. I just died. Instantly. Back to the present. The protagonist was still busy feeding his pet lizard. He couldn't help but think. When I was searching for it, there was no trace of it anywhere. And yet, it had been hiding on top of the fridge the whole time. Suddenly, the patriarch from earlier appeared at his door without warning. The old man's voice followed shortly after. Young warrior, are you inside? Afraid of being discovered with his strange hobby, the protagonist quickly tucked the lizard into a drawer and shut it tight before stepping forward to greet the visitor. What's the matter? He asked hesitantly. With his warm and friendly demeanor, the patriarch quickly responded, We are truly grateful that you allowed us to take shelter from the rain. I was wondering, would you like to join us for dinner? Then, as if to sweeten the offer, he added, We just hunted a deer. The moment he heard this, the protagonist's eyes lit up like gold coins. He stammered in disbelief. Deer? Did you say deer? The mere mention of meat nearly brought him to tears. His mind drifted back to the countless times he had skinned, roasted, and eaten his own precious pets just to survive. I'm so sorry, my dear ones. I've only had snakes and lizards for so long. Overwhelmed with joy, he jumped up in excitement and exclaimed, If I could have a share, I would be incredibly grateful. The old man let out a hearty laugh, turned around, and gestured, Then come along. By the time they reached the others, the rain had finally stopped, and the bright moon peeked out from behind the dark clouds. The group sat gathered around a roaring fire, a massive cut of venison roasting over the flames. The protagonist stared intensely at the succulent, sizzling meat in front of him. His eyes widened, and his mouth began to water uncontrollably. Noticing his undisguised hunger, the patriarch remained silent, simply watching him with a subtle smile. Finally, he spoke. It still needs a little more time to cook. Then, with a casual tone, he added, While we wait, may I ask you a few questions? Realizing how lost in hunger he had been, the protagonist blushed in embarrassment. Did I really just lose myself staring at the food like that? Quickly regaining his composure, he respectfully replied, Elder, please feel free to ask. Without hesitation, the patriarch asked, Do you live alone in the mountains of Hainan? Then, after a pause, he added, How old are you this year? After a moment of thought, his answer surprised the man. He said he was probably around 14 or 15 years old. The man curiously asked again, Are you sure it's around that age? It wasn't wise to reveal his full identity to someone he had just met. So he figured it was best to come up with a vague response. After thinking it through, the protagonist answered, "Ever since I suffered a head injury when I was little, I haven't been able to recall my past memories clearly." This touching story made the man exclaim, "What an unfortunate story." He then curiously asked, "Have you been living alone here all this time?" The protagonist quickly responded, "Yes, since I have no special skills. I survive here by catching snakes, skinning them, and selling them." Hearing that, the man's face turned slightly red with emotion as he replied, "A young man like you is risking his life catching snakes?" However, having extensive knowledge about venomous creatures from his past life, it was not difficult for him. He simply bowed his head and said, "I'm used to it, so it's not a problem." As the two were talking, an elderly man with silver hair approached, carrying a plate full of meat. He said to him, "I brought my main dish first. Here, take this." Hearing that, the young man's eyes lit up, like the headlights of a car. He clasped his hands together with a delighted expression. The old man, still holding the steaming piece of meat, smiled and said, "Seeing how hungry you seem, I thought I'd offer you some food." The young man quickly and politely replied, "Thank you, senior." Holding the piece of meat in his hands, he excitedly told the old man, "It's been so long since I last had meat." Right after speaking, he eagerly took a big bite. The more he chewed, the more satisfied he felt, thinking, "This is true happiness." Seeing him eating so heartily while the meat was still steaming, the old man playfully commented, "You eat with great enthusiasm, young hero." A moment later, the man from before spoke up again, "Young hero, listen while you eat." His previously gentle expression suddenly turned serious. "We are looking for something. Have you seen anything unusual around here?" The young man curiously asked. "Something unusual?" Seeing his confusion, the man hesitated, unsure if he should reveal more. From the other side, the old man suddenly spoke up. "Patriarch, this young hero has done me a small favor. Can we tell him about it?" He continued, "If he were to unknowingly stumble upon danger, it could be disastrous. Besides, he lives alone, so he probably wouldn't tell anyone." Hearing the elder's reasoning, the patriarch nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my father's words are always wise." With that, he finally spoke, "We have come to find a centipede with a blue spot on its body." The young man was taken aback and curiously asked, "A centipede with a blue spot on its body?" He repeated the words in his mind, trying to picture it. The patriarch gave a brief description. "That's right, we call it the blue spot centipede. It's so big that you might have seen it." Hearing about its size, the young man was astonished. He muttered to himself, "Big, just how big?" His curiosity quickly grew, and with eager anticipation, he asked, "If it's big, then exactly how big is it?" The patriarch, recalling the records, took a moment to think before responding, "If it is a fully grown one, then..." Before he could finish, his next words sent chills down the young man's spine. His face turned pale, his mouth slightly agape as he heard the patriarch say, "It's probably big enough to swallow you whole." The sheer scale of the creature left the young man in shock. He had assumed that traveling back a few hundred years was all there was to it. But now, his expression darkened. He thought to himself, who would have expected a centipede this massive to exist? Could it be that this world is completely different from what I imagined? Sensing his fear, the elder beside him chuckled and said, "This young hero seems quite frightened." The silver-haired old man stroked his beard leisurely and reassured him, "Don't worry, we've come here to catch it." Hearing that they intended to capture such a creature, the young man couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you planning to raise it?" His innocent question made both the patriarch and the elder pause. "Raise it?" they both asked in surprise. The old man stroked his beard, then burst into hearty laughter. "Raising a blue spot centipede? That sounds interesting." The man beside him struggled to hold back his laughter and added, "This young hero is truly amusing." Without delay, the old man revealed the true purpose of their journey. "How could we possibly raise such a thing? We're here to use it for medicine." Upon hearing this, the young man's once excited expression suddenly turned cold. "What?" he asked, his tone shifting drastically. The young man's expression darkened as he thought to himself, "I thought they were business partners. But it turns out they're just medicine traders?" As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he asked, "Are you truly determined to do this?" The old man's face grew serious upon hearing what seemed like a simple question. Clenching his fist, he replied, "Perhaps. My granddaughter is bedridden with a severe illness. So, the blue spot centipede was their last hope to save her." The old man continued, The inner core of that centipede is the only thing that can save my granddaughter. So we're trying to find it." The young man was surprised and responded, "If it's for your granddaughter, then simply put, the inner core is a crystallized substance formed by the accumulation of vital energy, qi. It is the essence condensed from creatures that have reached a mystical state." The man beside him then added, "She is my daughter." Quickly grasping the situation, the young man stroked his chin in thought. A child is on the verge of death, so they're trying every possible way to save her. A centipede may not be medicine, but a parent's love knows no limits. Seeing the father's unwavering devotion, willing to travel through forests and mountains to seek out what seemed like a mythical creature, the young man felt a slight sense of sympathy. Poor centipede, but since they've given me food, I suppose I should help. With that decision made, he finally spoke. About that centipede. Hearing that, the old man immediately sensed a clue and urgently asked, "Have you seen it before?" The young man shook his head. "No, I've never encountered it." The old man, upon hearing those words, seemed to lose all hope, his expression turning hollow. "I see." But just then, the young man's demeanor shifted. His eyes sharpened, and he spoke in a low, dangerous tone. "However, even though I don't know what this blue spot centipede is," the old man, sensing a glimmer of hope, turned to him in confusion. His mind racing, he looked into the young man's eyes and could see the confidence gleaming within them. With a slight smirk, the young man continued, "I can make a good guess about where it is. In his past life, he was Fabre, a man who had once died from a snakebite. Yet, thanks to the knowledge he had accumulated over time, he could confidently say, when it came to poisons, no one knew more than he did." The young man stated confidently, "Among the approximately 8.7 million living species, around 20.000 are known to be venomous. I have memorized all their characteristics, one by one, and centipedes are no exception." With his vast knowledge, he was certain that when it came to venom, it was all within the palm of his hand. Guy Soryong picked up a book and focused his entire mind on it. The pages of the book flipped rapidly on their own, glowing with a mysterious light. After a while, he closed the book, opened his eyes, and smiled. "I found it," he declared, winking with excitement. Soryong continued, "If it's a large centipede, I think I know where it is." Choulson was astonished and pressed him. "What, really?" Duan Quan also jumped in. "If that's true, then where could it be?" Soryong, deep in thought, looked at the two men and asked, "Which areas have you searched? And at what times? Could you tell me?" Though unsure why Soryong was asking, Choulson still responded, "We've searched the north and the east. Around here, we mostly searched during the day. In the north, we focused along the riverbanks." Soryong stroked his chin and muttered, "I see," he thought to himself. No wonder they couldn't find it. Hearing his response, both men were stunned. Soryong then stated with certainty, "Of course, you wouldn't have been able to find it." Duan Quan blurted out, "What? Why not?" Growing impatient, the old man urged, "Could you explain why?" Soryong smirked, enjoying the moment. "All right, let's talk about centipedes. Centipedes belong to the arthropod class Myriapoda, order Chilopoda. They have a wide range of movement and are cold-blooded creatures, meaning they require a stable hiding place to maintain temperature and moisture levels. The interesting part is that, unlike most insects with a strong waterproof membrane, centipedes have a weakly water-resistant exoskeleton with spiracles on their bodies. This means that while they require high humidity, they actually dislike areas with excessive water. On the other hand, they also can't survive in completely dry environments. This is a unique characteristic of centipedes." Soryong sat under the eaves, casually continuing his explanation. "That's why the blue spot centipede, given its massive size, is highly unlikely to reside in dense forests or near riverbanks." Duan Quan rubbed his temples in frustration. "I can't believe it. So, the ideal place for a centipede isn't in decaying wood crevices?" Soryong continued speaking enthusiastically. "There are some small centipede species that can be found in such places. But surely, you are referring to a large centipede, aren't you? If its body were enormous, then fallen trees in the forest or rocks by the riverbank wouldn't be suitable hiding spots, as there would be nowhere for it to take shelter." After hearing this, Choulson and Duan Quan exchanged glances and gave a slight nod. Sitting beside him, the elder spoke anxiously, "If we find it in the place you mentioned, we will surely reward you." Soryong smiled confidently, pointed at the mountain ahead, and firmly stated, Head west. You should search the rocky area on the western side. Centipedes usually rest beneath sun-warmed rocks during the day and only come out at night. As night fell, the moon illuminated the steep cliffs. The search team split up and scoured the mountainside. At the summit, Ch'olson stood steadily, observing the surroundings with a furrowed brow. Deep in thought, just then, someone ran up and called out, "Patriarch, could it be that the young master was mistaken?" Ch'olson remained silent for a moment before leaping down and giving his orders. "We will rest here for the night. Fire the signal flare to call the search teams back." The soldiers responded in unison. "Yes, Patriarch." A bright signal flare shot up into the night sky, illuminating the area. As everyone settled down, exhausted, they murmured complaints. "This is exhausting. I really hope that young master is right." "Yeah, but where is that damned centipede? We haven't found a single trace of it." "True, but that young master does seem quite intelligent." Suddenly, they heard a commotion from Ch'olson's direction. He clenched his teeth and trembled as he spoke. "Tang Huayin? She is considered the most exceptional genius in Tang clan's history. Has the heavens truly abandoned me?" At that moment, a voice called out, "The Supreme Patriarch has returned." Everyone immediately stood and greeted him. Duan Quan approached Ch'olson and inquired, "So, nothing was found today either?" Ch'olson replied, "Yes, father." Before asking, "Did you find anything?" Duan Quan let out a small cough and sighed. "No, but the situation doesn't look good. Tang Huayin can hold on for at most 3 more months. I don't know if we will be able to find it within the next 10 days. Both men fell silent, sharing the same heavy burden. After a moment, Ch'olson suggested, "Father, what if we search the southern area tomorrow? We haven't found any traces so far." The elder sighed and nodded. "All right, let's do that." Suddenly, Duan Quan exclaimed in surprise, "Nothing at all?" Then, as if struck by realization, he slapped his forehead and laughed. "Of course, that's it. Why didn't I realize this sooner? This is the place." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ch'olson immediately asked, "Father, have you discovered something?" Contrary to expectations, Duan Quan shook his head and replied, "No, not as you think. I don't see any traces or feel anything at all." Ch'olson was bewildered. "Really?" The elder nodded firmly. "Yes, precisely because there's nothing here. That's why I have a feeling it's here." Looking around, Duan Quan raised his voice. "In the past 3 days, have any of you found traces of animal activity on this rocky mountain?" Ch'olson immediately responded, "No, sir, we haven't found any signs at all." Stroking his chin, Duan Quan mused, "No animal droppings, no territorial markings, nothing?" Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly gasped. "Could it be?" Ch'olson, who had also realized the issue, exclaimed in excitement, "That's right. How could it be that on such a vast rocky mountain, there isn't a single sign of animal presence?" Clenching his fists, he muttered, "This must be its territory." Duan Quan smiled and confirmed, "Exactly. That's why all the surrounding creatures have either fled or become prey to the centipede." He patted Ch'olson's shoulder and reassured him, "The blue-spotted centipede is definitely here. Now, we can save Huayin." Just as those words left his mouth, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Panic spread among the group. "What's happening?" someone shouted. Others cried out, "What is this?" In their fear, one soldier accidentally stepped into the campfire without realizing it. At that very moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from the fire's location. Duan Quan and Ch'olson stood frozen in shock. What was that? Then, a sharp, massive pincer struck the ground with immense force. The soldiers stammered in terror. That thing." Rocks and debris tumbled down around them. Duan Quan's face went pale as he shouted, "It's here." Before them, a colossal figure gradually emerged, countless legs, a massive head coming into view. A gigantic centipede had appeared. The blue-spotted centipede. At the same time, chaotic sounds of panic echoed throughout the city. Feeling weary, Soryong sprawled out and muttered, "Everything's in turmoil. Just how big is that centipede to cause such a commotion? They said they were only looking for it. Yet they've turned the entire mountain upside down." Soryong smirked. "A centipede big enough to swallow a person whole? You seem overly excited. Now I'm really curious." That night, deep in the mountains, a group of people surrounded the carcass of a slain centipede. Ch'olson opened a box and announced, "This is the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede." The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. An elder covered his emotions with his hand, cleared his throat, and said, "With this, we can finally save Huayin." Despite his battered body, Choulson turned to his father and requested, "Please lead the uninjured warriors to Sichuan ahead of us." Choulson hesitated, then asked, "What do you mean by that?" His father gazed into the distance and replied, "A favor must be repaid, and a grudge must be avenged. Gratitude is carved into stone, while vengeance is etched into blood." Choulson furrowed his brows. "But isn't there still unfinished business here?" The elder patted his head in realization. "I almost made a grave mistake. Too caught up in thoughts of Hua Yin." Choulson put away the inner core and nodded. "You're right, we should properly welcome that young hero as a distinguished guest. If there's anything he desires, we must fulfill it." His father agreed. "Let the injured warriors remain in the village to recuperate. In the meantime, I will meet the young hero personally." Choulson added, "I believe he, too, must be eager to hear our news." Meanwhile, Soryang sat gloomily on the ground, surrounded by peculiar creatures that clung to him affectionately. "What am I supposed to do with this?" he muttered. "In just one night, I become the father of the blue-spotted centipede." In a secluded room, Soryang murmured to himself while carefully wiping an egg clean before placing it beside his pillow. The next morning, he awoke to find tiny creatures crawling over him. Staring at them in disbelief, he muttered, "The little ones have hatched already?" They were round, with rabbit-like ears, and unbearably adorable. Soryang struggled to contain his emotions. "I expected this, but I didn't think they'd hatch so quickly." One of the little creatures, nestled against his cheek, suddenly lost its balance and tumbled down. Soryang instinctively caught it, exclaiming, "Hey, you little ones, give me some space." Soryang muttered, "The real issue is, do these little ones see me as their mother?" One of the tiny creatures bit onto his clothes as if clinging to him. "They just won't let go. Not even for a second." He sighed. "The night before, deep within a mountain ravine, this type of divine insect is big enough to swallow me whole? If I can't endure this, then I wouldn't be worthy of the mighty Fabre name." Soryang mumbled to himself, as he ventured deeper into the secret lair of the blue-spotted centipede. An eerie feeling grew stronger. The cave ahead seemed ominous. Suddenly, he kicked something and yelled, "What the hell is this? How can a beetle be as big as a human fist?" The torch in his hand slipped and fell. Kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. That was close. Glancing into his pouch, he reassured himself. At least the 3 remaining eggs are still safe. Rubbing his head in relief, Soryang muttered, "Good thing the rain has stopped. I almost lost them all." Then, he noticed something. His expression sharpened, and he sprang to his feet. "This isn't the time to hesitate. I need to hurry back and clean these eggs." Tightening the pouch around his waist, he grinned. "All right then." With excitement gleaming in his eyes, he shouted, "Just wait a bit longer. My blue-spotted centipedes, I'll get you all cleaned up in no time." Later, as the eggs hatched, Soryang sighed. "I still haven't seen a living blue-spotted centipede. But at least I managed to save these eggs. That's already lucky enough." The tiny creatures affectionately clung to him, restricting his movements. "Hey, are you guys seriously not planning to leave me?" The mischievous little ones crawled onto his back, making themselves comfortable. Soryang mumbled, "I know you won't need to eat until after your second molting. So at least I don't have to worry about food, but sticking to me like this is a real problem." Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Maybe if I go into the water, you'll naturally let go." A sly grin spread across his face, his expression filled with mischief. The young centipedes, sensing danger, squirmed anxiously. "Well then, it's time for a bath," he declared. The next morning, Choulson, his body wrapped in bandages, arrived at a certain place. He walked up to a room and called out loudly, "Young hero, are you inside?" Standing outside the door, he repeated, "Young hero." Choulson noticed that the room was completely silent. He reached out to the door, pushed it open, and said, "Young hero, I'm coming in." Scanning the surroundings, he saw no one in sight. Choulson muttered, "Herbs, jars, and even medicine boxes." He looked at the herbs with curiosity. Could it be that this young hero is well versed in medicine? He sighed and mumbled, "I shouldn't have entered the room so recklessly. Isn't this disrespectful?" Turning around, he said, "I'll come back later then." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard strange noises. Curious, he turned back and murmured, "What is that sound?" Behind him were large jars. Silently, he stepped closer and carefully opened one of them. His face was filled with shock as he exclaimed, This is, inside the jar." He saw a spider holding something white in its mouth. He murmured, "Kai Chu, Then, shifting his gaze toward the medicine cabinet, he muttered, "No way." He immediately walked over, opened a compartment, and found an orange-striped creature. Thatch tick, he mumbled in astonishment. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The jar contained brown insects. The basin held strange eggs. And the small box was filled with dried snake carcasses. Chulson stood frozen in shock, murmuring, "Lizards." It was as if he had stepped into a place filled with all sorts of venomous creatures. "This is unbelievable," he muttered. His mind raced with thoughts. Was the young hero raising these creatures and even breeding them? Even the renowned Duong Ra, known for his expertise in poisons and venomous creatures, had only mastered the art of toxin extraction and management. But finding a way to collect their eggs and breed them? That was unheard of. He closed the door and stepped outside, mumbling to himself, "With just a small stroke of fate, I was able to save my beloved daughter's life." Clenching his fist tightly, he murmured, "So the true stroke of fate was meeting this young hero?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Elder." Chulson turned and responded, "Young hero." Soryang hurried over and asked, "What happened to your arm? Did you get injured somewhere else?" Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, Chulson reassured him, "It's nothing serious. More importantly, what I must say is..." Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed something unusual. What is this?" he muttered. A sinister aura emerged behind Soryang. The door was slowly broken open, revealing a dark figure. A terrifying creature stepped forward, radiating bloodlust. Its face was horrifying, and as it grinned, razor-sharp teeth gleamed in the dim light. Chulson hurriedly pushed Soryang aside and shouted, "Young hero, get out of here." Soryang, confused, asked, "Elder, what is going on?" Meanwhile, the enemy had already assumed an attacking stance. With a flick of his fingers, Van Tuong sent out a force that destroyed everything in its path as he charged straight at Chulson. He gathered strength into his arm and unleashed a powerful strike. Chulson barely managed to block Anyang's attack but suffered severe injuries. Coughing up blood, the enemy then released an explosive palm strike that sent Chulson crashing to the ground. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he muttered, "A master on par with my father." Chulson struggled to speak, stammering, "Why, young hero, run." But before he could finish, Soryang was already seized by the throat and lifted high into the air. Struggling to breathe, he gasped, Elder." Anyang laughed triumphantly and sneered, "I heard that those Tang clan scum had arrived in Hainan, so I came to take a look. But instead, I found the poisonous god's little snake injured and all alone like this." Chulson, struggling to his feet and coughing, asked, "Who are you? Why are you tormenting this young hero and me?" Anyang let out a loud laugh and replied, "You will understand soon enough. If you look at this face and my blood-stained hand. I am the blood hand Rakshasa. Tak Anyang, and your father was the one who made me like this." As he heard the name, memories flooded back to Chulson. He muttered, "Tak Anyang. I heard he was poisoned in the head and fell off a cliff by the sea. It seems he survived." Looking at Soryang struggling in Anyang's grasp, Chulson urgently pleaded, "That young hero has nothing to do with this. Let him go. I will trade my life for his." Anyang smirked as he tightened his grip on Soryang. "I don't like it when people touch me. Even the slightest contact means death." Chulson clenched his teeth in anger and muttered, "Damn demon." Realizing that Anyang had no intention of letting Soryang go, he prepared himself. Meanwhile, Soryang was suffocating, his strength fading. Anyang grinned and declared, "Die." Barely able to speak, Soryang gasped, "Please, save me." Just as his consciousness was slipping away, a strange glow flickered in the darkness. Suddenly, blue-spotted centipedes burst out from his body, clinging onto Anyang's arm and biting him repeatedly. Anyang recoiled in shock. Blue-spotted centipedes? Anyang hastily released Soryang and shouted, "Get them off me." Blue-spotted centipedes. No matter what, those creatures seemed capable of endangering him. The venomous little beasts injected their poison into Tak Anyang's body, causing him to cough up blood. He collapsed to the ground, cursing, "Damn it." Then, without another word, he lay motionless at Soryang's feet. Soryang, startled, muttered, "Oh my god, he's dead?" He hesitated for a moment before nudging Anyang's body with his foot. "Hey, are you still alive?" Chulson, wide-eyed in shock, then suddenly burst into laughter as if he had just struck gold. He muttered, "This young hero is truly no ordinary guest." Soryang, still unsure, picked up a stick and poked Anyang's body. He pondered, Should I become a member of the Tang clan at Dao Hall? A few days later, after the fall of the Yunyang waterfall, a deep sigh echoed within a small room. Inside, Soryang was tending to a frail and bedridden Cholson. Thank you, young hero, Cholson said weakly. Hearing him speak, Soryang immediately responded, there's no time to hesitate. If you tell me the location of your people, I'll go check on them. He then scratched his chin and thought, no, I can't leave the elder here alone. That wouldn't be right, but I also can't just call a doctor. Cholson, sensing his hesitation, quickly reassured him, don't worry about me, a few days of rest, and I'll be fine. Soryang was taken aback. This old man has lost so much blood, yet he speaks so calmly? He recalled the moment when Cholson coughed up a mouthful of blood and still managed to reassure him. Without thinking, Soryang blurted out, please don't say that, your condition is critical right now. Cholson took a deep breath and weakly replied, I'll be fine. Seeing Soryang's concern, he added, I am a martial artist. After all, Soryang was astonished. A martial artist? He quickly leaned in, intrigued. You mean those who can leap through the air and use powerful palm strikes? Cholson smiled gently. Not everyone can do that, but yes, you could say that. Soryang's eyes lit up in amazement. Incredible. This world really is different. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for there to be a centipede as big as a house. His thoughts were interrupted as Cholson spoke again. Regardless, you saved my life, young hero. That is a great debt I owe you. Though it was somewhat informal. He added, allow me to properly introduce myself. Tang Cholson introduced himself. I'm Tang Cholson of the Sichuan Tang clan. Soryang followed suit. I am Wei Soryang. Cholson closed his eyes briefly before praising him. Soryang, meaning, little dragon. That's a good name. He then looked at Soryang and asked, moreover, I have many questions. Would you mind answering them? Soryang politely responded, of course, please ask. Cholson wasted no time. The dark-colored venomous creatures you carry with you, are they centipedes? Soryang glanced down at the larva clinging to him, gently prodded one, and confirmed, yes, these are blue-spotted centipedes. Specifically, they're larvae. Cholson was so astonished that he suddenly sat up straight. Are you saying you've tamed blue-spotted centipede larvae? His sudden reaction startled Soryang, who quickly shouted, elder, please lie down first. But Cholson paid no attention and continued, where did you find them? How did you tame them? Soryang, slightly overwhelmed, tried to answer, well, while I was waiting for. Cholson cut him off mid-sentence. Wait, did you also raise other venomous creatures? Soryang hesitated for a moment before replying. Ah, well, it's kind of a long story. Would you like to hear it? Cholson covered his mouth and cleared his throat. It's fine, go ahead and tell me. Soryang took a deep breath and began. Then, I'll start with the origins of the blue-spotted centipedes. Here's how it all began. Outside, the night was silent, as if listening to Soryang's story. After hearing the full explanation, Cholson, still in shock, asked, wait, are you saying you personally collected the eggs and raised them yourself? Soryang nodded. Yes, that's right. I can even estimate when the eggs will hatch. Cholson, sweating, thought to himself, who in the world can predict when centipede eggs will hatch? How is that even possible? Soryang interrupted his thoughts. Elder, please wait a moment. He then unlocked a storage compartment and carefully took out some creatures. Holding them up, he asked, would you like to see this? He held out a small reptile and introduced it. This is an ordinary cave lizard. It has yellow stripes on its body and white bands on its tail. Then, he brought out another one. And this? Those with large white bands on their tails were selectively bred. The result was a distinct two-color pattern. Cholson was stunned, staring at the creatures before him and exclaiming, could it be? He shouted, did you say this color was created? The young man excitedly confirmed. Yes, isn't it beautiful? Swallowing hard, the old man questioned. Then, if we selectively breed only the most venomous ones, could we create an even deadlier species? The young man let out a confused, huh? At the unexpected remark, his mind was spinning as he pondered the theory. After a moment of thought, he replied, if we can determine which one is the most venomous, then yes, theoretically, it's possible. He hesitated before adding, but that's difficult. The old man suddenly raised his voice. What, you mean it's actually possible? The outburst startled the young man. Placing a firm hand on his shoulder, the old man earnestly proposed, join my family. The young man was taken aback. Huh? The old man raised his voice again. If you join our Tang clan, you will be taught all our martial arts secrets without reservation. Rare herbs, spirit plants, and any poison you desire will be within your grasp. His enthusiasm was evident as he continued. With your talent, you might even be able to capture or raise one of the 10 great venomous beasts of the Central Plains. The legendary creatures spoken of in the martial world. And if that still wasn't enough to tempt him, Choulson played his trump card. This is not just an empty boast, he declared. One of the 3 greatest treasures of the Central Plains is. Before he could finish, Soryang hurriedly interrupted. Wait. The young man looked at him in shock. What did you just say? Choulson himself was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned on him, and he burst into laughter. Ah, I see. You may be young, but you're still a man. After all, my daughter, one of the 3 great treasures of the Central Plains. The young man, realizing the misunderstanding, quickly shouted, No, I didn't mean it like that. Trying to shift the conversation, he clenched his fist and asked, These 10 great venomous beasts of the Central Plains, are they truly as formidable as the blue-spotted centipedes? Choulson firmly nodded. Of course. A smug grin formed on his lips. The blue-spotted centipedes are powerful, but they are still considered low-grade venomous creatures. They can't compare to the 10 great venomous beasts of the Central Plains. He went on to describe them, from centipedes as large as houses to golden silkworms that shimmered like pure gold. The young man was in awe, his mind racing with vivid imagery. But Choulson smirked. No matter what you imagine, the reality will far surpass it. Choulson then observed the bright-eyed Soryang and the 2 larvae crawling inside the young man's robe. With a satisfied expression, he concluded, It seems I've succeeded in convincing you. 2 days later, at the dojo, Choulson's disciples erupted in shock upon hearing the news. Did you say that blood-hand Rakshasa, Tak Unyang, has appeared? One of them shouted. Choulson let out a sigh. Indeed, it was a close call, almost turned into a major disaster. I never expected that he had been living in seclusion, training his martial arts. Now, he has reached a level nearly on par with my father. The disciples exchanged nervous glances. One of them stammered, that means, but couldn't complete the sentence. Suddenly, another disciple seemed to realize something and exclaimed, Wait a moment, did the patriarch kill him? He hesitated before adding, Could it be that you've reached the Venom Sovereign realm? Another disciple immediately stepped forward. Congratulations, Patriarch. Yes, congratulations, Patriarch. Others quickly followed. Choulson exhaled deeply and shook his head. No, that's not the case. He continued, The one who killed him wasn't me, it was this young hero here. A wave of disbelief swept through the disciples. This young hero? One of them gasped, turning abruptly toward Soryang, gripping his hand tightly. He shouted, Was it you, young hero? The others hurriedly bowed. We are deeply grateful to you for saving our patriarch's life. Patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan. Could it be that this young hero is an immortal sage? One who never ages? Caught off guard by the strange assumption, Soryang blinked. Huh? What? Immortal sage? Choulson interrupted the commotion with a calm voice. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Would you mind showing them directly? After a brief moment of thought, Soryang nodded. All right, come on out, little ones. The disciples' eyes widened as small, wriggling creatures peeked out from his robes, curiously observing their surroundings while making faint sounds. One disciple finally got a clear look and gasped. Aren't those blue-spotted centipedes? These are the larvae of blue-spotted centipedes. He then realized, these are the ones that took down Tak Unyang. Another disciple, upon witnessing the scene, suddenly cried out, his voice tinged with fear. Wait, is their venom safe? Despite his apprehension, another disciple couldn't hide his admiration. You've actually tamed blue-spotted centipedes? A young hero with such talent, incredible. Choulson nodded knowingly. That is why I have decided to welcome him into our clan. But the young hero said he would need more time to consider. He added. One of the disciples eagerly exclaimed, Young hero, this is truly an opportunity of a lifetime. As the disciples grew more excited, Choulson's voice once again drew their attention, commanding their focus. Choulson clenched his fist, his expression serious. We should get moving, there's no time to waste. Soryang turned to him. Elder, is there anything else you need to find? The old man remained silent, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke gravely. Bloodhand Rakshasa, Tak Unyang. The martial art he practiced was the blood hand venom claw. It is a terrifying demonic technique, one that requires human blood and marrow to advance in cultivation. Soryang was horrified. What kind of insane martial art is this? Choulson's expression darkened as he made his decision. If he left behind a manual or had disciples, we must eliminate any future threats. We cannot allow such an evil technique to resurface in the martial world. His grip tightened as he continued. And if there are captives, shouldn't we rescue them? The disciples immediately agreed. Of course, Patriarch, young hero. Choulson then turned to Soryang. Would you be willing to assist me? You are familiar with the terrain of the two southern isles. After all, Soryang remained silent, deep in thought. The small larva in his robe sensed his hesitation and inched closer, letting out soft cries. Closing his eyes for a moment, he considered his options. Joining the Tang clan, would that mean dedicating my entire life to them? Normally, an internship allows one to observe a company's work environment and, conveniently, assess the character of the boss as well, right? With a grin, he nodded. Understood. Once you regain your strength, I will assist you to the best of my ability. Hearing this, the disciples let out excited cheers. Choulson smiled approvingly. That is the right mindset. Young hero. Soryang beamed. Helping others in need, of course. I have to do it. Outwardly, he remained humble, but inwardly, he thought to himself, this trip will be my chance to truly evaluate what the Sichuan Tang clan is all about. After all, talented people often conduct reverse interviews, don't they? 3 days had passed since Choulson had fully recovered. Their group, Choulson, Wei Soryang, and the disciples, set out to track down Bloodhand Rakshasa. Tak Unyang's hideout. Their search led them to a small village near an abandoned dojo. There, they began asking the locals if anyone had gone missing. An elderly villager, upon hearing their questions, looked slightly uneasy. Are you asking about missing people? He paused, recalling something. Now that I think about it, in the past year, 1 or 2 people have disappeared in the forest. But these disappearances weren't consistent. Choulson stroked his beard in thought as the group clasped their hands in gratitude. On behalf of the group, he spoke. Thank you for your time, village chief. The old man returned the gesture with a warm smile. Think nothing of it. It is an honor to assist the esteemed leader of the Sichuan Tang clan. With that, he added, safe travels, and bid them farewell. Unfortunately, they had not obtained any useful information, so they continued their journey. Soryang pondered aloud. This village doesn't seem any different from the others. Does it? Choulson, lost in thought, eventually replied. Given that he became aware of our presence and revealed himself, I had assumed he was nearby. But tracking him down won't be easy. Soryang also found the situation odd. How could he have left no trace whatsoever? As he recalled the moment Tak Unyang attacked him, he tried to remember the exact words he had spoken. Then, as a thought struck him, he let out a small, ah. He turned to Choulson. Elder, do you remember what he said when he first appeared? Choulson glanced at him. I don't recall clearly. Do you? Soryang thought back to that moment. Ah, right. I was busy getting hit and sent flying. Shaking the memory off, he continued. Yes, he said something like, the Tang clan has entered Hainan Island, didn't he? Choulson nodded. Did he? Soryang analyzed further. That means someone must have known about the Tang clan's arrival on Hainan Island and relayed the information to Tak Unyang. Right? Choulson agreed. That does seem likely. Soryang grinned, confident in his deduction. Then this is simple. We just need to retrace our route through Hainan Island. He then reconsidered. No, instead of that, if we ask around using a description of the informant's appearance, we'll be able to track them down. Choulson and the disciples looked at him in disbelief. The disciples, however, quickly became excited, realizing the idea's merit. Choulson, taken aback, exclaimed, I hadn't thought of that. That's brilliant. If Bloodhand Rakshasa, Tak Unyang, said that, then he must have heard it from someone who saw us. He reasoned. While Soryang felt slightly embarrassed from the praise, Choulson made up his mind. That makes things much easier. Let's move out immediately. The group set off toward another village. However, as they approached, they noticed a heavy, oppressive atmosphere hanging over the place. One of the disciples spoke up. Patriarch, based on what we heard at the port on Hainan Island, it should be that village over there. Choulson assessed the area carefully. It appears to be a village where women reside. Tang Choulson ordered his disciples. Go and take a look according to the young master's words. Perhaps the women here will not be too hostile toward us. The disciples responded in unison. Yes, Patriarch. Inside the village, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. Many villagers looked dazed, some even lying in front of their houses. Among them, one villager was quietly working. As the group entered the village, they called out, "Is anyone here?" Their voices drew the villagers' attention. When the villagers turned to look, they saw a group of people had arrived. A villager asked, "Why have the Han people come to a women's village?" Choulson was slightly surprised when he noticed the village chief leading a young girl and two young men from the village. He and his disciples clasped their hands in greeting and introduced themselves. "I am the patriarch of the Tang clan from Sichuan. My name is Tang Choulson. The reason we have come here is..." As they conversed, Soryang silently observed the surroundings. He couldn't help but assess the village, noting its lack of vitality. Even the children appeared weak and listless. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he wondered, wait, could it be? Suspicion grew in his heart. What exactly is wrong with these people? He glanced around at the dejected villagers. Deep in thought, could they all have been poisoned? The village chief suddenly spoke up. "I don't know anything about the disappearances. There's nothing wrong with me." His expression shifted abruptly, and he raised his voice. "Go back." Despite this, Choulson tried to continue the discussion. But something felt off. There seemed to be fewer people inside the houses. Suddenly, the old chief shouted angrily, "This is not something you Han people should concern yourselves with. Leave now." Both Choulson and Soryang were taken aback by his reaction. Choulson whispered to the young master, "This is strange. I heard that the people here were always friendly toward the Han." The young master, equally confused, simply replied, I don't understand either." At that moment, the little girl the chief was holding suddenly collapsed. The old chief panicked and cried out, "Mi Jin." Soryang thought in shock, "She collapsed?" The chief was so overwhelmed that he broke into tears. "No, Mi Jin, you can't. You're my only family left." In agony, he continued, "Even you have succumbed to this strange illness?" Choulson knelt on one knee before the old chief and offered, "Elder, I know a bit of medicine. May I help?" The chief hesitated, then asked, "Medicine, from the Central Plains?" The old man replied, "Yes, although I am not a physician. I have some knowledge of medicine. Let me examine the child's condition." The elderly man hurriedly agreed, placing his hopes on the stranger. Then, he began to explain, "To be honest, it all started some time ago. A strange plague has begun spreading in the village. The children are dying one after another, and the adults have also fallen ill." Becoming increasingly weak, Choulson placed a reassuring hand on the old man's shoulder and said, "I see, let me take a look." The village elder let out a sigh of relief and replied, "Thank you, I am truly grateful." He then turned to the villagers and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Quickly, bring the physician and his group inside." The group rushed into the village. As they ran, Soryang turned to his senior and asked, "Senior, you know medicine as well?" He responded, Yes. The martial arts of our Tang clan are closely tied to handling poisons. So we are also highly skilled in medicinal techniques. Moreover, since martial arts begin with understanding the human body, it is essential to have some knowledge of medicine." Soryang was surprised, realizing that he had assumed they were merely an assassination group specializing in poison. He thought to himself, if I join the Sichuan Tang clan, learning their fearsome martial arts along with medicine wouldn't be a bad idea. The disciple then added with a somewhat sinister tone, "Of course, sometimes we capture evil people and inject poison into them just to observe their reactions." Soryang was startled, thinking, experimenting on human bodies? His mind immediately associated Choulson and his disciples with ruthless, terrifying individuals. He muttered to himself, as expected, "They are truly frightening people." The sky remained gloomy, though the first rays of sunlight pierced through. Inside a house, Mi Jin lay still, her body emitting a faint green aura. Her face was twisted in discomfort, her eyes tightly shut. Choulson briefly explained to the village elder, "For now, I have infused internal energy into her body to prevent her breathing from stopping." The old man responded, "Oh, thank you, sir." He gently stroked the girl's hair and spoke sorrowfully, "She is my only remaining granddaughter. Please, I beg you to save her." Choulson then asked, "By the way, I noticed that her pulse is unstable. That's quite unusual. Was she born with a weak heart?" The elder shook his head and replied, "No, her condition only worsened about 6 months ago. And it's not just her. Many others in the village have also begun falling ill and growing weaker. The old man explained, "We call this the accursed disease. Earlier, when I told you to turn back at the village gate, it was precisely because of this." Soryang understood and exclaimed, "Ah, so that's the reason." Cholson then requested, "Elder, first, I will prescribe a medicine to help strengthen the heart. Could you gather everyone in the village so we can test the treatment?" The village elder, overwhelmed with emotion, began to sob. Thank you so much." He bowed once more in gratitude. Meanwhile, Soryang silently observed Cholson, who smiled gently. As night fell, one of the disciples softly called out, "Patriarch." The disciple continued, "You have worked hard treating everyone's illnesses." Cholson nodded. "Thank you, Gu Pei." He then inquired, "How are the patients doing?" Gu Pei pondered for a moment before replying, "It's truly strange. The symptoms include fatigue, swelling around the eyes, unstable pulse, and mild fever, while each case varies slightly. All the severely ill individuals seem to have heart-related issues." A thought suddenly struck Cholson, and he asked, "By the way, what about the young master?" Gu Pei reported, "Ah, he seemed exhausted after helping everyone, so he dozed off. I've already placed him in a room to rest." Cholson pictured his disciples carrying Soryang to bed. One of the disciples remarked, "The young master has really pushed himself to his limits." Cholson nodded and said, "Following this without having trained in martial arts must be exhausting." Then he added, "I should check on him and see how he's doing." Gu Pei responded, "Allow me to lead the way, Patriarch." The door to the room was gently pushed open. Inside, Soryang was fast asleep, completely unaware of their presence. Cholson did not enter immediately. Instead, he stood quietly at the doorway, observing. Then, without warning, he pushed the door open and strode toward the bed. Raising his hand, he struck down with lightning speed, landing a solid slap across Soryang's cheek. Soryang jolted awake with a loud scream. Completely disoriented, he stared at Cholson in shock and blurted out, "Senior?" His face was filled with both pain and fury. Seeing Cholson's stern expression, Soryang grew even more confused. Why did he suddenly punch me? Still in a daze, he clutched his sore cheek and stammered, What? He instinctively pressed himself against the wall, trying to understand what had just happened. "Senior, that really hurt." Cholson quickly crouched down and extended his hand. "Apologies, I was just trying to catch the bug crawling on your face." Soryang's face froze in disbelief. "What, a bug?" Cholson looked slightly awkward. "Listen to me first." He glanced toward the door and explained, "I was just stopping by to check on you before resting. But then, I suddenly saw a bug. You know, out of nowhere, this thing flew right onto your face." He raised his hand with sharp eyes and continued, "There are many poisonous insects on Hainan Island that I haven't even seen before. Some of them can be quite dangerous. So, without thinking, I just swatted it." Cholson held out his hand, revealing the squashed insect. "Look, here it is. It was this big." Soryang stared at the bug in his palm, completely dumbfounded. Then, all of a sudden, he gasped. "Wait a second?" He mumbled to himself. "Why is this bug here?" A realization struck him, and he quickly turned to Cholson. "Senior, the patients, although they have different symptoms, they all share the same unusual conditions, right?" Cholson nodded. "That's right." Soryang then declared, "The cause of this strange illness spreading in the village is this bug." Cholson was taken aback. "What? This insect belongs to the Regiviidae family." Soryang explained, "It's called that because it often feeds on blood by biting the eyelids or lips of sleeping people. These bugs are incredibly fast and move like ghosts. They suck blood even faster than mosquitoes. That's why they're also known as vampire bugs or assassin bugs." He took a cloth and wiped the spot where the bug had landed. This bug itself isn't poisonous, but its stomach is filled with harmful parasites. He continued, "When it bites someone, the infection spreads through its feces. The disease it carries is called trypanosoma infection, commonly known as Chagas disease. It's one of the top 7 deadliest diseases for humans." Soryang then turned to the village chief. "Tell me, have the village dogs been experiencing heavy breathing or showing symptoms similar to the sick villagers?" The village chief's eyes widened in horror. "Yes, that's right. Could it really be because of this bug?" Soryang sighed. "Yes, I'm almost certain of it." The chief looked at him anxiously. "Then, is there still a way to save my granddaughter?" Soryang answered, "If we have the right medicine, then yes, she can still be saved. But, Choulson laughed heartily and asked Gu Pei smugly, "What do you think of the way I look at people?" Gu Pei chuckled and replied, "Indeed, I have truly seen the value of this young hero." The young man stepped in, clueless about what was happening, and muttered, "Why are these people like this?" Then, the old man spoke up, "Young hero, join our Sichuan Tang." Soryang was bewildered and hesitated. "Huh?" Choulson confidently repeated, "I mean, join our Sichuan Tang." Still confused, the young man murmured, "Why?" The old man explained, "There is something called Gu poison. It is also known as venomous sorcery or poisonous parasites. This type of parasite is cultivated by wicked people in the Central Plains." Choulson continued, "These vile individuals force people to swallow these parasites at regular intervals." Hearing this, Ji Ra winced in pain. Choulson added, "They use these parasites to control people at their will." Soryang was astonished and exclaimed, "They can control people? That's terrifying." Choulson admitted, "Although it is indeed powerful, many martial artists have lost their lives because of this poison." He continued, "There have been cases where people ended up killing their own children and then committing suicide, or betraying their families and clans to become slaves of the evil ones." The village chief, who had been listening, burst into sorrowful cries. "Oh no, Mi Jin!" Choulson then revealed, "For a long time, the martial world has been striving to create an antidote for this poison, one that can either expel the parasite from the body or dissolve it entirely." Soryang was shocked and exclaimed, "No way." Suddenly, Choulson pulled something out from his robe and shouted, "If the martial world has developed such an antidote, where would they have done it?" With a proud smile, he took out a round pill and declared, "Of course, right here in our Sichuan Tang." He continued, "If we have a medicine that can dissolve a lump the size of a fist inside the human body, then dealing with tiny parasites like these is nothing." Choulson then presented a massive, dazzling pill and said, "This is the parasitic dissolution pill. Just a small dose of this is enough." The young man gaped in awe and muttered, "Parasitic dissolution pill? Even its name sounds overpowering." Seeing the village chief with tears welling in his eyes, Choulson reassured him, "So, do not worry, chief." Then, he added, "Your granddaughter can be saved." As a result, starting with the village chief's granddaughter, the villagers gradually regained their health. The village chief embraced his granddaughter joyfully and cried out, "Oh, Mi Jin, what a relief, what a blessing." The villagers' warm welcome was an additional reward. Looking at their bright expressions, it seemed the rumors about the optimistic nature of this tribe were true. Choulson patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "If you hadn't found the cause, this would have been very difficult. So, the true benefactor of the Long family is not me, but this young hero here." The village youths all responded in unison, "Thank you, young hero." Soryang, feeling shy, hesitated. That?" The people around them shouted, "The young hero is our village's savior." Even though the villagers had been cured with the Tang clan's medicine, Choulson had given all the credit to him. Seeing the gratitude from the villagers and the joy on Choulson's face, as if it were his own accomplishment, was truly moving. The village youths surrounded Soryang, lifted him into the air, and tossed him up in celebration. Sometime later, the village chief leaned in close to Choulson and whispered, "That thing you mentioned at the village gate, what exactly was it?" Choulson was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The village chief, looking concerned, explained, "I wanted to repay your kindness. So I did some investigating and heard a strange story." Everyone fell silent, listening intently as the old man continued. "There is a girl in our village who married in from another village. A few years ago, in her home village, something eerie happened. People began disappearing one by one." Choulson's face grew serious upon hearing this. He glanced around and muttered, "We have a lead." He asked urgently, "Where is that place?" The village chief replied, "To the west, there is a small village." When they arrived, they were met with a desolate scene. The area was eerily quiet, abandoned. Choulson covered his nose with his hand, sensing something foul in the air. One of the attendants nearby cautiously confirmed, "It seems to be the place." The group leader's expression changed as if he had seen something horrifying. He stammered, What is this?" Before them lay a pile of corpses, some reduced to skeletal remains. Choulson shuddered. "This sends chills down my spine. And there are toxic corpses here as well?" The attendant explained, "Toxic corpses, dead bodies that release poison as they decompose." A bearded man shouted in horror, "This is terrifying. Don't let the young hero see this. Soryang, unfazed, responded, I've already seen it all. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed young man noticed something and pointed ahead. What's that over there? In the distance, something moved. Sharp claws gleamed under the dim light. A strange bird, with an eerie set of feathers, was swallowing the severed head of a snake. The sharp-eyed young man muttered. A bird? Gripping a stone tightly in his hand, he declared, No, we can't allow it to further desecrate the dead. With determination, he hurled the stone toward the creature and shouted, Get out of here. Choulson suddenly shouted, Wait, stop. The rock flew through the air, startling the bird. It forcefully pressed its claws into the ground. Its eyes filled with murderous intent as it assumed an aggressive stance. Ready to attack, the young man shouted angrily. Damn creature. An elder patted him on the shoulder, trying to calm him down. Stop, something's not right. The bird spread its massive wings and took flight, radiating a sinister aura. Soryang watched in horror as the remains of skeletons touched by the dark mist began to dissolve. He muttered in shock, No way, it's melting? A hand suddenly covered his mouth. Choulson shouted urgently, Everyone, move away, that's a tramjew. The group quickly crouched into a defensive circle. Choulson explained, When its wings fully extend, it spans 5 meters. Its beak shines like polished bronze and is as sharp as a spear. Its entire body is covered in deep purple feathers. His 2 attendants listened with serious expressions. When enraged, it spreads its wings, and everything around it turns black and dies, disintegrating into poison. Choulson continued, A golden crown glows atop its head, giving it an aura of absolute dominance. This creature is known as Tram or Tramjew. Soryang's eyes widened. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, he burst out excitedly. Is it one of the 10 great lethal beasts? Choulson nodded. Soryang's eyes sparkled. Then this must be the strongest among them. The one they call the Emperor of Beasts, the Tramjew. The Emperor of the 10 great lethal beasts. He whispered in awe. This is terrifying, truly a monstrous force. Compared to this, venomous insects and poisonous snakes on Earth are nothing but cute little creatures. Despite the danger, Soryang was thrilled to witness the Tramjew in person. This is like a flying biological weapon. Choulson nodded. It seems to have been lured here by the presence of venomous snakes. 3 others whispered among themselves. They say the Tramjew only eats the heads of the most toxic snakes. Soryang grew uneasy. Could this be an omen? Choulson replied gravely. Without a doubt, seeing a Tramjew in one's lifetime is a rare occurrence. It's said that in the last 100 years, only a handful of people have ever witnessed one. Soryang marveled at the sight. Overwhelmed, Choulson observed him carefully. What's on your mind, young hero? Don't tell me you're thinking of capturing it? His words shocked everyone around them. He let out a hearty laugh. You want to try and catch it, young hero? Soryang hesitated. Well, with that level of poison. Choulson simply smiled at him. Then suddenly said, Kid, you seem really interested in the 10 great lethal beasts. If that's the case, there is a way. Soryang's eyes widened in surprise. Really? There's a way? Choulson said. If you master the Tang clan's poison techniques, your body will become completely immune to all poisons, including that of the Tramjew. He added, In this world, only the martial arts of our Tang clan can counteract such a deadly poison. Pointing to his face, he smirked. But what can we do? Our Tang clan never teaches our family's secret techniques to outsiders. He continued, Even if I wanted to help you, young hero, as the patriarch, I cannot break our clan's rules. Soryang, eager and desperate, shouted, Then if I become part of the Tang clan, can I learn it? And if I reach the level of absolute immunity, will I truly be able to resist the Tramjew's poison? Choulson replied confidently, Of course, if you make up your mind now, I won't hesitate to teach you everything I know. Naturally, the initiation ceremony will also be handled properly. The others looked skeptical. Who could believe such words? But Soryang, fired up, believed him completely. Choulson chuckled slyly. But if you hesitate for too long, I might have to reconsider. Don't you think? Soryang's blood boiled with excitement, his face flushing red. Without hesitation, he declared, I agree. I will become part of the Tang clan. Please teach me. Senior, no, patriarch. Choulson burst into laughter. Is that so? Good, very good. He patted Soryang on the shoulder. From now on, you are forever a member of the Tang clan. Meanwhile, near the toxic grounds, In the domain of blood hand Rakshasa. Tak Unyang. Footprints marked the earth. Suddenly, a voice called out, Patriarch. A bearded man stepped forward, presenting an old book. It was found deep inside the cave. Cholson took the book, flipping through the pages. These letters, written in blood. This is undoubtedly the secret manual of blood hand poison ancestor. Soryang was astonished. Written in blood? Cholson carefully stored the manual away and said, let's head back. Soryang hesitated, then asked, are we going to Sichuan? Cholson nodded. We have to, now that we've obtained the inner core of the blue-spotted centipedes and the secret manual. We must return. Remembering the creatures he had been raising, Soryang asked, can we stop by the Taoist temple for a bit? I want to release my little friends. Cholson considered it for a moment before nodding. All right, besides, I need to prepare your equipment as well. Cholson turned around and said, then let's set off. Soryang kept glancing back and suddenly noticed something. He pointed towards a cave and said, there's something there. The bearded man furrowed his brows and asked, what do you mean? Everyone gathered around and crouched down to take a closer look. The short-haired man asked, what is this? The group exclaimed in unison, this is a feather from the imperial phoenix. All eyes turned toward the feather, which emitted a faint purple glow. Cholson put on his gloves, picked up the feather, and examined it. Then, he opened a small box and placed the feather inside, saying, consider this a gift to celebrate your induction into the Tang clan. You seem quite fascinated by it. Soryang, filled with excitement, said, thank you, senior. No, patriarch. Cholson turned back, smiled, and said, everything is fine, but I don't particularly like that form of address. He added, let's wait until after the brotherhood ceremony. Then we'll adjust the way we address each other accordingly. Surprised, Soryang mumbled, a ceremony, similar to an initiation rite? At the same time, in Sichuan Tang, a soldier was injured and being supported by members of the Tang clan. One of them reported, Tai Thuong Patriarch, Tang Bo Sheng, the supreme patriarch, who had departed earlier, finally arrived. He urgently shouted, quickly, how is Hua Yin? A subordinate supporting Cholson replied, sir, she is still alive. Tang Bo Sheng ordered, hurry. Take me to Hua Yin. The doors to the room swung open, and Cholson appeared, calling out, Hua Yin. The people beside the bed quickly bowed and greeted. Tai Thuong Patriarch, Madam Tang, with a worried expression, called out, Father. Tang Bo Sheng responded, Daughter-in-law, I have brought the medicine. Cholson took out a pill and said, this is the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede. Madam Tang covered her mouth, trying to contain her emotions, and said, You actually succeeded? Everyone sat down, anxiously watching as Cholson prepared to administer the medicine to Hua Yin. Her face was pale, and she was struggling to breathe. Cholson looked at her with concern and called, Hua Yin, holding the pill. He muttered, that was close. Fortunately, I made it back in time. Madam Tang urged, Father, quickly, give her the medicine. Cholson carefully placed the pill into Hua Yin's mouth. A green aura slowly emerged from her body. He placed his fingers on her wrist to check her pulse, then channeled his internal energy. Watching her beloved daughter, Madam Tang murmured anxiously, please, wake up, Hua Yin. Soryang sat in the back, looking exhausted, and said, I've heard that the Central Plains is vast, but I never expected it to be this boundless. After traveling by boat from Hainan to Hangzhou and crossing Nanjing, their journey of 1.5 months finally came to an end as they arrived at Sichuan. Standing before the gates of the Tang clan, a man with a dotted beard smiled and said, this is Sichuan, young hero Tang. Soryang was astonished. This place. Before him stood the vast estate of the Tang clan. The man continued, this entire mountain belongs to the Sichuan Tang clan, which is why it is called Tang Clan Mountain. Soryang couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, loud voices echoed throughout the Tang clan. Patriarch, you have returned. Welcome back. He was startled, mumbling, all these people are from the Sichuan Tang clan? Behind the overwhelming crowd of men, a girl in a red outfit ran forward, her steps filled with anticipation. Cholson was shocked when he heard 2 words, father. The daughter he had cherished had finally awakened. She burst into tears and ran toward him. Soryang was immediately captivated by Hua Yin's beauty. Cholson, overjoyed, called out, Hua Yin, are you feeling better? She threw herself into his arms, sobbing, Father, I'm sorry. He held her and asked, are you all right? Is your body okay? Soryang stared at her, murmuring, My God, is this beauty even real? In my past life, I had worked with many celebrities, but this. He looked at his own reflection in the mirror and whispered. This is truly the first time I've seen someone radiate such brilliance. Choulson turned to him and said, I have someone to introduce to you. He then spoke with a proud smile. Soryang, this is my daughter, Tang Huayin. Soryang froze, his face stiff. Choulson continued, I remember you once mentioned something about the scent of grass? Huayin was puzzled. Grass? Choulson chuckled and patted her head. You mean wild grass, right? Huayin was startled and blushed. The two of them stared at each other in silence. Soryang recalled the words Choulson had said before. My daughter is one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains. He quickly protested. No, not that kind of wild grass. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he muttered. The unique flower of the Tang clan. Tang Huayin, the only woman of the clan. Since childhood, she had carried burdens no one could truly understand. Meanwhile, 2 elders were conversing. One of them remarked, her true talent remains to be seen. The other chuckled. Even so, isn't her beauty exceptional enough to be hailed as one of the 3 great beauties of the martial world? Tang Huayin hid behind a secluded corner, listening to the murmuring voices. One elder with a square jaw remarked, as long as there's a son-in-law in name, it'll be reasonable enough. Another added, I've told you, he should take more concubines. But I don't understand why the patriarch opposes it. Huayin endured these harsh words and muttered to herself. No, that's not it. Mother, father, you weren't wrong. Tang Huayin was determined to prove her worth to the elders of the clan. She sought to perfect the family's martial arts, proving that even without being a man, she could contribute greatly. However, there was an old saying, haste makes waste. In her impatience, she strayed from the right path. That impatience led to an inner demon, and that inner demon became an obstacle. She succumbed to her demons. After she regained consciousness thanks to the medicine and Choulson's help, everyone sat around her anxiously. Lady Tang, relieved, exclaimed, You've survived. Huayin, her voice trembling, asked, Mother, what should I do now? Tears streamed down her face. She sobbed uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Mother. She thought to herself, it's over. I once wanted to become someone useful to the clan. Looking at Choulson, she confessed, I've lost all my internal energy. The old man took her hand and said with a chuckle, You silly girl. Choulson smiled and asked, Are you feeling guilty for troubling your father and the Tang clan? Then he added, You've already reached the industrialized realm of the 100 poisons. The very state you longed for. Stop crying and be happy. Huayin blinked in confusion. 100 poisons? She raised her hand and saw a faint green glow radiating from it. The energy was so intense that she was stunned. Turning to her grandfather, she asked, Grandfather, this is... The old man looked at her and said, Huayin, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Choulson beamed. Not only did it save your life, but it also helped you achieve the celestial poison inner power, surpassing even the 100 poisons realm. Huayin, still puzzled, asked, A mysterious young hero? Everyone laughed teasingly, while Soryang turned red with embarrassment. He muttered under his breath, Damn it, I got so caught up in admiring the 10 great deadly poisons that I actually dared to call the young lady of a great clan, wild grass. Choulson smirked proudly from behind. Watching Soryang's discomfort, Soryang sighed inwardly. Past me, reflect on your mistakes. With an awkward laugh, he said, Patriarch, you really have a way with jokes. Then, standing straight, he introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you. Young lady, I am Wei Soryang. Soryang heard that she had been sick before, but now seeing her in such good health was truly a relief. Huayin hesitated for a moment before responding. That's right, then cheerfully introduced herself. I am called the poisonous flower. Tang Huayin, thank you so much for saving my life. Young warrior. Her introduction captivated Soryang, making him mumble in admiration. She's beautiful. Choulson spoke up, bringing him back to reality. What do you think? Startled, Soryang stammered. What? A voice echoed in his head. It was a transmitted message. Choulson continued speaking through sound transmission. Even weeds can be beautiful. Don't you think? The red spider lily. Do you want to pick one? Hearing those words, Soryang blushed. The scene shifted to the bathhouse, where he was soaking in the hot water. Completely relaxed, the little blue-spotted centipedes were sleeping soundly in a basin. Enjoying the warmth, Soryang murmured, This feels amazing. When he turned his head, He noticed one of the centipedes had woken up. Muttering to himself, he said, "You usually cling to me all day. Hot water isn't good for your body. Do you want to go into the tub for a while?" As soon as he finished speaking, the centipede crawled into the tub as if it understood his words. Looking at the little creatures, Soryang found it strange. It really feels like they understand a part of what I'm saying. According to Cholson, they seemed to react to killing intent. Soryang chuckled as he saw them staring at him. "If you keep staring at my bare body like that, it'll make me embarrassed." Suddenly, the centipedes panicked and hid in the tub. Laughing, he muttered, "These little guys." Turning around, he recalled something. Old Gu Pei once said that the blue-spotted centipedes are spirit creatures. I should look into what exactly that means. Then, a thought struck him. He remembered Cholson's words about the red spider lily. "Do you want to pick one?" The words kept replaying in his mind, making it impossible for him to stay calm. "I need to leave this place as soon as possible." Meanwhile, at the Tang clan, people were gathered in a room, seemingly discussing something important. Cholson picked up his teacup and said, "So I'm going to give the East Wing room to the young warrior." The room reflected traditional Chinese culture and architecture. The East Wing was one of the bedrooms typically reserved for a couple in a traditional Chinese residence. Cholson Yi questioned, "You mean the young warrior is that talented?" The elder replied, "Yes, I thought we met by chance. But his help wasn't my lucky encounter, he was." Cholson continued, remarking that this person's knowledge of poisons was truly extraordinary. Not to mention, they had even managed to kill Tak Unyang and had encountered a legendary creature like bird as well. Lady Tang and Hua Yin were astonished. And Cholson added, "I heard that the young hero even personally incubated the blue-spotted centipede." He then laughed and said, "I can't believe I overlooked such a treasure." Cholson's father confirmed, "That's right," and then called out to Hua Yin. Startled and confused, she listened as Cholson continued, "I wish to take this young hero as my son-in-law. What do you think?" Hua Yin, taken aback, questioned, "You mean you want him to be your son-in-law?" The realization hit her, and she exclaimed, "If he's to be my husband." Her sudden outburst made Lady Tang look at her with concern. Lowering her head, Hua Yin fell silent, waiting for a response. Muttering to herself, she thought, "I have surpassed the white poison and stepped into the realm of heavenly poison. I want to prove that I can contribute even more to my clan." She then spoke firmly, "I am also a member of the Tang clan. I understand father's intentions in saying this." Hua Yin suddenly slammed her hand on the table and raised her voice. However, with tears welling in her eyes, she continued, "But, is this young hero truly worthy of me? I must find out for myself." With that, she abruptly ran out. The people remaining in the room exchanged worried glances. Cholson, sensing something unsettling, murmured, "Be careful, young hero." Watching his daughter leave, he sighed, "No matter how beautiful the red spider lily is, it still carries sharp thorns." Meanwhile, Hua Yin ran while murmuring to herself, "Now, I can finally aim for the heavenly poison body. If I stop here, I will never gain recognition from the elders of my clan. I must thoroughly test not just his abilities, but his character as well." After soaking in the bath, Soryang sat outside, enjoying the breeze. He sighed and wondered, "Did I somehow make a bad impression on the noble lady of the great clan?" The small blue-spotted centipedes on his chest did not understand his concerns. Soryang absent-mindedly stroked the centipedes and muttered, "What should I do, little ones?" Suddenly, Hua Yin appeared from behind and called out, "Young hero." Startled, Soryang let out a yelp. She was panting from running, catching her breath as she spoke. Perplexed, Soryang asked, "Huh, Lady Hua Yin?" She quickly responded, "Forgive my rudeness, but I am in a hurry." Then, looking at his confused face, she asked, "May I borrow your hand for a moment?" Soryang extended his hand and said, "Yes, my lady." However, as a sudden thought crossed his mind, his face turned red, and he hesitated. About that?" Feeling flustered, he stammered, "I don't know what you need. But, shouldn't things like this wait until we are more familiar with each other? Wouldn't that be better? I mean, there are customs to follow." After all, Hua Yin frowned in confusion. What are you trying to say, young hero?" Then, as if realizing something, her face turned bright red. Embarrassed, she shouted, "No, it's not like that. What are you even talking about?" Seeing her reaction, Soryang mumbled in defeat, "That's not it." The setting sun painted a romantic scene. But these two were anything but in sync. Hua Yin sighed and clarified, You're misunderstanding. I just wanted to check your pulse. Maybe because I suddenly asked for your hand. You got the wrong idea. Soryang let out an awkward laugh, feeling both relieved and disappointed. I see, so that's what it was. My mistake. Hua Yin sat down beside him and said, First of all, I owe you an apology. I appeared too suddenly and acted rudely. She then turned to look at him. You seem quite young, not even fully grown into adulthood. Yet you think quite deeply. So, I will explain what is happening. Soryang blinked. Ah, all right. As he listened to Hua Yin's explanation, everything he heard sounded like the plot of a classic historical drama. As the sole direct descendant of her lineage, she had been constantly targeted by the schemes of branch families. To ensure the clan's survival, the elders had decided to select a capable husband for her. Resting his chin on his hand, Soryang muttered, So, they're even considering how my presence in the family would shift their power dynamics. Hua Yin continued, That's why I wanted to apologize beforehand. However, there is something I need to confirm with you. Scratching her head, she added, Even if things don't go the way they want, I have no intention of treating you poorly. You are my benefactor. After all, of course, we will treat you as an honored guest. Then, as if reconsidering, she suggested, Or, how about sworn siblings? She was caught off guard when Soryang suddenly reached out his hand toward her. With a grin, he said, I understand what you're trying to say now. If you want to confess something, just go ahead and say it freely. Hua Yin silently looked at him before taking Soryang's wrist to check his pulse. All right, let's begin, she said. A surge of energy radiated around her, leaving him astonished. Hua Yin explained, The martial arts of the Tang clan are not something just anyone can comprehend. Some individuals can absorb poisons into their bodies and master the deadly techniques of the Tang clan. She continued, However, for others, it is completely impossible. The techniques are based on the principles of the Tower of 10,000 Poisons. The Heavenly Poison, the 100 Poisons, the 10 Poisons, and the 5 Poison Treasures. That's why mastering these deadly arts requires one to gradually adapt to various toxins. As their internal energy grows, they must accept all poisons to reach true mastery. After checking Soryang's pulse, Hua Yin said, Fortunately, your body is capable of learning these techniques. But then, she turned to him and added, However, you only have the 10 poison body. This meant that his body could withstand only 10 types of poisons. For someone who wasn't born into the Tang clan, possessing the 10 poison body was already an impressive feat. Yet, Soryang was stunned by her words. Hua Yin stood up and remarked, To be honest, in terms of overall strength, you can only be considered a first-rank martial artist. That is the highest level that someone without natural talent can ever reach. She turned around, bowed slightly, and said, Forgive me, I shall take my leave now. Soryang stood up and responded, Take care. His face was clouded with sorrow as he watched her depart. And Hua Yin herself didn't seem happy either. He mumbled to himself, I have the 10 poison body. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Does this mean I can't surpass my limits? He exclaimed in disbelief. For Fagni, this was a serious problem. Meanwhile, Hua Yin stepped out of the bath, her slender legs emerging gracefully. Wrapping a cloth around herself, she let out a sigh. Glancing at her body, she muttered, Ever since I absorbed the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede, why does my body keep emitting this strange fragrance? I even bathe multiple times a day, yet it won't go away. After getting dressed, she pondered, Is this punishment for speaking so ungratefully to my benefactor? The scene shifted to the bedroom, where Soryang was fast asleep. He seemed to be dreaming. And suddenly, he found himself in a mysterious place filled with cherry blossom trees. A voice, filled with sorrow, reached his ears. I am truly grateful for your boundless kindness. The voice said, Miss Hua Yin thanks you deeply. My great benefactor. Mumbling, Soryang asked himself, Am I dreaming? A girl's voice answered, No, it may feel like a dream to you, but it isn't. Blue-spotted centipede knelt on the ground and spoke. I have merely borrowed the appearance of this young girl, the very one who swallowed my inner core. I did this to avoid startling you. I am the mother of these children, the blue-spotted centipede. Soryang was confused. Huh? Blue-spotted centipede? Looking down, he saw several adorable children in human form standing at his feet. Alarmed, he exclaimed, You scared me. When did you all get here? As he observed them closely, he murmured, Are these her children? They're all girls? Lowering himself onto one knee, he asked, But why are you appearing in my dream? The woman hesitated before responding. I was brutally killed, leaving my children behind. My grudge reaches the heavens, and my soul remains within my inner core. She clenched her fists in anger. While I was trapped inside the body of the girl who absorbed my core, I uttered a curse. But now, the chance to fulfill my vengeance has come, allowing me to appear in your dream. Blue-spotted centipede then spoke gratefully. It's all thanks to you that my children were able to follow along. My benefactor. After hearing her explanation, Soryang nodded. I see, he murmured. But his expression darkened with guilt. In the end, I was the one who revealed her location to others. He thought. With a troubled face, he admitted, I didn't mean to, but no matter what, I played a part in her death. Noticing his conflicted expression, blue-spotted centipede softened her gaze. My benefactor, if it's not too much trouble, may I ask you to fulfill one wish for me? Soryang, holding a sleeping child in his arms, replied with determination. Of course, I will grant whatever wish you have. She gently stroked her child's head and said, Can you take care of my children until they grow up? Confused, Soryang asked, But aren't centipedes able to live independently after molting twice from their mother's body? Blue-spotted centipede explained, That may be true for lesser creatures. But we are different. She comforted her children as she continued. Before my kind undergoes 2 molts, they are highly dependent on the life energy of their mother. Only after that can they continue to grow by absorbing the vital essence of other living beings. Soryang hesitated. Wait a minute, since Miss Hua Yin has already absorbed the inner core, does that mean they have to stay close to her? Blue-spotted centipede's expression turned serious. You need to understand our situation. My benefactor. She then asked. Earlier, I mentioned that I cursed that girl. Didn't I? Soryang broke out in a cold sweat and nodded. Yes, that's right. She continued. Because of my inner core, that girl's body is now emitting a foul odor. Shocked, Soryang exclaimed. A foul odor? His face twisted in disbelief. Blue-spotted centipede's gaze darkened as she declared. I will not allow any man to approach her, and she will never be able to bear children. Terrified, Soryang muttered. Good heavens, she added. If you want to lift the curse, let my children absorb the vital energy from my inner core, and in doing so, you might also seize the opportunity to win her heart. Soryang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a moment, he smiled slightly and said, That doesn't sit right with me. I don't want to take advantage of Miss Hua Yin's predicament. Blue-spotted centipede looked at him with admiration. You truly are a respectable man, my benefactor. Then she asked, But if that's the case, how do you plan to overcome this challenge? She continued. It seems that girl is searching for a man of great strength. Blue-spotted centipede sighed. As for me, I can't give you the inner cores of the 10 great poison assassins. My inner core has already been absorbed into that girl's body. Soryang murmured. Huh? The 10 great poison assassins? Then, suddenly, his face lit up. I have an idea. Can you trust me? Suspicious, she asked. What do you mean? Soryang gently patted the head of one of the little centipede children and said confidently. Just leave it to me. I think this plan will work. The next day, after Soryang explained everything to her, Hua Yin sighed. So that's why the scent coming from my body is because of the blue-spotted centipede's inner core? Soryang nodded. Exactly. If you let her children stay near you every few days and allow them to absorb the energy from the inner core, the scent will naturally disappear. Hua Yin blushed slightly and hesitated before speaking. I feel a bit embarrassed asking this. But you told me about this without asking for anything in return. Are you sure about that? You could ask for some form of compensation. Soryang smiled and said, Well, I can't bring myself to take advantage of a woman's difficult situation. I don't want to be someone so shameless. Hua Yin was surprised by his answer and lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment. Then, she said seriously, All right, in that case, I can't just keep accepting your kindness without giving anything in return. I will seriously consider my father's words. She looked at Soryang and continued. Seeing you like this made me realize that there are things more important than talent or martial arts. Soryang scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, Well, I just said that, but to be honest, I've been thinking about this a little. Curious, Hua Yin asked. Thinking about what? He smiled sheepishly and said, I have the 10 poison body and can absorb 10 types of poison. Right? Hua Yin sighed and confirmed. Yes, that's true. Soryang looked at the little ones nearby and said, That's why I have an idea. If I can only absorb 10 types of poison, He suddenly grinned and asked, "Then, can I absorb the 10 poisons of the 10 deadly poisons of the Central Plains?" Hua Yin was taken aback. Using the 10 poisons of the 10 deadly poisons? She blushed and mumbled to herself. So, he wants to become the strongest in this world for my sake? Flustered, Hua Yin thought, how could this be? For Tang Hua Yin, one of the most admired beauties in the Lin martial sect, this was the first time a man had made such a bold confession to her. The sky was overcast, but rays of sunlight still pierced through the thick clouds, casting light onto the pavilion. Outside, 2 people sat on the steps, engaged in a conversation. Hua Yin looked confused as she gazed at Soryang. Do you even know what you're saying, young hero? He met her gaze, fell silent for a moment, then scratched his head and let out a big, foolish laugh. I don't know. She was speechless. Turning away, she sat upright and placed her hands on her chest. With a thoughtful expression, she said, that path will be extremely arduous and difficult. It could take 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime to pursue. Soryang, sitting beside her, was dumbfounded. He hesitated and thought to himself, is this really such a serious matter? Then, as if realizing something, his face turned red with embarrassment. Covering his face with both hands, Hua Yin let out a small, flustered sound. She rubbed her cheeks to cool down, then took a deep breath to regain her composure. With a meaningful tone, she said, all right, young hero, I heard you're only 15 years old. In 3 more years, you'll come of age and be eligible to hold a wedding ceremony. You sat there in a daze, listening to Hua Yin talk about the future in the shy, delicate tone of a young girl. If you can successfully subdue even one of the 10 deadly poisons within these 3 years, you might earn absolute trust from everyone. That means if you succeed, your chances of achieving your goal will be very high. She tapped her index fingers together, her face turning red with embarrassment. Then, stammering, she brought up the topic of marriage. What I mean is, suddenly, as if unable to handle the moment, Hua Yin sprang to her feet and shouted loudly, no matter what, I will fully support you. Her sudden outburst startled Soryang, making him instinctively scoot away in fear. Without looking back, she bolted away, leaving behind only a hurried farewell. All right, I'm leaving now. Still sitting there in confusion, Soryang could only utter a single word. Huh? Then, snapping out of his daze, he quickly called after her retreating figure. Miss Hua Yin, you're still leaning forward too much. Hearing his voice, she turned back in surprise and asked, could it be that you still have something left to say? On the other side, Soryang smiled innocently, patted the seat beside him, and seemed to glow with an aura as radiant as the Buddhas of the 10 directions. He spoke casually, it's about the treatment, even if it's just for an extra hour. Please stay a little longer before leaving. His words left Hua Yin completely frozen on the spot, her body stiffening as if she were cracking into pieces. Finally, she let out a helpless scream at his sheer obliviousness. Flustered and humiliated, she clenched her fists and took slow, rigid steps back to her seat, her face burning as if it would burst into flames. Meanwhile, Soryang, mistaking her reaction for fear of the tiny insects on him, quickly reassured her, don't worry, my little ones absolutely won't bite anyone. He then turned to the small creatures in his hands and spoke to them. Come on, my little darlings. The tiny creatures wiggled in response, as if acknowledging his words. Soryang then translated their message aloud, causing Hua Yin to jump in shock. Not listening to father and going to talk to mother instead? More than anything, his tone carried pure joy and excitement. Hua Yin's face turned crimson as she repeated the key words in disbelief. Father? Mother? Hearing that, Soryang panicked and hurriedly tried to deny it, his voice rising in desperation. No, that's not what I meant. It's not like that at all. In the study, 3 parents sat across from each other, their expressions serious as they discussed the matter at hand. It seems that despite the young hero's remarkable abilities, he still hasn't managed to move our daughter's heart. One of them commented. Choulson's tone was firm as he asked Lady Tang, did you notice anything this morning? It looked like there was something suspicious between the 2 of them. Lady Tang took a sip of tea before replying. It seems the young hero was rejected by Miss Hua Yin. Hearing this, the old patriarch fell into deep thought. Stroking his silver beard, he spoke in a calm voice. I see. On the other side, Choulson remained silent for a long time before coughing lightly to clear his throat. Forcing a marriage wouldn't be appropriate. It would be better if their feelings naturally developed over time. Lady Tang's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. Turning to her husband, she suggested, why not assign Hua Yin to guide the young hero in martial arts? If they meet regularly, feelings may naturally arise. Choulson's eyes gleamed as he nodded. That's not a bad idea at all. The Tang patriarch also agreed with a nod. Then, I will ask Master Yi to see if we can obtain the elder healer sage's favor. If there's a chance, we might be able to bring them closer together. Choulson, however, hesitated and voiced his concern. But Hua Yin has never been particularly interested in such matters. Expecting too much from this may not be wise. The old patriarch crossed his arms, let out a cold snort, and closed his eyes indifferently. Let's just give it a try. Choulson could only sigh and reluctantly agree. I suppose we have no choice but to see how it goes. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Father, your daughter, Hua Yin, seeks an audience. The sudden call startled all three inside, causing them to murmur her name in unison. What is she doing here at this hour? Choulson quickly composed himself before responding. Enter. Without hesitation, Hua Yin pushed open the door. However, seeing the three elders sitting so seriously, she suddenly felt overwhelmed, choking on her own saliva. She leaned back slightly, stammering, "Oh, so everyone's here together?" The three parents simply stared at her, waiting for her to explain. Realizing she needed to compose herself, Hua Yin straightened her posture, clasped her hands together, and spoke respectfully. I have come because there is something I wish to say. Something you wish to say? Choulson asked, startled, thinking about what she was about to declare. Her face turned bright red, and her throat tightened. She hesitated, stumbling over her words. I will follow father's instructions. Clenching her fists to gather courage, she finally blurted it all out in one breath. The old patriarch let out a surprised, "Oh," his face stiffening as he struggled to process the words. After a brief pause, Choulson hesitantly asked, "The words I said, what exactly do you mean?" Lady Tang, delighted, pulled her daughter close and waited eagerly. However, Hua Yin kept stammering, unable to complete her sentence. Growing impatient, Lady Tang added, "Could it be that young hero Soryong has caught your eye?" Hua Yin froze, her face going completely blank before quickly shifting into shades of red. Much like a chameleon changing colors. She had only just started calming down. But now, under the joyful gazes of her parents, her face burned up again. Oh my, why so sudden? You clearly said before that you weren't interested. Her father's bluntness left Hua Yin at a complete loss for words. She tapped her index fingers together, fidgeting as her emotions wavered. After a long silence, she finally found the courage to speak. Young hero Soryong, for my sake, he vowed to become the strongest in the world. Her words sent a wave of excitement through her parents. He said what? The strongest in the world? The old patriarch stroked his short beard. Intrigued, tell me more about that. Since her father insisted, Hua Yin had no choice but to explain honestly. What I mean is, even though his innate talent is merely the 10 poison body. For my sake, he swore to subdue all 10 types of deadly poisons and become the ultimate master of them. He made that promise to me. The Tang patriarch burst into hearty laughter. His words carried a teasing tone but were also full of pride. What, the 10 deadly poisons? That boy is truly reckless. He has no idea how vast the heavens and earth are. Lady Tang joined in, playfully adding, oh dear, is there really someone like that in this world? Hua Yin's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp from all the teasing. After a moment, she managed to compose herself and firmly stated, I have agreed in my heart. However, before young hero Soryong fully matures, if he can successfully subdue even one of the 10 deadly poisons, then the marriage will be approved. Do you all understand my conditions? She glanced at the 3 elders to make sure they grasped her meaning. The parents exchanged glances before nodding in agreement, their smiles wide with amusement. Only a few poisons? If he can't even do that, then how can he be worthy of my daughter? Lady Tang also chimed in. But you men really aren't very perceptive. Are you? Hearing her mother's words, she understood a little and asked, should I clarify it again? Gently stroking her beloved daughter's head, the woman explained, no, young hero, haven't you realized yet? This matter has already been approved. Shouldn't you try a little harder for her? The Lord also spoke cheerfully. For now, just treat him as a son-in-law. It seems we should act as if we know nothing about this. If we continue like this, before long, he will naturally become part of our family. At that moment, they finally appeared satisfied. Meanwhile, elsewhere, A pair of hands excitedly grabbed Soryang's, exclaiming, "How admirable! Benefactor, haven't you completely won her heart?" The enthusiastic praise made him feel a bit embarrassed. Scratching his head, he forced a smile and said, "Well, it was just courage and determination." A face identical to Hua Yin's smiled at him, the only difference being the green diamond-shaped gem on its forehead. After a moment of silence, it spoke, "Benefactor, today might be the last time. The resentment has been resolved, so my soul will soon be freed." Holding onto the three little children playfully hopping around Soryang, it continued, "I understand. Stand still and let the wind carry your hair." Then, it asked, "Is there anything we can do for you? If so, we will do whatever we can." Raising a hand to his mouth in thought, Soryang replied, "If it's not too much trouble, could I take a look at your body for a moment?" With a loud snap of the fingers, Soryang made his request. The being blushed, clutching its robe tightly, thinking to itself, as expected, Benefactor is truly a manly man. On the surface, it hesitated for a while before finally agreeing. "All right," it murmured before slowly pulling down its robe. Lost in thought, "It seems Benefactor is weak to beauty." Seeing this, Soryang's face darkened, and he hurriedly stopped it in panic. "Wait, do you really have to take it off?" This time, it was the being's turn to be flustered, confusion filling its mind. "Huh?" Meanwhile, the children instinctively covered their eyes as they listened to the two speak. "I won't undress if that makes you feel more comfortable," it offered. Soryang immediately shouted in protest. "No, that's not what I meant," he quickly clarified. "I just wanted to see the form of the blue-spotted centipede." To avoid further misunderstanding, he stated his request directly, though the being still looked puzzled. Finally understanding what Soryang meant, it hesitated before replying, "If that's the case, then..." A second later, the bustling marketplace scene transformed. Soryang's excited shout echoed everywhere as the entire being underwent a spectacular transformation, from a beautiful girl into a colossal blue-spotted centipede. However, it still spoke in a coquettish tone. "Is this better for you, Benefactor?" Letting out a weary sigh, Soryang's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Oh, it's real. It's truly gigantic," he eagerly asked. "Can I touch it a little?" Yet, before receiving a response, his hands were already all over it. The blue-spotted centipede was at a loss for words. "You're already touching it." Having felt it once, Soryang grew even greedier, making all sorts of requests. "Can I keep a little part of it? Wow, it's so huge. How do the joints even support its weight?" As if proving a point, when the front legs moved forward, the section behind them lit up brightly. "Right?" he asked excitedly. Hearing that, the centipede shyly wiggled its short front legs, letting out a small "ah" in response. Seeing this adorable gesture, Soryang became even more thrilled. "Can I touch your legs too?" The same question left the centipede speechless for the second time. "You already did." Now fully immersed in his curiosity, Soryang fired off question after question. "How strong is your venom? Do you see with eyes or sense with your antennae?" Meanwhile, the three little children still had their eyes covered, not out of embarrassment, but because they simply couldn't bear to watch this bizarre scene. The centipede answered vaguely, "Of course," before suddenly letting out a startled cry, its gaze locking onto Soryang's firm grip on its sharp claws. He tightened his hold and asked in a probing tone, "Then, can I touch your venomous fangs just once?" That question made the centipede freeze. "Huh?" it hesitantly warned. "That might be a bit dangerous." Hearing this, Soryang immediately switched to a sweet, pleading voice, "But you promised to grant all my requests." The blue-spotted centipede bashfully shook its head. "Benefactor, what are you even saying?" Meanwhile, it silently questioned itself, "Are my daughters truly going to be okay?" Just then, Soryang's hand reached its face, eyes filled with longing. "Ah, this blue-spotted carapace glistens so beautifully." The centipede could only think, "Everything about this is utterly ridiculous." At that moment, Tang Cholson clasped his hands under his chin, his expression growing gentle as he spoke. "That's right, young hero. No, Soryang, I've already heard the story from Hua Yin. From now on, you are my son." His deep, steady voice carried undeniable weight, making Soryang snap his head toward the young girl beside him in shock. She, too, had heard her father's words, and with a small, gentle smile, she nodded in silent agreement. Soryang knew that she wouldn't help him, so he hesitated, trying to explain, "But there are still 3 years of trials left." Before he could finish, the elder interrupted, giving him no chance to refuse. The wedding will be held once you come of age. That is only natural. Hearing this, Soryang waved his hands in protest. No, that's not what I meant. Lady Tang, who had been sitting beside them, gently cupped her well-maintained face with one hand and quickly chimed in with a bright smile. Oh my, a son-in-law. Soryang, welcome once again. I am now your mother-in-law. Even the Tang patriarch joined in on the excitement. Though his hair and beard were completely white, his eyes shone with delight, and his aged face was filled with joy. Now that Hua Yin has found her match, our Tang clan will surely be blessed with good fortune from here on. Seeing how everyone in the Tang family wholeheartedly supported this marriage, Soryang didn't know what to say. He glanced at Hua Yin and softly called, Hua Yin. She didn't respond, but a faint smile appeared on her delicate face. For a moment, he thought he was seeing things. But when he looked again, her expression had already returned to its usual cold indifference. This startled him. What is going on? She was the one who set conditions for this marriage, so why does it feel like she has already accepted it? Uncertain of the situation, he decided to follow her lead for now. With that thought, Soryang quickly composed himself, scratched his head awkwardly, and smiled. I'll be in your care. He had expected the atmosphere to grow more awkward after that, or at the very least, for him to be the only one feeling embarrassed. But instead, the Tang patriarch and his son paid him no mind at all. The two elder men simply beamed with joy and immediately got down to business. Well then, let's begin. Watching the two seniors eagerly discuss plans, Soryang could only stare in confusion, a giant question mark forming in his mind. After some time spent in deep discussion with his father, Choulson turned to Soryang and said, Before you learn the Tang clan's poison arts, there is something I want to show you. Soryang looked at him in surprise. Huh? What is it? Soryang's adorable reaction didn't go unnoticed by the two elders, who exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Choulson, speaking on behalf of the patriarch, looked at him with a serious yet respectful expression. The 10,000 Poisons Hall, I assure you. You will love it. The four members of the Tang clan lined up in a row, allowing Soryang to walk behind them as they followed the elderly patriarch forward. As he curiously observed the scenery beyond the rear courtyard, Choulson spoke up. We have all been waiting for this moment. He smiled at Soryang and continued. The moment you officially step into the 10,000 Poisons Hall as a member of the Tang family. This is our clan's tradition, to come here together as a family. Soryang, feeling a rush of excitement, eagerly responded, I've been looking forward to this too. Grandfather. As soon as he finished speaking, his breathing became heavier, and his face flushed with anticipation. I'm finally going to see the legendary 10,000 Poisons Hall. He imagined it to be a grand vault filled with countless rare and deadly poisons. However, before he could entertain more thoughts, something unexpected caught his eye. Turning to the side, he was stunned to see Hua Yin bathed in the morning sunlight, her elegant figure on full display. Unreserved and breathtakingly beautiful, her curves were flawless, her presence radiant, with her noble lineage and extraordinary grace. She seemed like a masterpiece brought to life. For a moment, Soryang was utterly dazed. Oh my god, his mind went blank, and his cheeks burned red. She's stunning even from the side, like a perfect painting. Unbeknownst to him, Hua Yin's parents had been quietly observing his every reaction. Unlike the strict demeanor of many other Asian parents, they didn't seem displeased at all. Instead, they chuckled softly, clearly amused by their future son-in-law's admiration for their daughter. Choulson suddenly spoke up, teasing him. Young man, if you keep staring like that, my daughter might get shy. Then, with a playful smirk, he added, You're already part of our family. Why are you still acting so flustered? The Tang patriarch nodded in agreement. It seems our son-in-law has completely fallen for Hua Yin. Hua Yin, who had noticed his lingering gaze, casually reminded him, Soryang, you should watch where you're walking. Snapping out of his daze, Soryang's face turned even redder. Embarrassed, he quickly replied, Why yes, of course. A short while later, they arrived in front of a chamber built into the mountainside. Outside, 3 burly guards stood watch. As they approached, Soryang got a closer look at them. One was bald, another had a thick beard, and both had impressively chiseled muscles. Their expressions were stern and disciplined as they stood before the entrance. Suddenly, a martial artist stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. With a solemn tone, he greeted them. You have arrived, Grand Patriarch. Choulson quickly spoke up in response. I want to show my grandson-in-law the 10,000 Poisons Hall. Open the gate. The three men immediately received the order and clasped their hands together in acknowledgement. As for Soryang, from the moment he arrived, he had been paying close attention to everything around him. He was surprised, thinking that the security here was extremely tight, even by medieval standards. As soon as the order was given, the only man wearing a robe in the area shouted to the bald man and the bearded man, "Open the gate." The two of them, upon hearing the command, immediately used their muscular strength to push open the massive gate. It took nearly all of their power to move the heavy doors. The man who had just shouted curiously asked, "Why are we opening the gate so early today?" Soryang, watching the two men exert every ounce of their strength just to open a single gate, was left speechless. It's just a door. Do they really need to make such exaggerated expressions? Once both gates were fully opened, the bald man and the bearded man were already exhausted. They slumped down on either side, panting heavily, drenched in sweat as if all their energy had been drained. Seeing that everything was in order, the gatekeeper turned around and gestured for everyone to enter. Choulson quickly signaled to Soryang, saying, "Shall we go in?" As they stepped inside, Choulson explained, "This is an iron gate made from the southern barbarians' Kanwu steel. Being allowed to open this gate is considered a great honor." Soryang, still amazed, replied, "Is that so?" Once they were all inside, Choulson smiled and said, "We've arrived." Soryang gaped in astonishment at everything around him. Choulson continued, "This is the treasure trove that contains all the poisons of the Tang clan in Sichuan." He then introduced the place once more to his grandson-in-law. "This is the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Within the 10,000 Poisons Palace. Be careful not to touch anything." Curious, Soryang responded, "I understand. So this is the Hall of 10,000 Poisons? Are the poisons stored in jars and medicine pouches?" Choulson quickly answered, "That's right. Here, we have all kinds of poisons, such as paralysis poison and sleeping poison." As he finished speaking, he cleverly took the opportunity to push Soryang toward Huayin, saying, "Huayin, why don't you explain everything to Soryang? I'm sure my son-in-law would appreciate that more." Lady Tang, standing nearby, immediately understood his intention and supported the idea. "Oh my, that's right." Huayin, though slightly flustered, did not show any sign of opposition to their suggestion. With a flushed face, she softly replied, "Yes, father." After saying that, Huayin pulled Soryang along for a tour around the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. She said, "Come, I'll show you the most potent poisons of the Tang clan, starting with Lesser Golden Death." As she continued explaining, her face gradually turned red with embarrassment. "This is a dispersal poison," she said, "a type that martial artists must be especially wary of. If inhaled, you won't be able to use your internal energy. So be careful." Then there's soul-destroying poison, blood-melting poison, and 7-step soul-severing poison. Seeing their daughter naming so many of the Tang clan's deadliest poisons, her parents and Choulson exchanged smiles. They whispered to each other, "Aren't they adorable?" Indeed. Meanwhile, Huayin's expression suddenly turned serious. "These are all strong poisons," she said, "but the deadliest poison of the Tang clan is another kind entirely." With that, she placed a tiny bean into Soryang's hand and said, "Take this." At first, Soryang was puzzled and asked, "What is this?" Looking at the small bean in his palm, he thought it resembled a hyacinth bean. Huayin explained, "Setting aside the poisons of the 10 great venomous creatures, this is the deadliest poison known today." She continued, "It is the signature toxin of the Tang clan, castor bean." Soryang was initially confused but then suddenly realized something. Castor bean. This is ricin. His mind raced. Ricin is a potent toxin. Just 2 milligrams are enough to kill an adult. It's infamous for the Cold War assassination of a Bulgarian dissident using a poisoned umbrella. Shocked, he gasped, "It's 100,000 times deadlier than cyanide?" Huayin smiled and calmly explained, "This is the closest poison to our clan's ultimate goal: colorless, odorless, and invisible. That's why it is called the golden poison, the most precious of all toxins." She added, "And the act of killing with it is called golden execution." As she spoke, Soryang suddenly felt an intense aura radiating from her, as if flames were flickering around her. At the same time, he heard her say in a low voice, "Remember this, Soryang, the deadliest poison is not the one that causes the most pain or horror. It is the one that kills silently and inevitably. The poison arts of the Sichuan Tang clan are designed to be silent and certain. In that moment, countless images of his family flashed through Soryang's mind. If they were to exist in his future. Then, only now did he truly realize and silently confirm. This is a family of assassins. Just as his thoughts deepened, a voice interrupted their conversation. That's enough, came Cholzon's voice from afar. Now, let's go see the creatures Soryang has been looking forward to. Soryang immediately perked up. Did you say creatures? The old man gave him a meaningful look and said, if you like them, you can even manage them. What do you think? The clan will provide you with everything you need. Soryang was so excited that he stammered. Really? You'd support my interests? Cholzon then turned to everyone and suggested, shall we go now? But before he could finish his sentence, an urgent message arrived from afar. Patriarch, there's an emergency report. Gu Pei came running, panting heavily. Before finally reaching them, seeing his anxious state, Cholzon immediately asked with concern, what's the matter, Gu Pei? After catching his breath, Gu Pei quickly relayed, you need to go to Hyeonmu immediately. Cholzon's expression darkened. Hyeonmu? Why there? Gu Pei hastily explained. The clan elders. Before he could finish, Cholzon's face twisted with fury. What, those old geezers again? Soryang silently recalled what he had learned about the elders of the clan. Are they the ones from the branch families that she mentioned? At that moment, one of the senior aides raised his hand and quickly stated, there are two matters. First, the medicine we sent to the Lord of Sichuan had no effect. And he has sent a letter of complaint. The second matter. Gu Pei hesitated, his gaze shifting towards Soryang with an uneasy expression. Realizing what he was implying, Soryang sighed and took a deep breath. Then, unexpectedly, Gu Pei spoke plainly. It's about the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Cholzon, however, didn't seem too surprised. Instead, he scoffed. News travels fast. With that, he turned towards Soryang and motioned. Let's go. You're coming with me, grandson-in-law. After traveling for some time, they finally arrived at Hyeonmu. The place was packed with elderly figures, all fervently discussing something among themselves. As soon as they arrived, one of the elders suddenly shouted Cholzon's name. Before any formal greetings could be exchanged, the elders immediately launched into a furious tirade. How dare you make such an important decision on your own? That's right, how could you marry off Hua Yin, our precious granddaughter, to an orphan with no known background? Hearing this, Cholzon gritted his teeth and retorted, orphan? No background? His anger surged, and in front of everyone, he declared, are you insulting my son-in-law? The elders, sensing the shift in his tone, quickly tried to backtrack. No, that's not what we meant. It's the truth. Cholzon stepped closer and asked in a cold voice. I made the decision. Do you have a problem with that? One of the older elders hesitated, his words faltering in the presence of the Supreme Patriarch. Standing off to the side, Soryang had been listening to the harsh accusations. His expression darkened. Grand Patriarch, he finally spoke. I thought we had already come to an agreement. Seeing that Soryang was no longer smiling, Hua Yin gently apologized, feeling guilty for the situation. Even Soryang himself sighed in frustration. I've made her worry again, he thought. While the elders continued their heated discussion, Soryang suddenly spoke up, cutting through their bickering. I apologize for interrupting, but if this situation is caused by my so-called lack of ability, he said seriously, then what if I prove myself? Then, with a confident pat on his shoulder, he boldly declared, if I demonstrate my capability, will the elders acknowledge me? The elderly men were momentarily stunned. One of them blinked in confusion and asked, what, are you serious? With unwavering confidence, Soryang made his proclamation. For example, solving the city lord of Sichuan's urgent dilemma. Hua Yin and Lady Tang, standing beside him, were alarmed. Their faces turned pale as they anxiously scolded him. What are you thinking, Soryang? Hua Yin asked, panic in her voice. I don't care about fame, Soryang declared, but if anyone dares to interfere with my peaceful life with my pets, I won't let it slide. A commotion erupted in the large courtyard as the gathered elders reacted to Soryang's audacity. The senior elders scowled. How dare you speak out like this? An elderly scholar, his hair entirely white, raised his voice in anger. The elders are speaking. How dare a mere child like you interrupt? Others quickly joined in, pointing fingers at him. Indeed, and do you even know what the city lord of Sichuan's letter said? Hua Yin and Lady Tang also watched the heated argument unfold. Patriarch, look at him. He has no background, yet he dares to interfere in our affairs. That is why we nominated a young man from a prestigious family to be our son-in-law instead." Hearing their endless rambling, Soryang felt frustrated and thought to himself, "I've had enough of these old geezers. This is getting ridiculous." He couldn't help but recall his past live streams, wrapping a cobra around his neck while streaming to an audience of over 1 million subscribers, with an average of more than 3.000 live viewers. With his status as Soryang, he had every reason to stand his ground against these elders. "I've heard that the elders have yet to recognize me as Tang clan's son-in-law," he stated. "That means, technically, I am still a guest." With such a large fanbase, being attacked unreasonably was nothing new to him. Soryang continued speaking confidently, even making Cheolsen beside him marvel at his composure. "Moreover, I haven't just been helping Yin, the precious gem of Tang clan, but I also saved Patriarch's life by eliminating Bloodhand Rakshasa. Tak Unyang." Soryang clasped his hands together in a formal gesture and continued, "Yet the elders dared to insult a benefactor and esteemed guest right to his face? Is this the etiquette and discipline of Tang clan?" As a streamer, being bombarded with criticism was second nature to him, almost amusing. Even with his experience, he turned the situation around in an instant. The once furious elders now coughed awkwardly and scratched their necks, mumbling, "That's not, well, we might have spoken too hastily." Soryang smirked, thinking to himself, "Pathetic." However, some still harbored doubts. But what about Bloodhand Rakshasa? Tak Unyang? The idea of defeating him still sounds far-fetched. To counter their skepticism, Cheolsen presented evidence in Soryang's defense. "Soryang isn't lying. Look at this." The elderly scholar beside him widened his eyes in shock as he opened the book. Stammering, he muttered, What? The Bloodhand Poison Palm. This manual is written in blood. It really belongs to the blood cult." Cheolsen then turned to his son-in-law. "Soryang, show us the spotted centipedes." Soryang obediently responded, "Yes, father-in-law." The surrounding people murmured in confusion. "Spotted centipedes?" As Soryang summoned his beloved creatures, a glow surrounded his hands, drawing everyone's curiosity. They watched in amazement as something wriggled out from beneath his robe. Tiny, adorable creatures slowly emerged, chirping to announce their presence. The crowd looked on, bewildered. "Huh? Yellow spotted centipedes?" Cheolsen spoke up to explain. "These are the offspring of the blue-spotted centipedes. My son-in-law has been raising them. Now, if I were to tell you that they were the ones that bit Tak Unyang to death, would you believe it?" The elders stammered, unable to believe their ears. What? Blue-spotted centipedes? This young man can control them?" Cheolsen continued, his expression full of pride. "If I can't recognize him as my son-in-law, then what should I call him?" Soryang, standing beside him, grinned triumphantly and even spoke to his creatures. "My little darlings, no biting people. Otherwise, they'll turn pitch black and die like Tak Unyang did." The elders were so shocked that they couldn't utter a word. But, as expected, they quickly changed their stance. "We never said we wouldn't acknowledge him," one of them argued. "It's just that there are certain formalities to follow. And since you ignored them, that's why the patriarch was upset." Cheolsen sighed and said, "Fine, let's put aside the matter of my son-in-law. Then why do you still oppose the issue of the 10,000 Venoms Hall?" The elders immediately began arguing again. "But he's not officially a member of our family yet. And how could we entrust such an important hall to a mere teenager?" Hearing this, even some of the elders hesitated. "That's true. How can we hand over the 10,000 Venoms Hall so easily?" Cheolsen then proposed a simple solution. "Then just prove your capabilities." Soryang agreed without hesitation. "Of course, to prove that I am worthy of Tang clan, I will solve this matter the Tang clan way." Hearing this, the crowd gasped in fear. What? Are you planning to poison the city lord of Sichuan? We were talking about sending medicine, not killing people." Even Cheolsen and the other elders turned to look at Soryang with bewildered expressions. However, Soryang himself seemed confused by their reaction. Blinking, he asked, "Patriarch, what do you think?" The elders murmured among themselves. As expected, too soft-hearted. Meanwhile, Soryang thought to himself, "Wait, isn't Tang clan supposed to use poison?" The next day arrived, and Soryang was training with Cheolsen. Cheolsen said to him, "Fine, a challenge is a challenge. But starting today, you will begin learning the 5 venoms piercing technique of the Tang clan." Hearing this, Soryang cheered excitedly. However, when he thought about the intense training that awaited him, he hesitated and asked, "Wait, does this mean I still have to train my body? Choulson simply replied, your body will naturally adapt to martial arts as you train. Then, he began explaining, Tang clan values practicality, so you will only learn techniques that can be applied directly in real combat. He presented a formidable set of ancestral weapons before Soryang. Choulson introduced them one by one: hidden needles, throwing coins, flying daggers, swords, and whips, though there were many other hidden weapons. These 5 were the primary ones. Then, he tested Soryang. Do you know which hidden weapon is the easiest to use? After thinking for a moment, Soryang replied, probably throwing coins or flying daggers. Choulson nodded in approval. That's correct. Then, which one is the hardest to use? Soryang glanced at the small pouch and hesitantly answered, probably the powder-based weapon since you have to scatter it properly. However, Choulson shook his head. Wrong. The hardest to use is the hairpin. Surprised, Soryang asked, the hairpin? Is it because it's small and fragile, making it difficult to throw accurately? Choulson clarified, no, it's because you must remember precisely where you threw it. He continued, it's better if I show you while explaining. Soryang was stunned as he watched Choulson pull out a calligraphy brush. Effortlessly, Choulson disassembled the brush piece by piece. In an instant, the brush disappeared, its parts scattering through the air. Soryang was amazed. The feather-like bristles, soft and pure white, transformed into sharp fragments ready to strike the ground. Choulson remained calm, arms crossed, while Soryang instinctively lifted his legs in fear, staring at the phenomenon with wide eyes. He thought in horror, those feathers are piercing the ground like acupuncture needles. His eyes widened as he watched the sharp bristles dance in the air. Like a deadly, elegant performance, Choulson then explained, the Tang clan has a hidden weapon technique called Blossoms in the Storm. It's one of our secret arts, raining down hundreds, even thousands of needles to cover the entire battlefield. At this, Soryang interrupted in shock. Wait, does this mean I have to fight enemies while being surrounded by needles? Out loud, he asked, if there are needles everywhere, where am I supposed to step? Choulson calmly replied, that's why you must remember the terrain to avoid harming yourself. Soryang muttered to himself, heaven help me. Soryang was puzzled. Wait, so I also have to remember the exact positions of the needles that get knocked away by the enemy or fall to the ground? Choulson nodded. Of course, if you want to master the 5 venoms technique, you need to memorize at least 100 positions. Then, he added, Yin, when she was a prodigy, could remember over 1,000. Soryang clicked his tongue in frustration. The scene shifted to a peaceful sky atop the mountain. The air was fresh, and the sky was a clear blue, full of energy. Yet, despite the serene atmosphere, Soryang lay face down on the floor, completely exhausted. Yin approached him and asked, Soryang, are you all right? He lifted his head weakly and greeted her. Hello, Lady Yin, she continued. I heard you're planning to catch the wind bear, so I prepared something for you. If you don't need it. Then, before she could finish, Soryang quickly responded, oh, no, that's fine, I was planning to wait. But if I have this, I can catch it myself. She was surprised. Wait, you were planning to wait for the wind bear? Soryang smirked playfully. You'll understand when we get there. Yin blinked in confusion. Really? Soryang then asked, Yin, do you know where the wind bear's nest is? She nodded. I found one nearby. We can go there right away. However, she hesitated. But you've read the city lord of Sichuan's letter, haven't you? Soryang answered confidently. Of course. Hearing that, she pressed on. You're still young, so I can't help but worry. Do you really understand the contents of that letter? Soryang chuckled. Naturally, Lady Yin, it's something very important for a man's young energy. Upon hearing this, she blushed and quickly cut him off. That's enough. Then, after a brief pause, she mumbled, you seem to understand the issue well. Soryang nodded. Yes, the big problem the city lord of Sichuan is facing is impotence. Yin praised him. You're quite knowledgeable for your age. Soryang, feeling flustered, he stammered. Well, I live alone, so. Before he could finish, she suddenly dashed ahead. Let's just go already. Soryang had no choice but to chase after her. Lady Yin, wait up. The two of them entered a dense forest, where towering trees formed a thick canopy overhead. Wildflowers bloomed along the path, adding splashes of color to the lush greenery. Soryang was captivated by a small creature climbing nearby. Yin had to grab him by the collar to stop him. The two paused at a spot. And Hua Yin said, "We've arrived." Soryang responded, "Ah, here it is." Looking at the cave, he added, "Judging by this nest, they must be here." As she put on her protective gear, Hua Yin asked, "But Soryang, what does it mean to search for a beehive without bees?" He explained to his fiancée, "Even though we're looking for the giant hornet, we're not here to capture them." She was surprised. The two carefully searched through the cracks in the rocks. Fixing his gaze on a hive, Soryang told her, "The venomous insect we need is often found in small bee nests." Hua Yin was puzzled. A venomous insect lives in a beehive? He didn't deny it. "Yes," he said while spotting something. Excited, he told her, "Great, it looks like this hive has what we need." With nimble hands, he used chopsticks to pick up a small creature. "Gotcha, little guy," he exclaimed, leaving Hua Yin wide-eyed in shock. She asked, "Soryang, that insect, could it be?" He interrupted, "Yes, we didn't come here to catch giant hornets, but to capture this insect." With enthusiasm, he declared, "This little creature will solve the Sichuan Lord's problem." Hua Yin examined the insect in Soryang's hand, hesitating. "Soryang, is this a Daidan?" Hearing her guess, he raised the trembling insect before her and smiled. "That's right." Internally, he was surprised, thinking, "So it's called a Daidan here?" He held it closer for her to observe. The poor creature trembled pitifully, eyes filled with tears. Then, he explained, "The bug caught in the giant hornet's nest is referred to as a ground beetle in the Central Plains. In the modern era, it's called a blister beetle. This insect belongs to the Meloidae family." Hua Yin was astonished. "But is it normal for a ground beetle to be found in a hornet nest?" "I didn't know that," Soryang cheerfully replied. "Their life cycle is quite peculiar." Then, he shared his knowledge with her. Blister beetles have a rather unusual method of reproduction. Normally, most insects either guard the spot where they lay eggs or create a safe environment for their eggs to hatch. But this species is different. Unlike others, they simply lay eggs. He continued explaining. They're small, oval, yellow eggs can appear anywhere, on rock surfaces, tree trunks, or leaves. Whether in dense forests or barren lands, their eggs can be found. They lay them all in one place without a care in the world. And yet, in some miraculous way, the larvae of leaf-biting bees hatch and immediately begin crawling toward the highest point nearby. Once they reach the top, they take on a peculiar shape. And that's when something unexpected happens. They cling together and pretend to be a flower. He gave a warning. Never look up leaf-biting bee larvae online. Hua Yin listened intently as he continued. When a beautiful bumblebee goes out to collect nectar and spots them, she happily exclaims, "Oh my," mistaking them for a real flower. She eagerly flies toward them, looking at the cluster of leaf-biting bees disguised as a flower. The honeybee wonders, when did flowers start growing here? Believing them to be real, she resumes her task of gathering pollen. But their expressions turn sinister. Soryang said, because they know exactly what comes next. As she reaches out to collect the pollen, their wicked little hands extend toward her as well. In an instant, they latch onto the bumblebee, covering her body completely. And just like that, the game is over. The entire bumblebee hive is doomed. Pointing at the Daidan in his hand, he stated, "I don't know why they specifically choose bumblebees, but I've heard that it's the best environment for Daidan larvae to develop." Hua Yin hesitated before saying, "Is that so?" She bent down slightly, feeling sorrowful. "Poor little bumblebees." Soryang chuckled, comforting her. "It's just the law of nature. There's nothing we can do about it." She placed a hand on her head as if recalling something. "But, isn't this the poison that causes burns? I know that if consumed in large amounts, it can be fatal." He smiled and confirmed, "That's right, it can cause burns." He then described the effects, pointing to red marks on the skin. The orange liquid secreted from the bodies of leaf-biting bees contains a toxin called cantharidin. If this substance comes into contact with human skin, it causes blisters similar to burns. Hua Yin looked at the poor Daidan in front of her. A faint red hue slowly spread across her pale face. She pressed her lips together, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered, "But, it has that effect?" Soryang nodded. "Yes, until the toxin is expelled from the body." Seeing her reaction, he narrowed his eyes playfully and added, "It can make a man rise." Hua Yin spun around and bolted, the redness on her face deepening. Running with her eyes shut, she shouted, "Enough, let's just go back to 10,000 Venoms Hall." Soryang called after her in surprise. "Wait, hold on, let me catch a few more." A short while later, they successfully captured the Daiden, also known as the leaf-biting bee. Afterward, they returned to 10,000 Venoms Hall, where Soryang instructed the martial artists on how to prepare the medicine. Facing the group, he spoke slowly. Listen carefully. Raising a finger, he continued, "First, dry the Daiden and grind it into powder." At this, everyone's expressions darkened. Mathematical formulas seemed to be flying chaotically through their minds as they listened to his calculations. If you consume 3 fen, equivalent to 11.75 milligrams of toxin, it will definitely be life-threatening. Based on body weight, for every 3.75 kilograms, if you ingest 0.3 fen, equivalent to 1.25 milligrams, half of the people who consume it will die. Glancing around, he firmly concluded, therefore, the correct medicinal dosage should be 1/10 of a fen, which is 0.375 milligrams, approximately 10 drops of liquid, or 0.351 milliliters. After finishing his explanation, he asked, "Does everyone understand?" A stunned silence filled the room. Yet, in their minds, they were all thinking the same thing. My head is about to explode. The man leading the group slowly removed his face covering and spoke. Such detailed calculations, your mathematical skills are truly remarkable. Emphasizing each word, he declared, "We will succeed." Hearing this, Soryang's expression relaxed, and he grinned. "Haha, I'm counting on you all." That night, under the full moon, in a brightly lit room, a voice echoed, "I never imagined Daiden would have such an effect." After listening to his granddaughter recount her experience capturing the Daiden and the events in the medicine refinement room, Hua Yin's grandfather finally spoke. "It seems I should re-evaluate the poisons currently in Tang clan's possession." Hua Yin obediently nodded. "Yes, I think so too." The old man brought his hand to his mouth, let out a soft cough, then asked, "That boy is skilled in mathematics as well?" Hua Yin nodded. "Yes. He divided 1 fen into 10 parts and said it was equivalent to the weight of 10 drops of water." Hearing this, the old man's expression grew serious. He rubbed his thumb and index finger together lightly and muttered under his breath, "Unbelievable." Recalling the boy's still youthful appearance, his brows slowly furrowed. With a deep voice, he said, "I thought I knew a great deal about poisons, but that boy exceeds my expectations. The more I learn about him, the more I realize he is a true treasure to the Tang clan." Suddenly, he turned to his granddaughter, his voice tinged with curiosity. "So, do you like him even more than before?" Hua Yin stammered, "Gee, grandfather." Her face flushed slightly, and she avoided his gaze. Clenching her fists, she raised one hand to her mouth, trying to hide her embarrassment, and murmured, "I just feel like I was too hasty in my judgment at first, and now I feel guilty about it." The old man closed his eyes as if he had understood her heart and simply advised, "That's enough. Just treat him well from now on." Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, how do we test the effectiveness of the medicine?" Hua Yin's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, well." Recalling that moment, she quickly covered her flushed face with her hands. Her entire face and fingertips felt as if they were radiating heat. In an embarrassed voice, she muttered, "The branch elders were too arrogant." She then remembered Soryang's mischievous smirk when he had spoken that line and sighed. "So, the clan will punish them accordingly." She recounted the event to her grandfather. Hearing her words, the old man was momentarily stunned. Then, throwing his head back, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ah ha ha, what an amusing young man." Hua Yin stood silently beside him, her face still glowing with embarrassment. Above them, the night sky was covered in thick clouds, casting a dark and somber atmosphere. The forest below seemed to sink into an abyss of endless shadows. Deep and mysterious, another night passed. As dawn broke, the sky transformed into a vibrant blue, with white clouds drifting lazily in the morning breeze. Under the golden sunlight, the forest awakened, coming to life like a vivid and breathtaking painting. At that moment, everyone was gathered in the large room, their gazes fixed on the warrior standing before them. The elders focused intently on the scene, some resting their hands on their chins, others crossing their arms as they waited. The warrior placed a hexagonal wooden box in front of Soryang and announced, "Soryang, here is your medicine." Soryang looked at the box and said, "Oh?" The warrior clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture and explained, "Yes, we have mixed the powder with licorice and honey to enhance the flavor, making it easier for you to consume." Hearing this, Soryang thought to himself, quite detailed. Opening the box, he saw a shiny black pill resting on a layer of red velvet inside. He asked, "Did you follow my instructions precisely when preparing it?" The warrior carefully replied, "Of course, Lord Soryang, we adhered strictly to the dosage you specified." The elders outside the circle began murmuring among themselves. One elder sneered coldly, "HMPH, what an exaggeration." Another elder, arms still crossed, nodded in agreement, "Indeed, as if they've created something truly extraordinary." At the head of the room, the chief elder sat with his eyes closed. Then, in a deep and commanding voice, he ordered, "Silence." Looking toward Soryang, he spoke, "Very well, the medicine has been prepared. Now, how do you intend to prove its effectiveness?" Soryang raised an eyebrow. "Prove it?" A loud slam echoed through the room as a hand struck the table. At the same time, a voice shouted, "Of course, you must prove it." The fat-bellied elder was the one who had slammed the table. Rising to his feet, he bellowed, "How can we possibly send an untested poison to Lord Sichuan?" The elder sitting beside him nodded in agreement. "That's right, if anything goes wrong, the consequences will be dire." Soryang turned toward the warrior and said, "HMPH, looks like there's no other way." Then, the warrior gave a slight nod. "Yes," he responded. At that moment, he reached into his sleeve as if searching for something. The elders instinctively followed his movements with their eyes, watching closely as he walked toward them. He placed another hexagonal medicine box, identical to Soryang's, on the table in front of the fat-bellied elder. The elder frowned in confusion. What's this?" Picking up the pill, he examined it closely before scoffing. "You expect us to test the medicine? Who knows what's inside?" The elder next to him spoke with a sarcastic tone. "That brat, not only is he an outsider, but he also harbors sinister intentions." Soryang smirked mischievously as he observed their reactions. Grandfather MANHWA was enjoying the spectacle when his amusement was interrupted by someone calling out, "Grandfather!" Startled, he turned around and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you sitting down there?" With both hands clasped tightly under his chin, as if a dark aura was rising behind him, Soryang spoke in a slightly devious tone. "Didn't you once tell me that anyone who has mastered the martial arts of the Tang clan would never fear any kind of poison? Isn't that right?" The elder immediately confirmed, "That's correct." Soryang clapped his hands together, his expression still carrying a hint of childish playfulness as he provoked them further. "But look at you all. Could it be that you're afraid?" The so-called grandfather rubbed his head, as if acknowledging the statement. "Now that my grandson-in-law says so, it does seem to be true," he mused. Seeing that everything was proceeding as he had planned, Soryang glanced at the elders, who were looking more and more unsettled. Clearing his throat, he said, "Come on now. All of you are esteemed elders of the clan, having reached the realm of absolute immunity to poisons. Surely, you wouldn't be afraid of a mere local toxin, would you?" As expected, one of the elders crushed the pill in his hand, a confident smile appearing on his face. Soryang's group chuckled in amusement as they watched the elders, one by one, take the pill. Who would be afraid of such a low-level poison? One of them scoffed. Another chimed in, "That's right, you have underestimated us." One particular elder, having just swallowed the pill, turned to Soryang and threatened, "If this so-called poison turns out to be ineffective, you will face the consequences. We will restore order to the clan." With that, he shut his mouth, chewed the pill thoroughly, and swallowed it. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone watched closely, waiting for the pill's effects to take hold. But after a long while, nothing seemed to happen. One elder sneered, pointing at Soryang, "See? Nothing at all." Yet before he could finish his sentence, his face turned pale as if he had been struck by lightning in broad daylight. His disciple suddenly lifted his head, while the other elders bowed theirs, their faces dark and heavy. The air became eerily still, filled with an inexplicable strangeness. That day, under the blazing sun, the clan's order was restored in a most spectacular fashion. A voice rang out, "Send the medicine to the Lord of Sichuan." It worked splendidly. A moment later, the elders departed in a bizarre manner, each moving hastily, clutching the hems of their robes tightly against their stomachs as they hurried away. Watching the group leave with flushed faces, Soryang smirked and repeated his grandfather's words, "As long as you provoke them about poison, they'll fall into the trap immediately." His grandfather chuckled in response. "They are people who have nothing left but their pride. There was no other way for them." Then, with a warm smile, he added, "But don't resent them. They only did it for the sake of the clan. Hearing this, Soryang asked, "Really?" His grandfather closed his eyes and replied calmly, "After all, we are family." Soryang nodded obediently. "I understand." At that moment, Hua Yin came rushing in, looking extremely anxious. Panting, she called out, "Little Soryang, something serious has happened." Seeing her flustered state, Soryang immediately asked, "What is it, my lady?" Still bent over, trying to catch her breath, she struggled to speak. "We are." She straightened up, regulated her breathing, and finally said, "Our pets, there's something wrong with them." "Huh?" Soryang was startled. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his collar and lifted him off the ground. A deep, stern voice growled, "Grandson-in-law." His grandfather's face was filled with anger, his eyes burning with fury. Veins bulged on his hand as he tightened his grip on Soryang's collar. "What do you mean by ours? What exactly is ours?" With a furious glare, he demanded, "You too have a child?" It seemed he was prepared to give them a proper lesson. Hua Yin, standing beside them, was equally shocked by her grandfather's reaction. Flustered and embarrassed, she quickly retorted, "No, not that. I meant the spotted centipedes that Soryang has been raising." Soryang finally snapped out of his confusion, his expression turning anxious. "Huh? You're talking about the spotted centipedes?" Hua Yin hurriedly explained, "Lately, I noticed you've been training more often, so I asked my sister to help take care of them." Hearing this, a thought flashed through Soryang's mind. Are my beloved pets in trouble? In his moment of panic, his hand accidentally reached toward Hua Yin's chest as he blurted, "Let me see." A frustrated voice rang in his grandfather's ears, followed by an indignant shriek from Hua Yin. "Ah!" Soryang was nowhere to be seen for a short while. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the scene, finding the spotted centipedes lying quietly on the ground. Ignoring the faint red imprint of a hand on his face, Soryang leaned closer and whispered, "You said they suddenly moved?" Hua Yin clenched her fists tightly and replied, "They've been fine all morning. I just hope they're not in any pain." Soryang looked down at the spotted centipedes lying adorably on the ground. Observing them closely, he noticed that their colors had become more translucent and their shells appeared somewhat unusual. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a realization struck him. Feeling excited, he turned to Hua Yin with a smile and reassured her, "Miss Hua Yin, it seems you don't have to worry." As the spotted centipedes slowly started moving, he calmly explained, "They're just molting, that's all. Just like snakes, when they grow, they shed their old skin. It looks like the time has come for them." Hua Yin's grandfather, taken aback, asked, "Molting?" Leaning against the side of the enclosure, Soryang nodded, "That's right." Just then, one of the spotted centipedes began rubbing its head against the ground, producing a faint rustling sound. Hua Yin immediately called out, "Soryang, look." As they watched, one of the centipedes slowly emerged from its old shell, revealing a vibrant orange-yellow body underneath. "The head!" Hua Yin exclaimed excitedly. Everyone looked on in fascination as the spotted centipede completely freed itself from its previous shell. Hua Yin's grandfather was thoroughly intrigued. "Oh, how incredible!" Hua Yin, too, was engrossed in the sight when she suddenly called out, "Soryang, the other two are about to molt as well." Sure enough, another spotted centipede gradually wriggled out of its old shell. Its newly exposed body looked soft and almost inviting to the touch. Finally, the last one followed suit, shedding its former skin and slowly crawling forward. Watching the three creatures lying quietly on the ground after their transformation, Soryang beamed. "They've all molted." Hua Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed them. They looked bigger than before. Turning to Soryang, she asked, "What are their names?" Soryang hesitated for a moment. Names? He hadn't thought about that at all. For a while, he stood there, hand on his chin, lost in deep thought. Then, glancing at the three centipedes, he suddenly had what he believed was a brilliant idea and declared, "Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Hearing those ridiculous names, Hua Yin shook her head vigorously in disapproval. No way. She imagined a future where these tiny, adorable spotted centipedes would one day soar through the skies, surpassing towering mountains. Turning to Soryang, she explained, "If a spotted centipede lives for 1,000 years, it will transform into a dragon. They need majestic names that suit their future forms." Soryang couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, Miss Hua Yin, do you really believe these little centipedes will turn into dragons after 1,000 years?" Hua Yin's grandfather, upon hearing their discussion, interjected. But even 1,000-year-old spotted centipede is still called a dragon. Let's call them celestial dragons. Hearing his tone, the young man immediately understood where Hua Yin's earlier attitude came from. He thought to himself, so it was Grandpa who taught her this? Lowering his head, he carefully examined the three creatures before speaking. After making his decision, he turned to Hua Yin and said, "Call them Sir Shu, Hong, and Ban." Hua Yin was surprised and repeated, "Sir Hong Ban?" The young man slowly explained. "The first one to emerge is Shu. The second one looks like a female. So its name is Hong, meaning fragrance. The third one has a glossy shell. So it will be called Ban." Hua Yin stared intently at the three creatures, then slowly repeated the names he had given them. Shu, Hong, Ban. Meanwhile, the three of them continued watching the spotted centipedes with fascination. She lowered her voice and commented, "Isn't it usually the father who names the females?" And just like that, the little spotted centipedes had their new names. Soryang walked down the street, his movements unsteady, drawing the attention of passers-by. As he walked, he couldn't help but think about how, after an entire day, the spotted centipedes were still clinging tightly to him. Exhausted, he sat down beside a cargo crate and let out a heavy sigh. He felt the dampness of his inner clothes and thought to himself, "Seems like my body still isn't completely dry, but at least I can move now." He exhaled. I'm still not quite used to this." Suddenly, the little creatures crawled out from his clothes. One of them rubbed its head against his cheek, happily chirping, "EHK EHK EHK." Soryang squinted his eyes and smiled as he played with them. "You all have gotten so much heavier," he muttered. The biggest change was their size. Lying back on the crate, he gazed up at the sky. A reddish mark had already appeared on his cheek from the friction. The spotted centipede beside him let out a small, comforting cry, as if to apologize for its weight. Another one, hearing this, joined in. Soryang sighed, reminiscing. "Originally, they were only as big as a sausage. But now, they've grown as large as my arm." Looking at them fondly, he was happy to see them grow. Feeling them move beside him, he thought, "These little ones must feel that my chest is too cramped now. That's why they keep clinging to my arms and waist instead." Suddenly, laughter rang out beside his ear. "Ha ha ha, look at that, what did I tell you?" Soryang sat up and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw two men walking along the street, one tall and one short. The shorter man had a mole on his face and was holding a small red pouch in his hand. Grinning at his companion, he said, "As expected, our Sichuan Tang clan takes careful steps." The man on the right nodded in agreement. "Let's go." Soryang absent-mindedly stroked one of the spotted centipedes clinging to him. Meanwhile, the loud laughter from earlier echoed in his ears again. "Making money is so easy. Ha ha ha." He glanced at them with a puzzled expression, wondering what was going on. Looking up at the sky, he thought, "Today is truly a beautiful day." White clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Inside the Sichuan Tang clan's residence, the scenery remained unchanged, exuding a peaceful atmosphere. The clan patriarch raised his hand to his mouth, cleared his throat, and said with satisfaction, "This is indeed good news." Looking at Soryang, he asked, "Not long ago, didn't you send a specially prepared medicine to the Sichuan city lord?" Soryang nodded. "That's right." Thinking of the city lord's plump figure, he chuckled inwardly. The patriarch, pleased, raised his round thumb in approval. "I've heard that the medicine worked excellently for him. As a result, the city lord has sent a generous reward along with his gratitude." Upon hearing this, Soryang and the others were overjoyed. Excitedly, he asked, "Really?" Hua Yin's father burst into hearty laughter. "You've only just become my son-in-law, and I'm already reaping the benefits. You've helped me a great deal." Scratching the back of his head, Soryang smiled sheepishly. "It's nothing." Suddenly, the patriarch's laughter faded, and he spoke in a low, serious tone, stroking his beard with his fingers. He fixed his gaze on Soryang and said slowly, "I will give you a rare elixir." Soryang was taken aback. "An elixir? You mean?" His mind flashed back to something the patriarch had said before, an elixir that could enhance internal energy. Before he could process his thoughts, Hua Yin interjected, "Father, if it's an elixir, what kind is it?" The patriarch lowered his voice and replied, "It's nothing too extraordinary." Then, looking at the two of them, he slowly enunciated each word. "It's the honey of the golden-haired king bee." Hearing this, Soryang immediately imagined a bee gathering nectar. "Bee? Honey?" He recalled that internal energy was crucial for becoming a martial arts master. Resolving himself, he thought, then I'll accept it. Thinking of this, he happily agreed and loudly said, "Thank you, father-in-law." Hua Yin's expression suddenly changed. The joy from earlier disappeared. She had just called him father. Without any emotion, she asked, "Father, you said there would be a reward. So why is it just honey?" Seeing his daughter's reaction, her father looked troubled. He hesitated before responding. About that." But before he could finish, she grabbed Soryang's arm and raised it. Her voice carried a hint of anger. This matter concerning Soryang is not a trivial one. Even though the golden-haired king bee is only a mid-tier venomous insect, its honey is merely the lowest grade of medicinal elixirs. You can't be stingy with the reward for Soryang. He has made a great contribution. She frowned, demanding a proper reward for him. At the very least, it should be an elixir that increases internal energy for a year. But this is just a pill that grants 2 months of internal energy. Her father lowered his gaze, his voice also dropping as he tried to explain. Even though it's a medicinal elixir, the cost of refining it is expensive. Hearing this, she clenched both fists tightly. Her eyes burned like small torches, and her entire body seemed to be engulfed in flames. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Compared to what Soryang has done, this is still too cheap." Her father turned his face to the side, covering his mouth as he coughed awkwardly. While in his heart, he sighed bitterly. A grown daughter is like water spilled on the ground. Just then, Soryang broke the tense atmosphere. Looking at the older man, he asked, "Father-in-law, what exactly is the golden-haired king bee?" Hearing the question, the man cleared his throat and thought about the massive golden beehive perched on a tree branch, with bees diligently flying back and forth collecting nectar. Then, he began explaining. The golden-haired king bee is a mid-tier venomous insect commonly found in the forest. It is a large bee, roughly the size of a small dog. Based on experience, consuming its honey can provide 2 months of internal energy. However, Soryang's focus was entirely elsewhere. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "The size of a small dog? That sounds fascinating." Seeing his enthusiasm, Hua Yin pinched his cheek to stop him. "Soryang, hold on a moment, I am still very angry." At that moment, her father spoke again, his expression still somewhat troubled. "Hua Yin, that wasn't my intention. I thought Soryang would want to go and find the golden-haired king bee himself. So I chose this as the reward." Hearing this, Soryang was taken aback. "Find it himself?" He immediately stood up, his voice filled with excitement. "Father-in-law, you mean you want me to personally go search for the golden-haired king bee?" The older man raised his thumb in confirmation. "That's right." His breathing became rapid, and his face flushed with excitement. He thought to himself, "Going directly to collect honey? When I was a YouTuber, I used to collect honey many times." Without hesitation, he rushed toward the door and shouted, "Let's go, father-in-law, I'm very skilled at honey collection." The older man burst into laughter, his enthusiasm matching Soryang's. "Ha ha ha, I knew you would like this." Hua Yin let out a long sigh as she watched the two leave. Even after they had gone, she could still hear their conversation lingering in the air. Curious, Soryang asked, "What does the golden-haired king bee look like?" Her father replied indifferently, Of course, it looks like a bee." Leaving the Sichuan Tang clan, their honey-collecting journey began. On the way, Soryang thought to himself, "Since this information was given to me by my father-in-law, I don't think there will be any other competitors." But upon arriving, he was met with an unexpected scene. 2 groups of people were already there, arguing loudly. A man with a scarred face shouted, "We got here first. That means the golden-haired king bee honey belongs to us." The man in black on the other side wasn't willing to back down and yelled, "What nonsense! We bought this information legally. So the honey belongs to us." Hearing this, Soryang and his group were stunned. "What?" The scarred man frowned and questioned. "You bought the information? We also bought it. Let me ask, did you buy it from a guy with frizzy hair and a big mole on his face?" The man in black was visibly startled. "How do you know that?" His surprise quickly turned into determination. "It doesn't matter. We're not giving up." Soryang's expression stiffened as he recalled the 2 men he had seen on the way here. A guy with frizzy hair and a big mole on his face. Could it be them? Suddenly, he understood. Those 2 must have sold the same information to multiple parties. Hua Yin's father had been listening to the conversation the entire time. Now, his whole body trembled with rage. Clenching his fist tightly and biting his lips, he cursed under his breath. "Those bastards!" His furious shout echoed through the area. "How dare you insult the Sichuan Tang clan right here in Sichuan?" The arguing groups turned in shock toward the source of the voice, their faces filled with disbelief. One of them stammered, "What, Sichuan Tang clan?" Soryang let out a bitter laugh. "So much for my honey collecting plan." Soryang recalled that before the journey began, Huayin's father had given him careful instructions. "Soryang, since this is your first time venturing out, you must be extremely cautious and never forget that you are a member of the Tang clan." Soryang respectfully responded, "Yes, sir." The elder glanced at him and gestured toward the people assembled below. As Soryang looked at them, the elder spoke sternly, "Take them with you. You must also start learning how to command people." Soryang was taken aback and asked, "Me? You want me to lead them?" He turned toward Huayin, standing behind him, and hesitantly spoke, "But, Miss Huayin," before he could finish, the elder burst into laughter. "Haha, you fool, Huayin is yours. She is your partner, your lifelong companion. You are the one in charge." Hearing this, Soryang blushed with embarrassment and stammered, "Partner?" Huayin, smiling warmly, encouraged him, "You'll do great, Soryang." She then added, "I will also help you." Soryang became even more flustered but nodded determinedly, "I will do my best." Meanwhile, the members of the Sichuan Tang clan and another group had already arrived and were staring each other down. Soryang, feeling anxious, thought to himself, "What should I do now?" Turning to the man beside him, the captain of the blood poison squad, Yu Zhang, he asked for advice. "What should we do? Should we distribute the provisions among them?" Yu Zhang stroked his chin and muttered, "Distribute them?" He seemed to disagree with the idea, crossing his arms and scoffing. "Who are they to demand a share from the Sichuan Tang clan?" Huayin also voiced her agreement. "I don't know who they are, but they certainly have some nerve." She shifted her gaze toward the opposing group, her eyes revealing a dangerous glint, her voice lowering ominously, selling information that the Sichuan Tang clan already purchased. "How bold!" The leader of the opposing group, recognizing her, was visibly shocked. "Poison flower, Yu Wei." Hearing this, the ones behind him panicked. "A direct descendant of the Tang clan's poison flower lineage is here?" The leader hesitated, clenching his teeth while weighing his options. Finally, he pressed his palms together and bowed. "We of the Central Wind sect did not realize this matter involved the Sichuan Tang clan. We will withdraw." The surrounding members were stunned by his actions but quickly understood the gravity of the situation. One after another, they followed suit, pressing their palms together and bowing. "We of the Noble Origin sect also take our leave. We will go as well." One man cursed in frustration, "Damn it, I'll capture that traitor and skin him alive." The last group also spoke up. "We of the White Jade Ghost Slayer sect will not be involved either." Seeing the fleeing figures as if they had seen a ghost, Soryang was astonished. "Huh? That's it?" He couldn't help but feel bewildered. Is the Sichuan Tang clan really that fearsome? As the last of the group disappeared, he murmured, "Is it over?" Yu Zhang replied in a low voice, "Probably not." He shared his suspicion. They must be hiding somewhere. Those four sects wouldn't just retreat so easily. With his hands clasped behind his back, he continued his explanation. "First, they'll secure a vantage point nearby. It's clear they're lurking around, waiting for an opportunity." Then, turning to one of his subordinates, he commanded, "Chu Bai, locate them." Chu Bai pressed his hands together respectfully and responded, "Yes, great chief." Noticing the lingering concern on Soryang's face, Huayin reassured him, "It'll be fine, Soryang." Soryang gazed at the vast forest and murmured, "My bees." "Huayin, look." Soryang and Yu Zhang were crouched behind a large rock. Before them stood an enormous tree. Near its base, a sizable hollow opening was visible, with several large bees hovering around it. Upon closer inspection, the bees were black and gold, with thick layers of fine hair covering their bodies. They continuously flew in and out of the tree, their wings producing a distinct humming sound. Soryang, eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed, "That's the golden-haired king bee." Huayin, equally amazed, said, "It's my first time seeing one. It's huge." Soryang, looking exhilarated, added, "Isn't it adorable?" Huayin admired the bees. "Its fur looks so fluffy." Yu Zhang, smirking with satisfaction, explained, "That's why it's called the golden-haired king bee." After observing for a while, Soryang made an estimation. "Still, This colony seems quite small. Maybe just a few hundred bees? Yin, intrigued by the unfamiliar term, asked. Colony? Soryang patiently explained. That's the term for an entire bee group. Typically, a hive consists of about 5.000 to 7.000 bees. Surprised by his knowledge, she asked, "You can tell without going inside?" Soryang confidently nodded. "Just by observing the number of bees entering and exiting the hive. You can estimate its size." Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed behind them, causing the group to turn around cautiously. Chu Bai knelt on one knee and reported, "Great Chief, we have located the 4 sects." Yu Zhong raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, where are they?" Chu Bai hesitated, closing his eyes tightly before answering. "Well, about that?" He recounted his observations and the process of tracking them down. Just as expected, the enemy forces were gathered, lighting a fire and waiting. He couldn't help but curse. "Damn bastards, they're right across from us." Although he couldn't see exactly what they were doing, he was certain they were preparing to make a move. Yu Zhong stroked his chin in thought. They're likely waiting for nightfall and planning to harvest the honey using the Tang clan's method. Curious, Soryang asked. The Tang clan's method? Seeing Soryang's interest, Yu Zhong explained, by burning wormwood leaves and letting the smoke drift into the hive. The bees become docile. That's when we enter and extract the honey. Soryang nodded in admiration. "Oh, that's a clever method." Chu Bai, standing nearby, hesitantly interrupted. But the wind is blowing toward us right now." Everyone looked up and quickly realized he was right. The wind was indeed blowing in their direction. In unison, the group let out an exasperated "ah." As they were still worrying about the situation, Soryang suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it onto the table. With his other hand, he excitedly exclaimed, "I got it." Chu Bai immediately asked, "Great Chief, have you thought of a plan?" Soryang's face flushed slightly with excitement as he laid out his idea. "If the wind is blowing toward us, doesn't that mean we can use it to mask our scent?" Yin pondered for a moment before nodding. "That's right." Soryang shot up to his feet, looking toward the large tree. "All right, I'll be right back." Yin's eyes widened in horror as she shouted. Little Soryang, seeing him rush off, she instinctively grabbed the hem of his robe to stop him. "No, Soryang, you can't. The golden-haired king bee is a mid-tier venomous creature, it's dangerous." Instead of being frightened, Soryang's determination only grew. "Just once. I'll just touch it once and come right back." Suddenly, a large boulder rolled toward them. Both of them gasped. The rock rumbled forward with a deafening sound, heading straight for the golden-haired king bee's hive before coming to a halt. They stood frozen, watching in horror as a swarm of furious bees burst out from the tree hollow, each one radiating pure hostility. Soryang's voice trembled as he shouted, "They're coming." The enraged bees launched themselves out of the hive, their buzzing intensifying as they targeted the intruders. Yin quickly grabbed Soryang and ran in the opposite direction, her voice filled with urgency. "First, we run." Soryang, struggling to breathe as she held him tightly around the neck, managed to choke out, okay." The once peaceful forest erupted into chaos. The buzzing of furious bees filled the air, shattering the previous silence. Above the dense jungle, mist still drifted lazily, and the sky had begun to darken toward dusk. A thin, cocoa-colored veil seemed to settle over the entire forest. Soryang sat cross-legged on a large rock. Deep in thought, he let out a frustrated sigh and muttered to himself, is there really no way?" Closing his eyes, he tried to calm himself and organize his thoughts. "I need to move against the wind to light the fire, but I'm trapped between the 4 sects and the swarm of bees." His mind drifted to the golden-haired king bee, its soft, cloud-like fur flashing in his memory. He pressed his lips together and thought, "These bees are different from the ones I know." Opening his eyes, he rubbed his chin. The memory of Yin carrying him away made him shiver slightly. Even from 30 meters away, he could still feel the intense vibrations of their wings. Not even wasps are that terrifying. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, "Soryang, come here." Hearing his name, he turned around to see who it was. His eyes landed on the approaching figure, and he called out, Lady Yin." Yin walked over, carrying several spotted centipedes. 2 clung to her shoulders, while she held another in each hand. She smiled brightly and said, "It looks like they've finished eating. Since they kept flying around, I brought them here." The spotted centipedes let out a soft, Rhythmic gu sound. Soryang, feeling grateful, nodded. Thank you, Lady Huayin. As soon as he said that, the spotted centipedes crawled onto him, shifting their base of operations to his body. Soryang listened to their repeated gu noises and smiled gently. They've become much calmer now. Huayin sat down beside him. Neither spoke a word, but the atmosphere between them was warm and comforting. After a long silence, Huayin finally turned to him, breaking the quiet. Have you gathered any more insights? Soryang hesitated before replying. I want to observe a little more. Hearing that, she looked apologetic. I'm sorry for rushing you all the time. She gave him an encouraging smile. Take your time, Soryang. There's no need to hurry. However, despite her words, Soryang felt an invisible pressure weighing on him. He said nothing in response, only letting out an internal wry laugh. Ha ha, you're still rushing me, though. Huayin suddenly looked ahead and gasped. Soryang followed her gaze and looked in the opposite direction, toward the base of a tree. In the distance, two monkeys were fighting near the tree, while a few bees buzzed around. The chaotic sounds filled the air. You mean the monkeys are fighting? Huayin asked. Hearing this, Soryang was surprised. Monkeys? One of the monkeys raised both hands high, threatening its opponent, while continuously letting out menacing sounds. The other monkey was not to be outdone and retaliated in the same way. Seeing their intense standoff, Huayin covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my, they must be really angry." Soryang remained silent. Suddenly, a faint fragrance drifted past his nose. Soryang called out, "Miss Huayin." He looked around carefully and said, "I think I smell something." It seemed to be coming from the nest of the golden-haired king bee. He carefully speculated, could this scent be? His face darkened as he considered the possibility. Could it be pheromones? His expression changed drastically, and he urgently pointed toward the tree, exclaiming, "Miss Huayin, we have to get away. The bees will go berserk and swarm this place any moment now." Although Huayin didn't fully understand the situation, she quickly responded, all right." Without hesitation, she stood up, tucked her arms under his armpits, and carried him as she had done before, dashing away. Soryang was momentarily stunned by her quick reaction. Just as they leapt into the air to escape, a loud explosion erupted from the ground behind them. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Huayin landed with Soryang in her arms. Skidding across the ground, her body came to a sudden stop, and she looked ahead, momentarily frozen in shock. A massive swarm of bees was charging out. She stammered, Oh my god." On the ground, the bodies of the two monkeys had exploded. The swarm of bees rushed down, their numbers overwhelming. One monkey, barely clinging to life, whimpered in agony. Its arm was covered in large, swollen stings. The bees eagerly swarmed in to feast. Watching the gruesome scene, Huayin couldn't help but shudder. That was way too close. Soryang responded. Exactly. Huayin turned to him, curiosity in her eyes. But, Soryang, how did you know the golden-haired king bees would attack? You warned me to run before we even heard their buzzing. Soryang recalled the scent that had emanated from the tree and stammered. It was because of the smell. Huayin asked again. The smell? She thought for a moment before saying. Now that I think about it, it smelled like night conch fragrance. Hearing that name, Soryang was stunned. He looked at her calm expression and thought to himself, could it be that MANHWA can distinguish pheromones? To confirm his suspicion, he asked, do you recognize the scent from earlier? Huayin smiled. Of course I do. Then she continued, doesn't it smell similar to night conch fragrance? Before she could finish her sentence, Soryang lunged forward and grabbed her shoulders tightly. Huayin was startled but managed to say with excitement, that's it. Feeling embarrassed by their closeness, she shyly called out, Soryang. But Soryang, overwhelmed with joy, buried his face into her shoulder. Sobbing, hoo, feeling how intimately they were pressed together. Huayin's face turned even redder, though she had no idea why he was crying. The moment felt strangely intense. Suddenly, a spotted centipede peeked its head out from Soryang's chest. Still hiding his face against her, he let out a chuckle. I have a plan now, a way to wipe out the 4 sects and obtain the honey essence 16. Late at night, people gathered around the bonfire in small groups, roasting food. Guards kept watch vigilantly in the darkness. A man took a long swig of wine, his flushed cheeks showing signs of intoxication. The warm glow of the fire mixed with the mouth-watering aroma of grilled fish. After finishing his drink, He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and laughed loudly. Ha ha, this is delicious. The man across from him, curious, asked, so, when do you think we'll go collect the honey? The drunk man pondered for a moment before replying. Not sure yet. 3 days ago, those things were running wild all over the place. Now, all of a sudden, they're completely quiet. Another man speculated, maybe they're up to something. A scar-faced man, listening to the conversation, chimed in, yeah, probably. Then, as if a thought struck him, he asked, hey, is that beehive really worth that much money? The drunk man burst into laughter. What, have you been fooled all your life? If it's made from golden royal beeswax, then it's an extremely rare treasure. Only the royal family can use it. He smirked. They'll definitely take the honey and leave. That means whatever's left of the hive will belong to us. As if realizing something sinister, his smile turned wicked. And besides, if they fail and die, well, the other man rubbed his hands together and mimicked his laughter. Recalling the girl with those murderous eyes, the man spoke up. Oh, and there's also the deadly flower known as the three martial blossoms. Better be careful not to get harmed by it. Thinking about her stunning beauty, he laughed freely. But still, that look of hers. The man across from him licked his lips hungrily. Just thinking about it makes my whole body itch. The one next to him joked. Who knows, maybe one of us might end up becoming their son-in-law. A sleazy voice chimed in. Oh, of course, a life-saving favor must be repaid. After all, suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted through the air, making him freeze. A murmur spread through the crowd as people slowly stood up, their voices buzzing with curiosity. Where is this sweet scent coming from? Yeah, could it be from some kind of poisonous flower? Haha, that must be it. I bet the flower that carries this fragrance is just as beautiful and sweet. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, the scent in the air grew stronger. Then, a rustling sound came from behind. One of them turned around, puzzled. What's that noise? The group stirred, rising to their feet. In the distance, something dark loomed, its shape indistinct. As it moved closer, everyone's expressions shifted from curiosity to sheer horror. Mouths fell open. What is that? Someone recognized it first and screamed. It's the queen bee. Panic set in instantly. Run, get out of here, run for your life. The swarm of bees came down like a storm, each one fiercely aggressive. No matter how hard they tried to escape, they couldn't outrun the relentless swarm. One by one, they fell, their bodies swelling from the countless stings. Weak cries filled the air. Help, help! The ground was now littered with crushed flowers and scattered fruit, releasing a strange aroma. This scent was not a natural occurrence. It had been deliberately planted. From behind a large rock, Soryang and Hua Yin observed the bees following the trail of the scent. Wei Jiang, wide-eyed, gasped, the bees are all flying to the same place. Hua Yin nodded excitedly. Yes, it's really working. Soryang turned to Soryang and curiously asked, Soryang, what exactly did you do? I never expected the swarm of bees to go berserk just because of the scent of a certain flower. Soryang smiled and replied, that's because I ordered the bees to launch a full-scale attack. She recalled the flowers and fruits he had asked her to prepare and softly repeated. A full-scale attack? But all I did was crush the flowers and fruits and scatter them. Looking at the scent emanating from the mixture, she suddenly understood. So this scent is actually the signal for the attack order? Soryang explained. Pheromones. They are chemical signals that animals of the same species use to communicate with each other. He emphasized further. Especially social insects like ants and hornets, they rely heavily on pheromones for communication. To ensure she fully understood, he patiently explained, the pheromone I used is the very scent that bees release when initiating an attack. It's called isoamyl acetate. Hua Yin thought about the swarm of bees gathering in dense formation and exclaimed. So you're saying that the scent of these magnolia flowers is identical to the smell bees release when they attack? That's truly fascinating. Hearing her admiration, Soryang felt a little shy. But honestly, I think it's even more impressive that you could recognize that scent so accurately. Hua Yin, she smiled humbly and replied. As the head of a poison sect, being sensitive to scents is only natural. Soryang gazed ahead instead of looking at her and said, that's right. His eyes landed on a tree he had been waiting for days to approach. And his voice betrayed his excitement. The queen bee has led the swarm into battle. It's time for us to move in as well. Leading the way, he stepped through the thick grass with enthusiasm. Let's go harvest the queen bee's honey. In his hand was an object carefully wrapped in cloth and securely tied. The three of them moved forward cautiously. When they finally reached the massive tree, they hesitated upon seeing the large, dark hollow before them. Wei Jiang steadied her nerves, cleared her throat, and said, "Soryang, this is dangerous. Let me go in first to lead the way." One by one, the three of them entered. As soon as they stepped inside and looked around, they gasped in astonishment. "Oh, look at that. My heavens, that beehive is enormous." Above them was a colossal golden hive, its sheer size overwhelming. The perfectly constructed hexagonal cells formed a breathtaking sight, both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Wolfgang lit a fire, creating a trail of smoke, and muttered, Luckily, it seems the entire swarm has already flown away." Hearing a strange sound, Soryang glanced over in curiosity. What's that?" Wolfgang, as if unable to believe his own eyes, squinted and examined the hive more closely. His voice grew uneasy. "There's no honey? That's impossible." Sure enough, the hive cells were completely empty. Huayin's voice was solemn as she asked, "So there really isn't a single bee left?" Just as Soryang said? Wolfgang stroked his chin and thought, this has never happened before. How strange. Soryang suddenly seemed to realize something. He let out a startled cry. Could it be? His expression darkened as he voiced his suspicion. This hive doesn't have a single egg left either. Wolfgang frowned. What does that have to do with the honey being gone? Taking a bold guess, Soryang theorized, maybe the swarm had already been preparing to leave for some time. He concluded, that would explain why they consumed all the stored honey before leaving. After a moment of contemplation, he added, they must have sensed too many human traces around here lately. Huayin sighed in disappointment. So that's what happened. To confirm his own theory, Soryang walked toward another hive nearby. After a careful examination, he nodded. Yes, when a swarm decides to migrate, they stop laying eggs. He continued explaining. At that point, they no longer have the time or ability to care for their larvae. Suddenly, he froze, his entire body stiffening at the sight before him. Behind the hive, the back half of a bee's body was exposed. But unlike an ordinary bee, this one was much larger. A strange grin spread across Soryang's face as he turned to Wolfgang and asked, "Sir, if you kept using your Lightfoot technique without resting, how long could you last?" Wolfgang, unsure why the question was relevant, still answered truthfully, "If I run at a moderate pace, I can last for about half a day." Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Why do you suddenly ask?" Just then, a frantic voice rang out from outside. "Soryang, young master." The voice trembled with panic. "Queen Bee." Recalling what he had just witnessed, the man outside stammered in terror. "The golden swarm, they're coming back. You must leave immediately." But Soryang didn't run. Instead, he crouched down, seemingly trying to retrieve something. Just a little longer," he muttered hesitantly. Wolfgang, sensing the imminent danger, shouted urgently, "We have to go. Soryang, leave it behind." Huayin, seeing Soryang still dawdling, grabbed him by the collar and urged, "Soryang, hurry up." Outside, their companion continued to shout anxiously, "Get out quickly." Soryang finally sprinted after them, clutching something tightly against his chest. The moonlight remained bright in the sky as the three of them stumbled back to their group. Panting heavily, nearby, someone let out a relieved sigh. That was way too close. Huayin exhaled sharply. Phew, at least we made it out before the swarm returned. At that moment, the creature inside Soryang's embrace, having been nearly suffocated, poked its head out to take in the fresh air. Huayin, noticing what he was holding, gasped, "Soryang, what are you carrying?" Soryang chuckled and lifted the shockingly large insect in his hands. "This is the queen bee of the swarm. Since there was no honey, I figured I'd just bring back the one who makes it." Wolfgang paled. "The queen bee?" Huayin hesitated, glancing at the oversized bee trying to look harmless in Soryang's arms. "Soryang, young master, you don't mean..." Before she could finish, both she and Wolfgang suddenly turned pale. The queen bee let out an ear-piercing shriek. "Bzzz biz." As if deliberately fanning the flames, Soryang casually added, "Oh, by the way, it won't be long before the swarm realizes their queen is missing and comes after us." Behind them, the sky darkened as the bees gathered into an enormous, buzzing black mass. Completely oblivious, Soryang grinned. "Time to run." And just like that, a desperate chase for their lives began. The group fled in a panic. carrying the queen bee, while behind them, the enraged swarm pursued with a deafening vrrrr. Days passed since the death race with the honeybees had begun. As Soryang gazed at the queen bee's large, glistening eyes, he patted its head reassuringly. Calm down, will you? I'll take you somewhere no one will disturb you. During this time, the group had sacrificed hours of sleep to push forward with all their strength. Looking at their current state, utterly exhausted and miserable, there was no doubt that they were in rough shape. While they were taking a break, Soryang suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "There it is!" The group turned to look in panic. Someone groaned in pure exhaustion. I can't run anymore. On the way here, the members of the Venom Blood Unit had all fallen behind. He silently made up his mind that once they returned, he would definitely ask for proper training in light-footed movement techniques. Suddenly, someone stumbled forward with a startled cry. The person beside him was shocked. Huh? Another one falling behind? The group, still running, grew increasingly anxious. Looking back, they saw that the fallen individual was sprawled on the ground. A teammate shouted, "Deryong has fallen." As a result, Wang Deryong of the Venom Blood Unit was left behind. He quickly urged everyone, "Use your light-footed techniques and run faster." Deep down, he speculated that if they could put enough distance between themselves and the queen bee, they might not be attacked anymore. Panting heavily, he asked, "Sir Soryang, do you think we can escape?" Soryang, uncertain, replied, "Perhaps." 3 days later, despite giving his all, Wolfgang could no longer continue. He collapsed to the ground, coughing hoarsely, and weakly spoke to the two people before him. "I'm sorry, Sir Soryang. This is as far as I can go." At this moment, both Soryang and Hua Yin looked utterly exhausted, disheveled, their expressions devoid of emotion. Seeing him like this, he was startled and called out in concern, "Grand Chief." After a moment of silence, Hua Yin spoke up, suggesting to Soryang, "Let me carry you." Hearing this, he hesitated and refused. Lady Hua Yin, I can still run on my own." Unexpectedly, Hua Yin rubbed her face with both hands. After composing herself, she looked noticeably more refreshed. With a determined gesture, she smiled at him. "I can do it. A member of the Tang clan never gives up." At the grand entrance of the Tang clan, 2 guards stood in proper uniform, gripping their weapons as they diligently carried out their duties. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps from afar, they exchanged glances in confusion. Huh? As the figures drew closer, one of them gasped in astonishment. "Oh, the young lady has returned." What they saw was a pair of people in a sorry state, their eyes dark with exhaustion from sleepless nights. Soryang walked while supporting Hua Yin. The gatekeepers could hardly believe their eyes. Mouths agape, they stammered. Young lady?" The entire Tang clan instantly fell into chaos. A signal flare was fired into the sky, summoning the direct lineage of the clan at once. Upon hearing the flare, both the Grand Patriarch and the Patriarch immediately rushed out. The Patriarch, filled with worry, asked urgently, "What happened? Is it something serious?" A report quickly arrived. Lady Hua Yin has returned home. As soon as they arrived, they saw Hua Yin, completely exhausted, being supported by the servants. Soryang stood anxiously beside her. The sight of the two was truly pitiful, almost unbearable to look at. The Patriarch could hardly believe his eyes. "Is this real?" he asked in disbelief. Without hesitation, he pulled his daughter into his arms. His voice filled with anguish as he turned to Soryang. "What happened here?" Soryang hurriedly dropped to his knees, stammering, "Please, calm down, father-in-law. Lady Hua Yin is just exhausted, after 10 days of non-stop movement using light-footed techniques." As if recalling something urgent, his tone grew serious. "But now is not the time to discuss this. We must go to the Supreme Martial Arena immediately." The Patriarch, taken aback, asked, "What, the Martial Arena? Why?" Soryang didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into his inner robe. As if retrieving something, with both hands, he lifted and displayed the queen bee for everyone to see. "This is the queen of the golden-haired king bee. Before long, the rest of the swarm will arrive. We have to get to the ancient tree in the martial arena now." At this moment, the Supreme Patriarch couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, this boy is truly remarkable. He will surely achieve great things in the future." Meanwhile, the Tang clan Patriarch did not look pleased. With a tense expression, he demanded, "What, weren't you just supposed to collect honey? And now you've brought back the queen bee?" Before Soryang could explain, The Grand Patriarch suddenly grabbed him by the shoulders and said, "Enough talking, let's go." Soryang barely had time to react before the old man used light-footed techniques, lifting him off the ground and soaring into the air. Shocked, he shouted, wait, what? Below." The others quickly shielded their faces as the wind and sand kicked up around them. Soryang, carried high into the sky, felt his head spinning from the speed. Suddenly, panic surged through him, and he let out a frantic scream. Ah! When Grand Patriarch heard the boy shouting, he looked over with concern and asked what was happening. In the distance, a familiar dense swarm of golden bees filled the sky. The boy urgently reported, "Master, the swarm is coming." Hearing this, the old man remained calm. "Oh, quite a large number. Did you bring all of them here?" Without waiting for an answer, he increased his speed. "Let's move quickly." The sudden acceleration startled the boy, causing him to exclaim in shock. Grand Patriarch landed with a rather rough impact, scattering dust and debris everywhere. He brought the boy to a massive ancient tree and announced, "We've arrived." Soryang quickly cradled the queen bee in his hands and rushed toward the tree. Looking up at its towering trunk, he spoke, "Golden-haired king bee, this is the place I mentioned earlier. This will be your new home." The bee in his hands buzzed in confusion, flapping its wings. Soryang pointed toward the large hollow in the tree and asked, "Is this good enough?" The only response was the continuous hum of wings. Cautiously, the golden-haired king bee flew toward the tree trunk and carefully inspected its new home. After a moment of observation, it turned back toward Soryang with a bright expression. Seeing the bee's approval, Soryang felt relieved. "Looks like you're satisfied, aren't you?" However, as the approaching swarm drew closer, Grand Patriarch called out urgently, "Soryang, we must leave now. The swarm is arriving." Hearing this, Soryang glanced back and quickly responded, "Understood, Master." As the massive swarm flew overhead, it created a loud, thunderous sound, drawing the attention of everyone below. People looked up in shock and concern. Meanwhile, the golden-haired king bee, upon seeing its swarm, expressed its joy by flapping its wings excitedly and letting out a loud buzz. It swiftly led the bees toward the tree hollow and began inspecting the area. After ensuring everything was suitable, Grand Patriarch observed the scene and let out a deep sigh. In all my years, I've never witnessed anything like this." Soryang watched as well, exhaling softly. Seeing the bees settle into their new home, he finally relaxed. The golden-haired king bee has successfully been placed. Perfect. Nearby, one of the bees was sticking out its tongue, drinking water from a wooden bowl. Watching the swarm gather in small groups to drink, Soryang felt pleased. "I've given the exhausted golden-haired king bees some sugar water to help them recover." People often say that sharing a meal strengthens bonds, and kindness is nurtured through small gestures. Fortunately, there was something similar to sugar available here. What luck! Meanwhile, members of the Tang clan stood to the side, observing the scene with amusement. Some of them commented, "They're really enjoying their drink." Another added, looking at them closely, "They're actually quite adorable." Watching the golden-haired king bee drink the sweet water contentedly, Soryang smiled inwardly. If this helps lower their guard, that would be ideal. And if they eventually recognize me as their master, even better. Soryang suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, that's right." Hearing this, Patriarch asked, "What's the matter?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Soryang hesitated before asking, "And what about Miss Huayin?" The old man cast him a mocking glance and sneered, "Oh, so you just remembered her now?" Thinking back to his daughter's exhausted state, he scoffed even more. "She was so worn out that I had to bring her back to her mother to take care of her. But honestly, I never expected you to make her use light movement techniques for 10 whole days without rest." Hearing this, Soryang avoided eye contact, feeling ashamed. "Yes, father-in-law, I sincerely apologize." He continued, "She barely slept 2 hours a day. The rest of the time was spent running." Well, it really was. At that moment, Grand Patriarch suddenly recalled something and asked, "Soryang, what about the people you brought with you?" His expression turned serious as he asked, "Where is the Venom blood unit right now?" Soryang froze, sweat forming on his forehead. He wasn't entirely sure but guessed, they're probably collapsed somewhere along the road. I think we'll have to go pick them up." Hearing this, Grand Patriarch could only close his eyes and burst into laughter. Soon, under his orders, the Venom blood unit was safely retrieved and reunited with their families. Meanwhile, in Huayin's room, Warm sunlight streamed through the wooden windows. After hearing Soryang's account of everything that had happened, Hua Yin was overjoyed. So, it seems the golden-haired king bees have recovered their strength. That's really fortunate. Soryang smiled and replied, yes, miss. Hua Yin then recalled the bees and asked, where are they now? Soryang added, they're currently in the mountains with the servants, gathering nectar from the poisonous flowers of the Tang clan's forest. Hearing this, Hua Yin nodded in understanding. Oh my, they really are adorable. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out from outside, interrupting their conversation. Lord Soryang, Lord Soryang. Soryang glanced toward the door and responded. He asked, what's going on? The man outside, though rushing, still maintained proper etiquette, gripping the doorframe tightly. He urged, you need to come outside for a moment. Panting heavily, he took a deep breath and continued. The golden-haired king bees, their behavior seems strange. They look like they're searching for something. Hearing this, Soryang frowned and thought, Soryang quickly ran outside, with Hua Yin following closely behind. Above them, a group of golden-haired king bees was already waiting. Seeing the swarm scattered in the sky, Soryang was astonished. Seriously? The bees? As soon as they heard his voice, the entire swarm turned to look at him. Their wings buzzed loudly, creating a low, humming sound. Before he could react, the bees swarmed around him, clinging to his head and body. Confused, he stammered, hey, what are you all doing? Hua Yin, noticing the strange scene, grew worried. Little Soryang, are you okay? The bees, however, ignored her and continued pulling at Soryang's sleeves. He felt them tugging at his clothes with all their might, trying to lift him up. Growing anxious, he asked, what's going on? Why are you acting like this? Before he could finish his thoughts, his feet gradually lifted off the ground. Helpless, he could only let out a wry laugh. The people below stared in shock as Soryang was carried higher and higher by the swarm. Hua Yin's mouth fell open in disbelief as she called out, Soryang. The bees carried him all the way to the ancient tree before finally releasing him. As he landed somewhat clumsily, the loud buzzing of wings echoed around him. He stumbled slightly, exclaiming, His eyes widened at the sight before him. Shocked, he turned to the bees and asked, what happened to your hive? One of the bees suddenly flew behind him and gave him a firm push forward. Understanding their intentions, he chuckled and said, all right, I get it. You want me to go inside. As he stepped in, he glanced around and let out a surprised sound. Oh, the interior was neatly organized, with golden honeycombs arranged in perfect harmony. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The hive is almost completely built, and they're already working hard to gather honey. Just then, a bee slowly flew toward him. Soryang turned his gaze to it and muttered, Upon closer look, he realized, this was the queen bee. She gazed at him with a deep, affectionate look before landing gently on his arm and softly flapping her wings. He lowered his voice and asked, do you want me to lift you up? In response, the queen bee flapped her wings even more vigorously. However, before he could act, the rest of the swarm suddenly crowded around him, clinging to his face and body. His face was almost completely covered, making it hard to even move. With a headache forming, he thought, these little ones are sticking to me so much. I can't even budge. Resigning himself, he carefully lifted the queen bee as she wished. Her large, glistening eyes stared up at him. Slowly, she closed her eyes and stretched out her tiny front legs, reaching toward his face. Seeing this, Soryang panicked and blurted out, wait a minute, but it was too late. The queen bee had already pressed close to his face, causing his cheeks to flush red instantly. Soryang groaned internally. He suddenly felt something soft against his lips. His entire body burned with heat. His vision blurred, and his mind spun. His throat moved instinctively as he swallowed, only to realize that some unknown substance was surging into his mouth. The swarm of bees buzzed around excitedly, watching as their queen forcefully kissed Soryang. When their lips finally parted, a thin, shimmering strand of liquid stretched between them before breaking. Soryang immediately released the queen bee. Exhaling sharply, he covered his mouth with his hand, his face completely red. Pointing at the queen bee, he stammered, why you, queen bee, that was my first time. What on earth did you just do? But before he could react further, his body suddenly felt out of control. His limbs weakened, and a wave of dizziness hit him. His chest tightened in panic. With no strength left, His body collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. His vision flickered as he desperately searched for the queen bee. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he found her watching him with what seemed like an amused expression. "What, did you just feed me?" he muttered weakly. After that moment of contact with the queen bee, Soryang curled up on the ground, his face contorted in pain. He coughed harshly. A burning sensation spread across his skin. A strange, tingling itch crawled through his body, making him restless. He rolled over on the ground, trying to shake off the overwhelming heat. But nothing helped. His vision blurred, his nose and mouth leaking a strange, foamy liquid. His heart pounded in his ears, each beat echoing like a war drum. He reached out a trembling hand toward the queen bee, barely managing to whisper, "Why you? What did you give me?" His eyelids grew heavy. Just before he lost consciousness, he saw the queen bee looking at him with an innocent, almost playful expression as she chirped, "Bzz bzz tilde." Then, just as everything turned dark, he heard a panicked voice. "Soryang, Soryang." Yin's worried cry rang in his ears. Then another voice, Grand Patriarch's, stern and serious. "This boy, it seems he has ingested an extremely potent spiritual elixir." Soryang's vision darkened. He could hear Yin's panicked voice calling out, "Soryang, wake up." Then came Grand Patriarch's calm yet firm voice, "I will guide your energy flow." When he finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Yin holding a damp cloth, about to place it on his forehead. Noticing he had woken up, she brightened with relief. "Soryang, you're awake." He sat up slowly, rubbing his head before scanning the surroundings. Where is this?" Yin gently tucked her hair behind her ear and answered, "The Tang clan's medical hall." She then explained everything that had happened. "After seeing you being taken away by the golden-haired king bees, Grandpa and I rushed over. But by the time we arrived, you had already lost consciousness. So we brought you here." Looking at him carefully, she asked, "Do you remember what happened?" Soryang hesitated. Well?" Memories of what happened flashed through his mind. His face turned red as he covered it with both hands. "My first kiss." Seeing his troubled expression, Yin grew worried. "Soryang, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" When he remained silent, she quickly suggested, "Should I call Grandpa over?" Soryang immediately waved his hands. No need." He paused again, let out a long sigh, then gathered his thoughts before speaking. "The queen bee, she fed me something. That's probably why all of this happened." Yin tilted her head curiously. "What did you eat?" Soryang looked uncertain. I'm not exactly sure what it's called. But if I had to name it, maybe king bee elixir." Yin repeated the unfamiliar name. "King bee elixir?" He nodded with a small smile. "That's right. The bees collect nectar and pollen to survive. But only worker bees eat them." She furrowed her brows slightly. "Then, what about the queen bee?" Soryang explained. "From the moment it's born until it dies, a queen bee only eats the king bee elixir that worker bees produce once in their lifetime." Suddenly, he realized something. His eyes widened. "So the king bee elixir that the queen bee forced me to consume was actually royal jelly." Yin gasped softly. "So that's what it was. The queen bee's lifelong food." As she processed this, Soryang's tone suddenly turned excited. "But that's not all. The king bee elixir has another special effect." Yin, intrigued, asked, "What effect?" With enthusiasm, he explained, "Ordinary worker bees only live for about a month. But because the queen bee eats king bee elixir, she can live up to 60 times longer." "Isn't that amazing?" Yin, startled by his excitement, quickly tried to calm him down. "Soryang, take it easy." She blushed and let out a soft cough to cover her embarrassment. "Oh, so that's how it is," she said. Her curiosity had been satisfied. So she continued, "The internal energy technique that Soryang has been practicing is the 5 venoms cultivation technique. However, since it's only a basic mental cultivation method, it cannot fully absorb the energy from spiritual medicine." Yin let out a quiet sigh of relief. The nectar of the golden maned king bee is said to have the equivalent effect of 2 years of internal energy cultivation. Right? That means Soryang has gained exactly 60 times the effect. He now possesses 10 years' worth of internal energy. Hearing this, she congratulated him. "You've had quite the fortuitous encounter." Soryang was stunned, unable to utter a word. 10 years of internal energy? At that moment, Yin hesitated slightly before continuing. She took out a handkerchief to hide her embarrassment and said, You should take a look at yourself in a silver mirror later. It seems that the king bee elixir has other effects as well. Hearing this, Soryang's eyes widened in shock. Other effects? He repeated. He instinctively touched his face and muttered to himself. A silver mirror? And sure enough, when he finally saw his reflection in the mirror, he was stunned. He gently placed a hand on his cheek and murmured, "There's something strange." Slowly, he began to realize, was this the effect of royal jelly? What happened to the rustic boy from Hainan? Soryang lightly poked his cheek with a fingertip, marveling at how his facial features had become more refined. His skin had also become softer, almost like a woman's. As an unsettling thought crossed his mind, beads of sweat rolled down his face. His cheeks flushed red, and for a moment, he even forgot to pull his hand away from his face. He imagined himself in a more feminine version and, with a bright smile, introduced himself. "Hello, I am Wei Soryang." The thought jolted him back to reality. Horrified, he clutched his face and muttered, "Is this the royal jelly that the queen bee consumes?" In a panic, he quickly lowered his head, fumbling to untie his belt. The room fell into complete silence, as if even the air itself had stopped moving. Then, he pulled down his pants to check if his little brother was still there. After confirming, he lay flat on the ground, staring at the ceiling, and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's still where it should be. He recalled Hua Yin's words, if Grandpa hadn't guided the energy properly, something serious could have happened. He muttered to himself, I should probably go and thank him. He had narrowly escaped a crisis, as if his very life had been saved. Today was a rather cold day. The misty weather made the distant mountains appear hazy and indistinct, shrouding much of the landscape. Visibility was quite limited, only the nearest treetops could be seen clearly. Soryang walked along the familiar path he always took. But today, something felt strange. He couldn't shake off the eerie feeling that people were staring at him. When he noticed young ladies glancing at him and giggling, he silently wondered if something was off. Had his sudden increase in internal energy made such a difference? Feeling unsettled, he broke into a sprint as if fleeing from ghosts. Determined to escape, behind him, the laughter of the young women echoed in the chilly air. At Sichuan Tang clan's dining hall, known as Sichuan Pavilion, Soryang stood hesitantly at the entrance. Reluctant to step inside, peeking through the doorway, he observed the lively scene within. The dining table was filled with a feast, dishes of all colors, fragrances, and flavors laid out beautifully. Everyone had already taken their seats, and the servants were still bringing in more food. Just then, Madame turned her head absent-mindedly and spotted Soryang. She studied him carefully before exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my son-in-law's face looks much brighter and more refined." Then, with concern in her voice, she asked, "Han, has your body recovered?" Soryang respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes, mother-in-law, I apologize for making you worry." Madame clapped her hands, genuinely pleased. "Oh, there's no need to apologize. You should be happy about such a great fortune." She then turned to her daughter with a teasing smile. "Goodness, just look at his skin. Hua Yin must be delighted." Hua Yin's face flushed red with embarrassment. Mother," she stammered, clearly flustered. Trying to change the subject, she quickly said, "Soryang, come, take a seat." With a soft, yes, he complied, sitting down amidst the cheerful laughter of Madame. Everyone had now taken their seats, and the last dishes were being served. As a servant poured tea, Patriarch spoke up, his tone warm with concern. "Soryang, has your body fully recovered?" Soryang nodded obediently. "Yes, father-in-law, I apologize for making you worry." He then bowed slightly and added, "Thank you, grandfather. I heard that you personally examined my condition." Grand Patriarch chuckled. "Oh, so you know about that? Well, encountering such a fortunate event is something to celebrate." At this point, Patriarch, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, interjected, "Now, tell us what exactly happened. I've already heard about the king bee elixir from Hua Yin, but I want to know the full story." You don't know where to start. Out of habit, you reach up to touch your face and then respond with a soft, Thinking about your first kiss, you close your eyes and say, "Perhaps it was because the new hive was to my liking. So the golden-haired king bee tried to repay me. That's why I was pulled back to the hive and suddenly fed the king bee elixir." After recalling everything, you summarize cheerfully, "I think everything that happened stemmed from this." The madam covered her mouth in surprise. "How strange." The Grand Patriarch sighed, "A mid-tier creature that knows how to repay kindness." Then, He suggested, by the way, would it be possible to find more king bee elixir? If we could obtain it, it would be highly beneficial for our Tang clan. The patriarch added, even just the honey from the golden-haired king bee is already quite useful. If it's the king bee elixir, then its effects must be extraordinary. The madam, however, was only interested in its beauty-enhancing properties and excitedly asked, "Son-in-law, can you find more king bee elixir?" Seeing everyone staring at him, you clear your throat lightly. Yin also turns to you and asks, "Ah, that's right, Soryang, can you find it again?" You close your eyes and softly respond, Recalling what you know, you think to yourself, if it were just ordinary bees, you would need to set up multiple separate hives for the queen, something people call royal chambers, and then use worker bees to collect royal jelly. Then, you remember the desperate struggle of escaping from the swarm and someone shouting, "Young Master Soryang, wasn't this situation completely different?" You speculate, if I tried the same method with the intelligent golden-haired king bee, I'd probably be turned into a beehive instantly. Thinking about the innocent appearance of the queen bee, you reflect deeply. Royal jelly is normally a food produced by worker bees for larvae. Yet in your case, you were directly fed by the queen bee herself. If that's the case, could this substance be fundamentally different? After a moment of silence, you finally speak. I'll be straightforward, it's probably impossible. The Grand Patriarch immediately asks, "Impossible? Why?" The madam also grows anxious. "Son-in-law, why not?" You turn the question back on them. "Even if you could eat it, would any of you dare to?" The patriarch hesitates, then speculates. "What do you mean? Is it strange? Or is it the smell?" You furrow your brows slightly and shake your head. "It's not that." Then, you deliver the shocking truth. The king bee elixir is secreted directly from the queen bee's mouth. It seems it must be personally fed by her. You fear that everyone might not understand, so you explain further. "It's like kissing. There has to be direct mouth-to-mouth contact. The queen bee's secretion must enter the mouth for it to be transferred." The Grand Patriarch's mouth drops open in shock. "What? Mouth-to-mouth contact with the queen bee?" The madam stammers in disbelief. What? The patriarch can only sigh and give up hope. "So that means, it's impossible to obtain more. Unless," he continues, "it's Soryang the one favored by the golden-haired king bee. No one else would be able to." Suddenly, the sound of chopsticks falling onto the table breaks the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Yin doesn't look at you but asks in a low voice, "Mouth-to-mouth contact?" She can't help but cover her mouth. Glancing at you, "Soryang, you had mouth-to-mouth contact with the golden-haired king bee?" Under the quiet night sky, the soft moonlight gently shimmers on the surface of the water. A scarred hand clenches tightly, veins bulging with intensity. A man with a powerful, well-built figure sits deep in thought, as if contemplating something of great significance. This man is none other than the Murim Alliance leader, Fist Emperor Ju Jungik. Suddenly, a gentle female voice from outside interrupts his thoughts. "Alliance leader, I have brought tea." Ju Jungik raises his head and responds, "Come in." A graceful woman enters, carrying a tray with careful precision. A beauty mark rests just below the corner of her lips. As she bows slightly and serves the tea, Ju Jungik glances at her and speaks in a calm voice. "I have prepared white dew of Sichuan Mountain." Crossing his arms over his chest, he sighs in nostalgia. "Tea from my homeland." As she pours the tea, the woman replies softly, "Yes, this is the famous white dew tea of Sichuan Mountain." Hearing this, he nods slightly and says, "Thank you, I will enjoy it fully." The woman watches intently as he lifts the teacup. Ju Jungik brings the cup close to his lips, parting them slightly to take a sip. But before he can drink, a hurried voice calls from outside. "Alliance leader, this is your strategist, Jigul Hu." The anxious tone makes Ju Jungik pause. He sets the cup down and asks, "It's late, what's the matter? Come in." Jigul Hu, a young man with a dignified appearance, stepped forward and clasped his hands together. "I apologize for disturbing you while you were resting, Alliance leader," he said before proceeding with his report. "Urgent news has just arrived from Sichuan Tang, so I thought it best to inform you immediately." Ju Jungik remained composed and replied, "It's fine, since the strategist has come in such haste. It must be an important matter. Speak." Jigul Hu moved closer, reaching into his sleeve as if searching for something. He then placed a scroll on the table and spoke. "The blood-handed Rakshasa, Tak Unyong." As soon as he mentioned the shocking news, he continued, Tang clan has obtained his head, along with the secret manual of the blood-handed venomous palm. Zhu Junggik could not contain his shock. He slammed his hand down on the table, shattering a teacup as he roared. What? The force of his strike made his hand tremble. Clenching his other fist tightly, he gritted his teeth and questioned. The blood-handed venomous palm? That terrifying martial art, how and where was it recovered? Jiggle Hu bowed slightly and explained. Previously, Tak Unyang was struck by the attack of the 10,000 Venoms Divine Lord, and his whereabouts became unknown. He later drifted to Hainan and secluded himself there. As if recalling something, Jiggle Hu's expression grew intrigued. Moreover, there is quite an interesting story behind this. According to our intelligence, that notorious demon, Tak Unyang, was actually defeated by a young hero, along with someone skilled in the use of poison. Zhu Junggik, startled, asked, "What did you say? A young hero and a poison user?" Jiggle Hu sat across from him, spreading open his fan as he continued. It certainly sounds like an intriguing tale, one that I believe the alliance leader will find particularly interesting. Meanwhile, a woman who had been silently standing in the room listened to Jiggle Hu's enthusiastic tone. If I were to go into detail, he began. At that moment, within the Sichuan Tang clan's patriarch hall, all members of both the main and branch families were present. After hearing the report, one elder nodded and said, "That's right, patriarch." Another elder, clearly enraged, exclaimed, "So someone dared to sell information from Tang clan to outsiders?" The elder beside him scoffed. How audacious, to think that someone would tarnish the honor of the Tang clan in such a way. Observing the reactions of those present, Soryang noticed a stark difference from before. Turning to Hua Yin, he whispered, "Surprising, you're not speaking harshly to your father-in-law this time?" Hearing this, Hua Yin smiled and replied, "Of course not, Soryang." Fearing that he might not fully understand, she explained further, "Daring to harm the family's reputation has enraged even the elders. After all, we are still family," she added. The patriarch closed his eyes briefly before bowing his head in decision. "I have asked the beggar sect to verify information about them. We should receive news soon. I intend to go to Yingchuan Prefecture personally." A concerned elder asked, "Then how do you plan to handle this matter?" The patriarch, having already planned each step, replied, "For now, we must use the soul-breaking poison, blood-melting poison, and intestine-severing poison." He briefly described the effects. When the blood ignites, the internal organs will melt, and the victim will be plunged into unbearable pain, feeling as if their very soul is being torn apart. I will then end it with the 7 treasure soul-severing poison. Soryang's jaw dropped. That's an incredibly cruel method. The patriarch turned his head and commanded Walgang, "Summon the poison elimination squad immediately. We depart at once." Bowing respectfully, Walgang responded, "Understood, patriarch." The squad was gathered swiftly. Now, standing in formations of 5 in the courtyard, they awaited orders. Before leaving, the patriarch did not forget to advise Soryang, "My son-in-law, I will be on my way. You should rest and take care of your health." Soryang clasped his hands and bowed. "I understand, father-in-law, please be careful." Hearing this, the patriarch chuckled confidently. "Careful? What is there for me to be careful about? They are the ones who should be afraid." With that, he and his team swiftly departed, his bold voice still echoing in the air. "Let us go. We shall bring them 100-fold retribution, 100-fold punishment." The squad responded in unison. "Yes, patriarch." Observing the black-clad individuals, each carefully covered from head to toe, Soryang couldn't help but ask Hua Yin curiously, "Are those people the poison elimination squad? I've been here before, but this is the first time I've seen them." She nodded and replied, "Ah, they specialize in handling dangerous tasks." Hua Yin then smiled and added, "Their main duty is to eliminate others. That's why they are called the Poison Elimination Squad." Hearing this, Soryang felt a cold sweat break out. This is far beyond just dangerous tasks. Just then, the sound of someone clearing their throat came from behind. Cough, cough. Both of them turned to see who had arrived. Soryang immediately clasped his hands and bowed in greeting. "It is an honor to meet the elders of the Tang clan." The leading elder coughed and spoke. "Ahem, yes, I've heard you recently had a lucky encounter?" Soryang did not show any arrogance but humbly replied, "Yes, esteemed elders." However, his mind couldn't help but wander with speculation. Could it be because of the golden-haired King Bee's royal jelly? The head elder covered his mouth. coughing repeatedly before speaking. Ahem. We came to you because we have a request. Still confused, Sor Yang asked. What kind of request? He continued. Is it about the royal jelly of the golden-haired king bee? Before he could finish his sentence, the head elder quickly interrupted. Ah, no, not that. Do you really think we would be so greedy for such a thing? Another elder chimed in. That's right. All the sacred medicines and treasures in this world already have their destined owners. Don't they? Seeing that the two elders kept talking without getting to the point, Sor Yang grew more doubtful and asked. Then what is it about? The two elders exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to begin. After clearing his throat with a cough, the head elder finally stepped closer, placing a hand on Sor Yang's shoulder with a mysterious air. His face flushed slightly as he whispered. Come a little closer. Isn't this about the beetle medicine? I heard that it was created by the son-in-law, so the decision is entirely up to you. Ahem. At that moment, Sor Yang seemed to understand. He let out a long ah and grinned, taking out 3 beetle medicine pills. He tossed them in his hand and laughed. Haha, I'm still trying to adapt to the Tang clan. There are many challenges, but if the elders could offer some support, then offering these pills wouldn't be impossible. The elders immediately relaxed and burst into laughter. Ah, our son-in-law truly knows how to handle things. From now on, we will fully support him. Feel at ease living in the clan. Just as they were laughing heartily, the Grand Patriarch stepped through the door, witnessing the joyful scene. What's all this lively chatter about? He asked. The sudden voice made everyone freeze for about 5 seconds. The elder who was about to receive the medicine choked on his own saliva and coughed violently. The group quickly placed their arms around Sor Yang's shoulders in an attempt to cover things up. Ahem, we were just bonding with our dear son-in-law. Sor Yang, still slightly flustered, added. Ah, of course, esteemed elders. Seeing this, the Grand Patriarch laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it seems you all have finally realized Sor Yang's true value. Yin, drenched in sweat, watched as everyone played along with each other's words. Their voices continuously rang out. Of course, Grand Patriarch, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a panicked voice called out. Grand Patriarch, this is serious. Hearing this, the Grand Patriarch turned around and asked. What happened? Without any delay, the messenger urgently reported. The Lord of Sichuan is on the brink of death. Everyone was instantly horrified. An elder couldn't help but exclaim. What? Sor Yang immediately asked. Did he follow the prescribed dosage correctly? The messenger hesitated for a moment, knowing he couldn't hide the truth, and finally confessed. After seeing how effective the medicine was, the Lord of Sichuan took in a new concubine and consumed several times the recommended dosage. Upon hearing this, Sor Yang broke into a cold sweat and screamed internally. Oh dear heavens! The Grand Patriarch, now holding his forehead in frustration, sighed. I must go there immediately. Before leaving, he turned to Sor Yang and instructed. You are the only man left in the household. Protect the women of our clan. Understand? Sor Yang obediently replied. Yes, grandfather. Without another word, the Grand Patriarch swiftly executed his light-footed martial technique and vanished into the night. Watching his grandfather rush off in such a hurry, Sor Yang couldn't help but wonder. Is it really that serious? By nightfall, all the main halls of the Tang clan were brightly lit. Yin sat beside Sor Yang and asked curiously. How is your training in the 10 Venoms dual essence technique going? Sor Yang, a bit unsure, replied. Compared to when I started, it's not as confusing anymore. He reflected to himself. If the 5 Venoms piercing technique feels like a massive energy current circulating through the body, then the 10 Venoms dual essence technique is like 2 energy currents running simultaneously, just like a twin-cylinder engine. Yin, visibly pleased, announced. I think I've developed a certain level of resistance to most common poisons now. Then she added excitedly. Moreover, I can even release my inner energy externally or transfer it into objects. Sor Yang was astonished. Really? Determined to test himself, he clenched his lips and said. All right, let me try it once. Facing the training dummy before him, Sor Yang slowly stood up, holding a throwing knife between his index finger and thumb. He focused his mind. He silently chanted in his head, channeling his internal energy from left to right, making 2 energy streams rotate in the same direction. Gradually, a faint green aura formed beneath his feet, then rapidly spread across his entire body. Sor Yang slowly opened his eyes. a faint green glow now shimmering within them. He muttered to himself, "When this energy fills my entire body, when the release signal rings in my mind." With one foot firmly planted as a pivot, he exerted force and hurled the throwing knife toward the training dummy. The blade, infused with green energy, sliced through the air like a roaring wind. A loud boom echoed as the throwing knife struck the dummy squarely in the abdomen, sending bits of fabric flying in all directions. Overjoyed, Soryang called out, "Lady Huayin, I did it!" Huayin beamed, her eyes curving into bright crescents. "Soryang, that was amazing. You successfully infused the blade with your energy." Meanwhile, a group of mysterious figures clad in black, hiding nearby, widened their eyes in shock. They stared as the knife not only pierced through the dummy but also embedded itself deep into the wall behind it. One of them whispered anxiously, "Could we have been discovered? Do we need to eliminate him?" Another immediately countered, "No, it just seems like a coincidence." The third figure, holding a book in his hand, spoke in a hushed tone. "Regardless, we've obtained a copy of the Blood Venom Palm Manual. Our mission is complete. Before trouble arises, we must leave immediately and return to our sect." A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. "Fools, letting their guard down in the training grounds like this. Thanks to that, I was able to slip in and out with ease." Just as he finished speaking, an unfamiliar scent wafted through the air. He frowned and sniffed, muttering, Do you smell something sweet?" The entire group instinctively glanced around, searching for the source. As they looked up, their expressions froze. A bee was hovering in the air, staring straight at them. However, something about this particular bee seemed off. Its expression looked visibly displeased, and its buzzing, BBII, was filled with anger. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the night, shattering the eerie silence. Soryang's eyes widened in shock. What was that? Huayin turned toward the source of the sound and speculated, "It seems like there's someone there." Her gaze shifted toward the row of trees behind the training dummy. Sure enough, a group of suspicious, black-clad figures was lurking in the shadows. One of them shrieked, "Ah, why is there a bee?" Their attire and nervous behavior immediately convinced Huayin they were intruders. For the safety of the clan, she swiftly launched herself toward them, preparing to engage. At the same time, she issued a firm command to the guards beside Soryang. "Shoot!" Still bewildered, Soryang called after her, "Lady Huayin?" The masked man, seeing the dire situation, hastily called his comrades to retreat. One of them, bitten on the ear by a bee, could only cry out for help. "Get this thing off me! Damn it!" However, the other two did not stay behind to assist him. Instead, they used their light-footed martial arts to flee. From a distance, Huayin rushed forward, shouting, "Stop right there!" She swiftly pulled out a long black whip, its surface covered with countless sharp thorns. With all her strength, she lashed it towards the enemy. However, they agilely leapt away, dodging the attack, leaving her momentarily stunned. "They managed to avoid my whip?" Realizing he couldn't escape, the one bitten by the bee chose to stay behind to hold them off while counter-attacking. He brandished his sword and charged toward Huayin, shouting, "Hya! Die!" From the sidelines, Soryang could only yell out, "Lady Huayin, be careful!" His voice carried deep concern. Despite the bee still clinging to him, the masked man swung his sword down fiercely. But Huayin was no ordinary fighter. With both hands gripping the whip's ends, she raised it to block the strike. She even cast a disdainful glance at her opponent before forcefully flicking the thorny whip towards his face. Stunned by the sudden attack, he had no chance to counter. Seizing the opportunity, she relentlessly lashed the whip at him. Only then did the bee release him and fly away. Soryang, seeing the masked man lying unconscious on the ground, anxiously asked, "Lady Han Huayin, are you all right?" Huayin retracted her whip and calmly replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, the masked man let out a final cry before falling silent. Black smoke began to rise from his body, his mouth gaping open. Soryang, horrified, exclaimed, "Who is this guy? Is he dead?" A chill ran down his spine as he cursed internally. What the hell just happened? Huayin crouched down to examine the intruder who had dared to infiltrate the Tang clan with ill intentions. Observing his ashen complexion and other telltale signs, she concluded, he took poison to commit suicide. Looks like he was trying to hide something. At that moment, the entire Tang clan lit up with torches, and a resounding voice echoed, "Intruders, capture them." After gathering their forces, Huayin issued a firm order, We will immediately organize a pursuit team and begin the chase. Then she turned to Soryang. Come with me, along with Ji Yu-pei, the captain of the Venom Blood Unit. In the silent depths of the night, deep within the forest, flickering flames danced like fireflies, glowing and fading in the darkness. Shouts echoed relentlessly through the trees. Catch them! A group of pursuers pressed forward, their relentless chase giving no respite. As he ran, Ji Yu-pei shouted, "They haven't gotten far. We must capture them at all costs." Feeling his speed was too slow, Soryang recalled the spotted centipedes in his mind and made a decision. Let's go, my twin-cylinder engine. However, just as his foot touched the ground, he suddenly slipped, his entire body plunging into a pit. Caught off guard, he let out a startled cry. Hearing his scream, Ji Yu-pei immediately turned back and called out, "Lord Soryang." He and another man rushed over, pulling Soryang up from the pit. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Struggling to climb out, Soryang panted and muttered, "I thought I was done for." But something felt off. Turning his head cautiously, he let out a low murmur. Huh? What he saw made his blood run cold. Behind him was a writhing mass of green and red snakes, tangled together in a nest. A chill spread through his body as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His voice trembled. What the hell? SN snakes? Ji Yu-pei also broke into a cold sweat. He observed for a moment before commenting, "It looks like a snake den." Snakes tend to gather in places with strong yin energy. Especially in this season. They're unusually aggressive, be careful. In contrast to the others, Wu Gong appeared somewhat intrigued. Muttering to himself, he studied the snakes. They're all staring at us. They even have their mouths open, like they're trying to scare us off. Soryang found this strange. That's odd. Normally, banded water pit vipers aren't this aggressive. He then glanced at the group apologetically. Because of me, we're falling behind. Looking up at the darkening sky, he added, "It's about to rain, we should hurry." Ji Yu-pei nodded and replied firmly, "Understood, but we've lost valuable time." Warrior Soryang. With that, the group gathered their strength and resumed their pursuit. Ahead, a faint glow emerged in the darkness. The leader of the chase pointed and shouted, "Over there, catch them." Ji Yu-pei turned back and gestured in another direction, giving orders, "That way." Not far off, three masked figures in black robes furrowed their brows warily. Watching the approaching pursuers, thunder rumbled across the sky, and rain began pouring down, drenching the forest. At that moment, a deafening crack of lightning illuminated the scene. The two opposing sides locked eyes, assessing each other's strength. The tension in the air was palpable. The leading man spoke in a deep, commanding voice, "Tighten the encirclement." Ji Yu-pei followed up coldly, "You have no way out." With that, he and his men reached into their robes, drawing their weapons. The rest of the Tang clan warriors swiftly did the same. The masked enemies, however, showed no fear. They unsheathed their blades, ready to fight. For a brief moment, both sides stood still, tension thick in the air. Then, a warrior from the Tang clan at the front roared, "Attack!" and charged forward. Their enemies knew they had no choice but to fight for survival. A Tang clan warrior swung his sword at one of the masked men, but the latter blocked it effortlessly with his twin blades. The enemy beside him sneered, "Pathetic worms." Another one rushed in for support, shouting, "Out of my way," as he slashed toward the Tang clan warrior, sending him staggering backward. A panicked voice from behind cried out, "Watch out," but it was already too late. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked toward the masked man, catching him off guard. The young warrior who launched the attack swiftly swung his blade again, aiming at the opponent's arm. This time, the enemy managed to duck in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. Without hesitation, the young warrior hurled his dagger at the masked man, executing 3 phantom slashes. A famed Tang clan technique. 3 blades shot toward the target in rapid succession. Forced to retreat, the masked man leapt to evade the last strike. But the final dagger seemed to predict his movement. The blade struck deep into his chest. A crimson spray burst into the air like a firework. Clutching his wound in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding, he gasped. Ji Yu-pei narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Lucky bastard." There was a hint of regret in his voice as he continued, "Consider yourself fortunate. The rain has washed away the poison on my throwing needles." The wounded man gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. But another of his comrades had already fallen. Meanwhile, Soryang kept watch over the captured enemy, ensuring he remained bound. Ji Yu Pei and his men turned their focus toward the last remaining masked warrior. Then, a strange, unsettling voice echoed through the night. How amusing, such a pathetic swarm of insects. Yet you gather in numbers. Ji Yu Pei tensed and shouted. Who's there? A man descended from above, landing with such force that a massive boulder shattered into pieces beneath him. He was an old man with a ferocious face, his presence exuding menace. The crimson glow in his eyes flickered ominously, revealing a sheer, unrestrained bloodlust. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from him, Ji Yu Pei immediately warned everyone. He is a top-tier expert. Fall back. The old man's entire body emitted a faint red glow. He let out a strange, eerie laugh, cuckoo, before stopping abruptly. Then, he turned his gaze to the wounded man in black and asked, "Did you get it?" The man carefully pulled out a book hidden in his chest and respectfully replied, "Yes, I did, but this is not the original, it's a copy recorded by the Tang clan." From a distance, Soryang, who had been eavesdropping the entire time, suddenly turned his head upon hearing this. He recalled the words of the Grand Patriarch, only villains would seek out this book. His heart pounded with anxiety. He hesitantly spoke up. A surge of unease spread through him as he realized that this might be a copy of the same sinister manual his grandfather had once read. Without hesitation, he shouted toward Ji Yu Pei, warning him, "That book contains the secret techniques of the blood venom palm." Ji Yu Pei's expression changed upon hearing the name. His reaction mirrored Soryang's anxiety. What, a copy of that manual? Sweat dripped down his forehead as he clenched his teeth in frustration. Those despicable scoundrels. Seeing the enemy's indifferent attitude, Ji Yu Pei couldn't contain his anger and cursed again. What kind of person would desire such a sinister technique? Reveal your identity at once. But the old man paid no attention to the insults. Instead, he casually flipped through the book, a smug smile forming on his lips. Just as I suspected, he muttered, since it's only a copy. It contains the techniques but lacks the essential key insights. Still, this will suffice. After skimming through it, he snapped the book shut with a loud thud and turned to the man in black. Though we may be in a hurry, there is no better way to announce our return. Bould Groli, I grant you permission to use our sect's martial arts. So, the man in black was called Bould Groli. Upon hearing the order, he immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Understood, my lord. He then extended his palm toward the black-clad man lying on the ground, whose condition was unknown. Suddenly, the blood from the fallen warrior began to rise into the air, forming a sinister mist with a pungent, iron-like scent. Watching the eerie scene unfold, Soryang clutched his head and screamed, "Ah, what is this?" Ji Yu Pei, his face filled with doubt, muttered, "That technique." Dense spiritual energy swirled in the palm of the black-clad man, pulling in the blood surrounding him. Everyone watching suddenly realized he was absorbing it. A sharp metallic sound rang out as a blood-stained sword clattered onto the ground. The wounds on his body, instead of worsening, were visibly healing, restored by dark magic. The old man sneered coldly. "Coo, it seems you've figured it out." Long, sharp claws formed on his hands as crimson blood energy condensed around them. With a proud smirk, the old man introduced himself. "I am none other than a blood cult elder. The Bloodhawk Dagger Claw, Lord Ji Yu Chonak." Soryang frowned. What a ridiculously hard name to pronounce. Ji Yu Chonak locked eyes with Soryang, scrutinizing him for a moment before grinning with satisfaction. "Not bad, you look promising," he muttered, rubbing his hands together. His mouth, lined with sharp teeth, dripped with saliva. Licking his lips greedily, he added, "It's been far too long since I last tasted the blood of someone like you." Amidst the downpour, both sides remained tense, eyes locked in anticipation. Cursed Elder Akis clutched the secret manual to his chest before giving an order to the black-clad Bould Groli. "Capture him. Nothing restores vitality better than the fresh essence of a young warrior." Bould Groli responded immediately. Understood. Without hesitation, the two surged forward, radiating killing intent. Among the Sichuan Tang clan warriors, Ji Yu Pei urgently commanded, "Deploy the 5 Venom Fire Annihilation formation. Do not let them reach Lord Soryang." Laughing coldly, cursed Elder Akis floated effortlessly into the air with lightness skill. Taunting, try and stop me." His entire body exuded an intense, scorching aura. With a sudden burst of force, He shot skyward. Below him, a massive explosion erupted with a deafening boom, accompanied by agonized screams. Soryang instinctively raised his arms to shield his head as chunks of debris flew in every direction. Amid the chaos, a voice urgently called out to him, "Lord Soryang, get back!" But before he could react, Bould Groly seized him from behind, gripping his throat tightly. Soryang's eyes widened in shock as he struggled to breathe. The murderous glint in Bould Groly's eyes was unmistakable. With an icy tone, Bould Groly whispered, "Take a rest. It seems the elder has set his sights on your blood." Soryang's vision darkened as his breath became ragged. Desperately, he clenched his teeth and rasped, "My children, now!" At his command, a swarm of spotted centipedes surged from his body, launching a frenzied attack on the black-clad warrior. One particularly aggressive centipede clamped its mandibles onto the back of Bould Groly's hand, emitting sharp, enraged squeaks. Surprised, Bould Groly scowled at the strange golden creature. "What, a spotted centipede?" he muttered, confused. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, a dagger whistled through the air and embedded itself directly into his forehead. Blood splattered as the force of another attack sent him flying backward. Soryang instinctively shielded his eyes from the dazzling burst of light. Then, as a familiar voice rang out, he whipped his head around. "Soryang!" As Hua Yin led the group forward, Walgang and the Great Elder followed closely behind. Seeing them approach, he joyfully called out, "Miss Hua Yin." However, both Hua Yin and Walgang's expressions grew serious as they took in the scene before them. Ji Yuchonak stood, his entire body shrouded in black mist, effortlessly dealing with the surrounding people. Alarmed, Hua Yin urgently asked, "What is happening with the Five Venoms Annihilation Fire Formation?" Hearing this, Ji Yu Pei immediately turned to her and reported, "Miss Hua Yin, the Blood Cult Elder is attacking." Hua Yin was taken aback. "The Blood Cult Elder?" she exclaimed, realizing the severity of the situation. Without hesitation, she commanded, "Everyone, assist Vice Captain Ji Yu Pei at once." Walgang promptly acknowledged her order. "Understood, Miss," he responded before instructing the others. "Charge forward. Transform the Five Venoms Annihilation Fire Formation into the Nine Venoms Annihilation Fire Formation." As the group encircled their enemy, their numbers swelled, further strengthening their formation. Ji Yuchonak calmly stroked his beard and let out a low chuckle. "So, that little girl is the one who defeated Bloodhand Rakshasa. Tak Anyang?" His eyes gleamed with a crazed light as he licked his lips, his voice dripping with mockery. The so-called blood-handed poison bird was nothing more than an empty name. Who would have thought he would be devoured by spotted centipedes? Walgang's voice thundered with fury. "Shut your mouth, you will meet your end here." Ji Yuchonak merely laughed arrogantly. "Oh, is that so?" His deep laughter echoed through the battlefield as the ground trembled beneath them. Dark magic surged around him, growing denser by the second. His hair stood on end, and an eerie voice resonated through the air. "Let's see how you handle this." The rain poured down harder, its heavy droplets blending with the growing tension. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the land, a burst of light illuminating a corner of the forest. Meanwhile, Soryang focused on tending to a wound, his voice calm yet firm. "Endure it a little longer." He tightened the final knot on the bandage, but unease gnawed at him. The situation was growing increasingly dire. His gaze darted toward Ji Yuchonak, who now bared his fangs, lifting a helpless victim and draining their blood. Soryang clenched his fists. His side was losing strength, while the Blood Cult Elder could simply replenish his by consuming more blood. Just as his mind wavered, a dark figure suddenly streaked past him, crashing violently into a tree. Soryang quickly turned his head and saw Hua Yin, her teeth clenched in pain. His voice trembled with concern as he called out, "Miss Hua Yin." Suddenly, Hua Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Soryang immediately reached out, gripping her shoulder tightly, his voice filled with concern. "Miss Hua Yin, are you all right?" She forced a reassuring smile. "I'm fine," but her exhaustion was evident. Taking both of his hands in hers, she looked at him seriously and called his name. "Soryang, please, return to the clan and bring reinforcements. We don't have the strength to handle them right now." Her voice carried both urgency and desperation. Soryang furrowed his brows, clenching his teeth in frustration. Damn it, he watched Ji Yuchonak wreaking havoc and felt utterly powerless. In this battle, he was completely useless. Sensing the growing crisis, Captain Walgang turned back and called out, "Lord Soryang, for the sake of the clan, I beg you, please help us." The great elder added, "We will hold them off here. You must go now." Soryang stood silent, unsure of what to say. After a moment, he finally gave a determined nod. "I understand. I'll return as fast as I can." But doubt lingered in his mind. His lightness skill was still lacking. Could he even make it in time? Before he could hesitate further, Hua Yin suddenly embraced him. "You'll be fine," she whispered. Unseen by him, tears streamed down her face. "You can do it," she said firmly. "You've been training so hard all this time." He stiffened, then rested his chin lightly on her shoulder. Her voice was soft, reassuring. "And next time, let's go find rare poisons together again. All right?" As they pulled apart, she grasped his shoulders tightly, her gaze unwavering. "Soryang, everything depends on you now." Without waiting for a response, she turned and ran back into the battlefield. Soryang stood frozen, watching her disappear. His expression darkened. "Damn it," he muttered. "There's no more time to waste." He turned and dashed in the opposite direction. His footsteps splashed through the water. His breaths ragged as sweat mixed with the rain. Exhaustion weighed on him, and in his fatigue, he failed to notice the rock beneath his feet. His body lurched forward. With a heavy crash, he hit the ground, lying sprawled out, completely drenched. He couldn't move. His limbs felt like lead. Then, from his body, spotted centipedes emerged, their tiny legs skittering over him. Chit, 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 chit. Their frantic cries filled the air, as if echoing his struggle. Soryang arched his back and pushed himself upright, a strange thought surfacing in his mind. He reached out and poked the cheek of a spotted centipede, his thoughts racing. "Even if I use all my energy for lightness skills, it would take at least half a day to return. Most of the top experts of the clan have already left. Even if I call for reinforcements, they won't arrive in time." He lifted his head to the pitch-black night sky. Only the relentless rain continued to fall, splashing into the puddles around him. The cool sensation against his skin seemed to clear his mind. "They must have sent me away to save me." His eyes widened as if a hammer had struck his mind. His fingers curled tightly into a fist. "Why? Because I'm the youngest? Because I'm weak and need protection? Is this really what heroism in martial arts means?" His mind drifted back to the kind expression of the patriarch when he had once declared, "From now on, you are part of my family." "Family," Soryang murmured, staring at his open palm. "I've never seriously thought about what family truly means. I've never felt like I was truly a part of the Sichuan Tang clan." Memories flickered through his mind, faces of his comrades appearing one by one. "They all saw me as family. All of them, except me." His lips curled into a faint smile. A hint of warmth flickered through his worried expression. How can an assassin clan feel so warm? Slowly, Soryang forced himself to his feet, determination written across his face. He turned to the spotted centipedes and said firmly, "Let's go save your mother." The creatures chirped in response, their tiny bodies trembling with excitement. Chit, chit. Without hesitation, Soryang dashed forward, his heart set on one goal. He clenched his fists. "I want to save them. I must find a way." His mind replayed the cruel expression of Ji Yuchonak, his thoughts narrowing in on key details: blood cult elder, blood recovery, venomous creatures, snakes, toads, poisonous herbs. A sudden realization struck him. He skidded to a halt, his heel digging into the soaked earth. His gaze locked onto a burrow ahead. A snake den. Just as he suspected, a group of red-eyed serpents lay coiled within. The spotted centipedes on his shoulders suddenly grew restless, their high-pitched chirping filling the air. Chit, chit, chit. He lowered his head, gently stroking one to calm it. "Wait a moment, everything will be fine." Laying the sleeping spotted centipede onto the ground, he watched as the other two reacted with concern. "Chit, chit," they cried, nudging their sleeping companion. Soryang spun around and sprinted toward the snake den, leaving the spotted centipedes chirping in confusion behind him. Inside the den, the snakes slowly raised their heads, their gleaming eyes locking onto the intruder. Soryang's lips curled into a confident smile. "If the martial world is all about righteousness, then I'll solve this in my own way." He recalled an old record on the blood willow serpent. The snake, often referred to as the flower serpent by common folk, was one of the most terrifying venomous snakes in existence. Now standing in the middle of the den, Soryang remained still as countless snakes slithered around him, coiling tightly around his arms and legs. unlike other venomous snakes that had prominent fangs at the front of their mouths. These creatures had small venomous fangs hidden within their back teeth, making it harder for them to inject poison. But in terms of sheer toxicity, this species was considered the most lethal land snake in East Asia. Pain shot through his body as the fangs pierced his skin. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Yes, bite down harder." His mind flashed to another species, the mamba snakes, part of the Elapidae family. Known for their speed and agility, these venomous serpents thrived on land and in trees. Among them, the black mamba was particularly infamous for attacking humans, earning the terrifying reputation of Africa's nightmare. Despite his trembling nerves, Soryang forced himself to stay calm. If this poison is stronger than the black mamba's, then there's nothing more to say. My internal energy techniques from the Tang clan should help me withstand it. I should be fine. Above him, the spotted centipedes peeked down into the den, their chirps filled with concern. Hearing their cries, Soryang reassured them, "It's all right, just stay calm, my little ones." He then glanced down at his hand and froze. Countless snake bites marked his skin, the surrounding flesh reddening ominously. This should be enough. Surveying the snake den, he muttered to himself, "Time to leave." Slowly, just as he took a step, he felt something tighten around his neck. A strange sensation crept over him as a snake coiled more forcefully. His eyes widened in shock. "Wait, what?" Looking down, he saw dozens of snakes wrapped around his legs, their glowing eyes staring intently at him. His mouth fell open in horror. I didn't expect this," though he knew he had to remain as calm as possible. A curse slipped from his lips. Damn it, this wasn't part of the plan. The spotted centipedes suddenly leapt from above, landing directly on Soryang's head. The snake coiled around his neck was instantly knocked away by two of them, who then took its place. Seeing their excitement, Soryang hesitated before asking, "My little ones, what's going on?" The snake that had been thrown off hissed aggressively, flicking its tongue as it lifted its head. However, the spotted centipede on Soryang's head glared at it with pure fury. Without warning, it lunged, sinking its fangs into the snake's vital point and viciously tossing it to the ground. The centipede then clamped down on the snake, thrashing it violently, causing the surrounding serpents to hesitate in fear. Sweat dripped down Soryang's forehead as he stammered, "Grace?" The spotted centipede named Grace perked up, chirping happily in response to the name. "Thank you, Grace." After a brief struggle, the snakes finally stopped moving, reluctant to make another reckless attack. Soryang reached out and patted Grace on the head. "You were all worried about your father, weren't you?" Thank you." As Grace settled comfortably on his head, he chuckled, "Good job, let's go find your mother now." Meanwhile, on Hua Yin's side, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Her breaths were heavy, exhaustion evident in her every move. Yu Cheonak stood amidst the battlefield, effortlessly draining the blood of yet another victim. If this continues, everyone will die. The person in his grasp writhed helplessly, their blood visibly swirling around their body. Drool dripped uncontrollably from their mouth, their eyes rolling back as a strangled sound escaped their throat. Yu Cheonak's expression twisted with pure ecstasy. So easy, as easy as flipping a hand. His arrogant laughter rang through the battlefield. "Is there truly no one here who can withstand a single strike from me?" Hua Yin's people gritted their teeth in fury, but she could only hope that Soryang had already escaped safely. Gripping her thorned whip tightly, she stepped forward, issuing an order to the others. "Attack him from a distance as much as possible. I will hold him off. Send a signal to any nearby martial artists." One of her subordinates immediately nodded. "Understood, miss." However, just as she was about to move, the Great Elder stepped in front of her, blocking her path. "You must retreat, just like Soryang." "What?" Hua Yin exclaimed in disbelief. "I can't do that." The Great Elder remained firm. How could a direct descendant of the Tang clan abandon their kin in battle and flee alone? Hua Yin's fists clenched as she retorted, "If I can't even protect my own people, how could I ever face the patriarch again?" Yu Cheonak stood as if invisible, watching everyone chatter. "Hurry up and leave. Don't waste words," he interrupted sharply, cutting them off. His prey kept running endlessly like this. Wouldn't that spoil his fun? With that thought, he let out a cold laugh. "Well, this might actually be better," he mused, stroking his chin as he calculated his next move. Imagining the entire Tang clan engulfed in a sea of flames excited him. "If I'm still not satisfied at this point," he thought, Flattening the Tang clan to the ground would be quite entertaining. It'd serve as a grand announcement of the return of the blood cult elder. A greeting filled with terror is necessary. The Tang clan elder, hearing this, gritted his teeth in fury and cursed. Bastard! He has no intention of sparing any of us. Wai Yin, feeling that hesitating any longer wasn't a strategy, made up her mind. She stepped forward, swinging her whip, and declared with resolute determination, "If that's the case, even if we all die here, I'll take at least one of his arms." Her companions obeyed her command, responding clearly, "Yes, miss," though they knew it would be difficult to face the old man. A gleam of determination shone in each of their eyes. Ji Yuchonak glared at them, a scornful smile curling on his lips. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, as per young master's words. "Miss, the Tang clan will never abandon its kin and flee." Wai Yin was so stunned she couldn't speak. Soryang, though battered and worn, appeared in high spirits. She reached out to touch his face, regaining her voice, and exclaimed in shock, "Soryang." Her heart raced with panic. "Why did you come back?" she asked. Soryang closed his eyes and gently touched the spotted centipedes, softly explaining his presence. "I told you, the Tang clan never abandons its own." Then, he tore off his clothes and threw them to the ground, revealing a muscular frame. With a plan of his own, he spoke firmly. "I too am part of the Tang clan." Gripping his short daggers tightly in both hands, he charged toward Ji Yuchonak. The old man watched the young man rush at him, his face calm and composed. Wai Yin, seeing this, cried out in fear, "Soryang, no!" Ji Yuchonak let out a mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha, I spared your life, and yet you come back to throw it away. You fool!" Soryang stomped the ground, launching himself into the air. With a long, fierce shout, he swung his daggers down at the old man. Wai Yin screamed in shock at the sight before her. Soryang, struggling to resist the overwhelming force, swung his arm, knocking away the two short blades. However, the enemy easily lifted him with one hand while condensing dark energy in the other. The old man let out a strange laugh. "Oh, offering your essence blood to me? How delightful." With that, he struck toward Soryang's abdomen. "Let me have a taste." Soryang hastily raised both hands to block the attack, but the old man's sharp claws clamped down tightly on his wrists. "HMPH, you reacted fast enough to block with your hands?" In that instant, the force of the grip was so immense that pain shot through Soryang's arms, making him groan. He coughed violently as the old man sneered. "You fool, don't you know that blood flows through your arms as well?" Under the effect of the dark magic, Soryang's blood began rising into the air, slowly draining from his body. The sensation of his life force being siphoned away was unbearable, and he let out a long, anguished cry. "Ah!" Wai Yin, panicked, shouted desperately, "Soryang, save Soryang, please!" The sinister man, seemingly pleased, watched the boy's blood disperse into the air, laughing maniacally. "Caw caw caw caw." Extending his tongue, he licked the droplets of blood floating before him, savoring the taste. "Sweet, delicious, ha ha. How long has it been since I last tasted the essence blood of a young one?" Satisfied, he descended slowly, his feet touching the ground with such force that the earth beneath him shattered and sparks flew. Then, he unleashed a powerful technique, Bloodwheel Inferno. The surrounding space instantly became scorching hot, and the sheer impact of the attack sent people flying. Wai Yin rushed forward, catching Soryang just in time. "Soryang," she cried out. Meanwhile, Ji Yuchonak smirked coldly, his laughter chilling to the bone. "Caw caw caw," he scoffed at the sight of his enemies collapsing. That annoying pest who kept throwing hidden weapons like a swarm of flies. "I finally dealt with them in one go, thanks to this boy." Wai Yin, shaking Soryang's motionless body, pleaded desperately. "Soryang, wake up." Ji Yuchonak, looking down at them arrogantly, spoke with absolute confidence. "I'll send you off painlessly." Hearing this, Wai Yin's face turned pale with fear as she clutched Soryang tightly. "No, you can't." But at that moment, a sudden cough interrupted the tension. Soryang's eyes fluttered open, and from his mouth dripped a strange white liquid. The old man's expression shifted. What have you done?" Then, realization struck him. His hair and beard began falling out. Ji Yuchionak's eyes widened in horror. This is dispersing poison?" The old man's entire body began to tremble. His voice also revealed a tone of fear. "This cannot possibly be happening." My inner strength and mental cultivation. How could they be affected by the poison of the shadow dispersal? The old man clutched his head with both hands in terror. This is something that cannot happen. Who on earth are you to be able to do this? At that moment, Soryang smiled and asked back, "You're asking who I am?" He pointed at the old man and declared, "I am your natural enemy." Ji Yuchonak felt his body growing weaker by the moment. Hearing this, he asked in shock, "Natural enemy?" On Soryang's side, the situation wasn't much better. His eyes were gradually becoming hazy. The old man's face grew increasingly dark. Cold sweat drenched his face as he muttered, "What have I been poisoned with?" Ji Yuchonak recalled the moment just before. After using that brat's blood energy to circulate through one cycle of his meridians, his blood vessels no longer obeyed his will. He tried stomping his foot hard on the ground, but there was no strength at all. Ji Yuchonak murmured to himself, "Blood cult elder. The world was right within my grasp." And yet, his steps slid long across the ground. Unwilling to accept defeat, he shouted, "I cannot fall here." His face suddenly revealed a bloodthirsty expression. Ji Yuchonak roared madly, "Die!" Huayin showed a wary look, gripping her thorny whip tightly in her hand. Then she swung the whip forcefully toward her opponent. With a snap, the thorny whip coiled tightly around the old man's neck. Huayin's eyes widened, showing disbelief. Seeing Ji Yuchionak's feeble resistance, she thought in surprise, the attack succeeded? How could a sinister fiend like him not dodge it? The old man struggled to resist, his body drenched in sweat. Ji Yuchonak gritted his teeth and cursed, "This brat, even if I devour you whole, it wouldn't feel satisfying. What have you done to my blood path?" He grabbed the thorny whip and threatened, "I'll kill you all." Blood cult elder reclaiming the world. Huayin yanked the whip with force and shouted, "Shut up and die." With a jerk, Ji Yuchionak's head was torn in two. The words, "blood fall," had barely left his mouth before he fell silent. Seeing his head roll away, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Ji Yu Pei stammered, "I won?" The crowd cheered with joy. The young lady has beheaded the elder of the blood cult elder. Huayin herself couldn't believe her eyes and stammered, "Soryang, what's going on here? That sinister blood cult elder." In response, a weak voice answered her, "Huayin, it's. His entire body was drenched in sweat as if he'd bathed in it, and saliva dripped from his mouth. He whispered, "It seems I need to treat the poison from being bitten by a tiger-striped water snake." Huayin asked in shock, "Tiger-striped water snake?" Seeing his pale face and dazed eyes, she cried out in panic, "Tiger-striped water snake? Isn't that supposed to be non-poisonous? Hurry, bring the antidote. Soryang has been poisoned by a tiger-striped water snake." Everyone else panicked too, shouting, "Soryang!" When he woke up, Soryang opened his eyes and found himself lying on his side in bed, saliva still dripping from his mouth as he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" The Grand Patriarch, seeing him awake, quickly warned, "You can't move yet, Soryang." Huayin's voice was filled with concern. "Soryang, don't move." He shifted slightly, and a wave of pain surged through his body as he groaned. "Ouch!" Soryang, bare-chested, lay face down on the bed, feeling warm fingertips moving across his back. He asked in confusion, What's this situation?" Huayin sighed in relief. "It's good that you've woken up," the Grand Patriarch announced. "You've been unconscious for 10 days. Soryang asked in shock, 10 days later? Huayin sat beside him, recounting everything. "After you passed out, thanks to you, Soryang, we were able to slay the enemy. Then everyone hurriedly brought you back to the clan." Recalling the scene from that time, she couldn't help but sigh. "You were poisoned so severely. If grandfather hadn't returned in time, it would have been the end." Hearing this, Soryang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Oh heavens! Bitten by a snake twice and nearly died. After the treatment was complete, the Grand Patriarch's voice rang out. "Good, now that you're awake and alert, you should be fine." Soryang struggled to sit up and respectfully said, Thank you so much." Recalling something he'd been curious about for days, he opened his mouth. But wait, the Grand Patriarch grabbed his shoulders with both hands, shaking him until his head spun and his vision blurred, asking, "Tiger-striped water snakes are poisonous too? And how did you all manage to defeat that blood cult elder?" Soryang coughed and replied, "Cough, cough, I'll explain right now." Soryang, while rubbing his head due to dizziness, raised 2 fingers and said, First of all, tiger-striped water sneaks are indeed a venomous species. Moreover, they possess two types of venom, one located inside their mouth, the other coming from the venom glands at the nape of their neck. Hua Yin, astonished, asked, "Two types? How so?" Grand Patriarch, equally surprised, said, "Huh? I didn't know about this." Soryang nodded and replied, "Originally, they're very timid. They flee when they see people. And their venomous fangs are small too. In fact, until the 1980s, people didn't even know that flower snakes were venomous." Grand Patriarch, as if recalling something, continued, "So, does that mean the internal energy of the blood cult elder being disrupted is also related to this? The blood cult elder is supposed to be immune to energy-dispersing venom." Soryang voiced his hypothesis. "This is just a theory. But it might be due to the venom of the tiger-striped water snakes. From what I remember, the venom of flower snakes mainly consists of hemotoxin, meaning blood toxin. This is a type of hemorrhagic venom. Hemorrhagic venom destroys red blood cell membranes, along with blood vessel walls, one cell, and many other structures in the body. It can damage numerous organs inside the body." He sighed in relief because his dangerous plan had succeeded. If the blood cult elder, who uses blood like a vampire, were to ingest hemorrhagic venom, how would that turn out? This idea really worked. Soryang rubbed his chin and said, "Perhaps that's why their blood, the source of their martial prowess, was affected and led to this situation." Hearing this, Grand Patriarch let out an "oh." He felt astonished because of this newly acquired knowledge. It's just that people didn't know the tiger-striped water snakes were venomous. Their venom is 5 times stronger than that of a pit viper. If it's further influenced by yin energy, making the venom even more potent. His voice suddenly became excited. Who would have thought that in the Sichuan region, there'd be such a terrifyingly venomous snake? Hua Yin, delighted, said, "Amazing, Soryang, you've achieved a great feat." Grand Patriarch raised his voice and said, "Now that I recall, I heard Hua Yin mention something." He crossed his arms, looked at Soryang, and smiled. "Didn't the blood cult elder call you their natural enemy?" Hearing this, Soryang couldn't help but feel embarrassed, thinking, "That sounds a bit pompous. Doesn't it? Did I really say something like that?" Hearing the hearty, "ha ha ha," laughter, Soryang pulled a blanket over himself. His face flushed with embarrassment. Grand Patriarch even patted his shoulder, teasing, "That's right. If I could completely seal off their martial skills, then you'd truly be their natural enemy." Suddenly, Grand Patriarch's voice turned serious. "Soryang, thank you for protecting the family," he said, clenching his fist tightly as he continued. "Those wretches dared to attack our family while I was away. This time, I will uproot them completely." Considering this his own family, Soryang agreed and replied, "That's right, grandfather. We must eradicate them thoroughly. Now that we know their weakness, all that's left is to gather 11 large doses of tiger-striped water sneak's venom." Thinking of Gu Chonak and his vicious subordinates, Soryang swore inwardly, "Those damned mosquitoes, sweeping away even their souls would be the only just thing." Recently, the atmosphere at Tang clan had been incredibly tense because, ever since the blood cult elder appeared, Tang clan had been on high alert. Grand Patriarch tied a letter to a pigeon's leg, sending news that many Tang clan warriors had been injured, and some had even lost their lives. As a result, the righteous sects of the martial world were rushing to Tang clan to offer aid. He released the pigeon into the sky and spoke, "Even when facing top-tier experts, such losses are still minimal. But the thought of the martial world sinking into a sea of blood once more because of the blood cult elder weighs heavily on my heart." Recalling that terrifying time, he couldn't help but say angrily, "Those damned mosquitoes, not only do they capture innocent people to drain their essence and blood, but 35 years ago, they caused a massive massacre and became the common enemy of the martial world. This time, the situation is even more severe." Seeing the stunned expression on Soryang's face, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder to reassure him, as if to say that things would be different this time. His voice carried a fierce conviction, because Sichuan Tang is the natural enemy ordained by the heavens. Hearing this, Soryang huffed angrily, thinking to himself, "Grandfather, are you doing this on purpose?" As if hearing Soryang's inner thoughts, Grand Patriarch turned to him with a grin, spreading his hands as if that were his answer. After that, Grand Patriarch's tone grew stern as he spoke. "Soryang, I have a request. Can you help me?" Soryang turned his head and replied, "Yes, grandfather, if it's something I can do, I'll give it my all. Grand Patriarch handed him a notice, saying, "The people from the Martial Alliance will arrive here soon." Soryang was surprised to hear him add, "There will even be soldiers from the Martial Alliance accompanying them. I want you to show them the venom you discovered. Now that we've found the blood cult elder's weakness, I want to share it with everyone." Understanding the importance of the matter, Soryang didn't hesitate and immediately responded, "I understand. If it's for the greater good, of course we must do this." Grand Patriarch nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "Ha ha, I knew you'd say that." Then he continued, "By the way, Soryang, I have some news that will make you happy." Soryang, surprised, asked, "What is it?" Grand Patriarch led him to a place and said, "The renovation of the 10,000 Poisons Hall is complete. From now on, Soryang, you will officially manage the 10,000 Poisons Hall." In disbelief, Soryang's voice trembled as he asked, "Huh? Is that true?" His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "Finally, this day has come." Grand Patriarch delivered more shocking news. "Just as you said, I've also prepared a special hall for breeding venomous creatures. To raise tiger-striped water sneaks, we first need a suitable place." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Soryang exclaimed, "Oh, thank you so much." Watching the pigeon fly further into the distance, Grand Patriarch smiled faintly and said, "Think of this as something you're doing for the martial world, and do your best." Soryang chuckled softly and replied, "I understand, grandfather." Afterward, Soryang went to the place Grand Patriarch had mentioned. Gazing at the scene before him, he was inwardly astonished, thinking, "This is truly earth-shattering news." Accompanying Soryang was Lady Huayin. After some thought, he named the place Poison Garden, meaning a garden of venomous creatures. Seeing this, Huayin asked in confusion, "Poison Garden?" Soryang smiled and explained, "This place was created to collect all the venomous creatures in the Central Plains." Huayin, still puzzled, questioned, "So, you plan to collect every animal?" His tone grew serious as he replied, "Of course, in the future. I even want to gather all 10 of the Central Plains' most venomous creatures, because I promised you." Lady Huayin. Suddenly, Huayin's face turned bright red. Covering her mouth, she stammered, I'll cheer you on, brother." Spotting a crowd nearby, she ran toward it, shouting, "Look, there are so many people gathered over there. Hurry, let's go see." Soryang called after her, "Huh?" As Huayin and Soryang approached, a man standing with his hands on his hips, waiting, said, "Oh, you've arrived." Recognizing him, Soryang asked in surprise, "Former vice leader?" The man laughed heartily and replied, "Yes, here I am, the former vice leader, now with the Poison Creature Squad." Soryang, puzzled, asked, "Poison Creature Squad?" The former vice leader nodded and said, "Yes, this is a new unit established by the Patriarch under your orders." He turned to the group standing behind him and introduced them. "From now on, they'll be your hands and feet, assisting the young master in both searching for and raising venomous creatures. Please entrust these tasks to your subordinates." Soryang looked at them in astonishment, his face slightly flushed with happiness. Imagining the future, he thought joyfully, "Even animal caretakers? The family has truly invested heavily in me. This is a huge step forward on the path to realizing my dream." The scene shifted to another place. The messenger pigeon had delivered its letter to its destination. A woman dressed in white opened the letter and carefully read its contents. After finishing, she spoke softly, "Amitabha, has the blood cult elder resurfaced?" She looked up at the sky and sighed lightly. Just when the Central Plains were at peace, another bloody storm is about to rise. Meanwhile, on the road, Ju Junggik and his group moved forward with focus. An elderly man with silver hair turned back and announced, "The strategist, we're almost there. We can rest at Tangclan today." Jiggle Hu sighed in relief. "Finally, we're free from sleeping under the open sky. What a stroke of luck." Recalling Ju Junghak's furious demeanor, he told himself, "At the very least, I need to bring back some good news. If I could find even a trace of the blood cult elder, that would be great." At last, they arrived. The silver-haired elder said, "We can finally see Tang Clan." The gate guard, spotting the group, quickly asked, "Might you be the guests from the Martial Alliance leader?" Jiggle Hu nodded and replied, "That's right, I am Jiggle Hu, strategist of the Martial Alliance leader." The guard clasped his hands and bowed. "Many thanks to you all for traveling such a long distance to visit. Please wait a moment." Another guard hurried inside to report their arrival. Suddenly, the gate guard lowered his voice and said, "There's one more thing." He put on a serious expression and cautioned. When you enter Tang clan, there are some matters you need to be careful about. Jiggle Hu, curious, asked. Matters to note? The silver-haired elder speculated. Could it be that Tang clan has set up a sword-dissolving pond? Note. A sword-dissolving pond is a pool of water in front of sect gates where visiting guests must leave their weapons as a sign of respect. The guard, flustered, replied, Well, it might surprise you, but please hear me out. Even if it's just a tiny creature, you must absolutely not take its life while in Tang clan. Jiggle Hu, stunned, asked, could it be that the entire Tang clan has converted to Buddhism? The guard emphasized again, you'll understand once you're inside. You must absolutely remember this. Jiggle Hu could only mutter a soft, huh? In response. After that, the group entered Tang clan one by one. A voice suddenly rang out. You've arrived. Strategist Jiggle Hu let out a small, oh. Soryang and Huayin clasped their hands and bowed, saying in unison, greetings to the strategist of the alliance leader. It's an honor to meet you. Jiggle Hu returned the courtesy politely. Lady Huayin, it's been a while. Huayin smiled and said, yes, it's been exactly 1 year since we last met at the Martial Alliance. Jiggle Hu then asked, so, where is the esteemed elder? The divine general. At the moment? She bowed apologetically. Grandfather has left to search for traces of the blood cult elder. Please forgive us for the less than perfect hospitality. He quickly waved his hand. No. Discussing the state of the martial world is only natural. There's no need for such formality. Then Jiggle Hu glanced at the person beside her and asked curiously. And who might this young hero be? Soryang smiled and spoke up. Ah, my first time meeting you. Lord Strategist. He clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am Wei Soryang. Jiggle Hu, puzzled, remarked. Wei, not Tang? Huayin's face turned red with embarrassment as she pointed to herself. Stammering, this person is my beloved. The crowd immediately erupted in commotion. Beloved? What? The third flower of the martial world has a beloved? This can't be. Tears streamed down their faces as they wailed. Where did this brat come from? Damn it, the world is so unfair. Jiggle Hu, covering his face with his fan, coughed awkwardly and said, ahem, elder, please lead the way quickly. Or else they might end up challenging him to a duel soon. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Jiggle Hu looked up and asked, did you all hear that noise? A sharp-eyed person pointed nearby and shouted, up there, look, a swarm of bees is flying toward us. The group exclaimed in shock. Aren't those golden-haired king bees? Why would such a dangerous creature be in Tang clan? The crowd immediately rushed forward, forming a protective barrier around Soryang and Huayin. Careful, some of you stay back to protect Lady Huayin, one of them yelled. Soryang quickly spoke up. Everyone, put your swords down. He patted the shoulder of the person in front of him and explained. It's definitely because of the new rules in Tang clan. The man, still uneasy, said, young hero, step back quickly. Golden-haired king bees are extremely dangerous creatures. Even an ordinary person could easily lose their life to them. Pushed to the point where his face turned red, Soryang struggled to speak, barely getting the words out. That's why, the golden-haired king bees. Feeling like this wasn't getting through, Soryang mustered all his strength and shouted. The golden-haired king bees are creatures I raised. Everyone, calm down. The man, stunned, asked, what, you raised them? As if to prove Soryang's words, one golden-haired king bee darted forward and clung to his head, buzzing affectionately with a bzzz. Then, one by one, the others flew over and surrounded him. Soryang gently asked, did you all come looking for me? It's true, I've been gone for a while. He then cautioned them, now, don't you dare shoot venom at the guests. Alright? The man, dumbfounded, thought to himself, he's treating the golden-haired king bees like children? The fiery atmosphere among the young martial artists immediately subsided. After this little interlude, the group followed Huayin into the guest room. As they walked, Jiggle Hu mused to himself. This character, I never imagined he'd be Tang Huayin's beloved. Though he's an outsider, could he also be considered a son-in-law of Tang clan? Suddenly, he heard the sound of people murmuring and let out a curious, A man pointed at a jar and asked, a venomous creature like this, wouldn't it suit Tang clan better? A girl, holding up a gecko, argued back, what are you saying? Look at how brilliantly it shines. Jiggle Hu, head throbbing, thought to himself, What now? He pulled Soryang aside and asked curiously. Young hero Soryang, why are those martial artists gathered around a creature like that? Soryang glanced over and let out a, huh? After grasping the situation, he explained, they're people who've been influenced by the poison creature exhibition. Jiggle-hu pressed further. Poison creature exhibition? Did they commit some offense or something? Soryang frowned, rubbing his chin. An offense? It was indeed a mistake. It happened a few days ago. In the dead of night. Hua Yin stood to the side, instructing, over there, feel your inner energy and push it outward. Soryang flailed his arms and legs, asking, oh, like this? She shook her head and replied, no, Soryang, not like that. Suddenly, an urgent voice interrupted. Soryang, the former vice leader, approached with two others, all three bowing with deeply troubled expressions. Seeing this, Soryang asked curiously, former leader, what's wrong? Hesitating, the man spoke up, I'm truly sorry. Great hero Soryang. Gathering his courage, the former vice leader continued. This time, more than half of the fish we caught to feed the tiger-striped water sneaks have. Soryang interjected. Oh, they died? He sighed sympathetically. That's hard to avoid. Those 4 striped fish are very sensitive. If there's noise, the mother might even kill her own young. The man shook his head and dropped a bombshell. No, the martial artists used them as snacks. Soryang, thinking he'd misheard, dug at his ear with a finger. The former vice leader repeated firmly. They ate them as snacks. Struck as if by lightning, Soryang's jaw dropped as he asked. What? No way. You're saying they ate the fish as snacks? Why would they eat them? Hua Yin explained. 3-finger dish is a delicacy where they dip the fish, still alive, into sauce and eat it. Soryang stood there, dumbfounded, while the former vice leader bowed again. I sincerely apologize. Great hero Soryang, Hua Yin added. Some of the people from Henan in the poisoned Buddha hall said they missed home. So they just ate them. That's how it happened. Soryang stood there, dazed, thinking to himself, the 4 striped fish I caught to feed the tiger-striped water sneaks, they've all been eaten by these people? He resolved, this can't go on like this. We must cherish the creatures that need to be nurtured. Snapping back to reality, he explained, and so, in Sichuan Tang, a new rule was established regarding the poison creature exhibition. Soryang concluded, that's why the martial artists in Tang clan each take care of their own type of venomous creature. Jiggle-hu nodded in understanding. So that's why everyone has their own venomous creature. Then, he fell silent, observing the young man beside him. Jiggle-hu mused inwardly. Clearly, he's no ordinary person. In a room, 3 people, Grand Patriarch, Soryang, and Jiggle-hu, sat around a round table, facing each other. After hearing the full story, Jiggle-hu sighed. So that's how it is. He laughed heartily. As I suspected, the mysterious young hero Patriarch Tang clan met on Hainan Island is none other than Wei Soryang. Grand Patriarch smiled and asked, well, isn't he a treasure of Tang clan? Soryang sat quietly as the two praised him, saying modestly, calling me mysterious isn't quite enough. The golden-haired king bees truly caught me off guard. He thought to himself, this is so embarrassing. Suddenly, Jiggle-hu's tone grew serious. But I still have some concerns. We haven't found a single clue about the blood cult elder yet? He sighed. We can't just sit back and watch. The blood cult elder's forces are growing stronger by the day. Grand Patriarch, with a mysterious air, said, Soryang, bring it out. Soryang obediently closed his eyes and replied, yes, grandfather. Jiggle-hu, bewildered, couldn't grasp what the two were talking about. To ensure secrecy, Grand Patriarch raised a finger, and a dome of faint light enveloped the 3 of them. He explained, we can't let the sound leak out. I'll set up a sound barrier. Jiggle-hu, astonished, exclaimed, even a sound barrier? Soryang placed a small vial on the table, saying, this is it. Jiggle-hu, curious, picked it up and shook it but still wasn't sure what it was. He asked, what exactly is this thing that requires even a sound barrier? Grand Patriarch clarified, it's a power-dispersing venom. Jiggle-hu questioned again, if it's just a power-dispersing venom, why go to the trouble of setting up a barrier like this? Hearing this, Grand Patriarch glanced at Soryang, who understood the look and nodded once. Jiggle-hu was stunned when Soryang spoke. But what if this power-dispersing venom only affects the people of the blood cult elder? Jiggle-hu slammed the table and stood up, exclaiming in disbelief, is that true? Grand Patriarch nodded and chuckled. Haha, yes, Hard to believe, isn't it? Jiggle Hu furrowed his brow. If that's true, this is truly a groundbreaking discovery. The blood cult elder seems unaffected, yet this venom is so potent. He recalled, according to Hua Yin, it reduces the physical condition of the poisoned to that of an ordinary person. Hua Yin took down a blood cult elder who was poisoned with just one move. Listening to Grand Patriarch recount the events, Jiggle Hu couldn't help but marvel. One move? He emphasized. It really works exactly like a power-dispersing venom. As Grand Patriarch detailed the process, Jiggle Hu exclaimed in admiration. Many thanks to the senior, the divine lord of 10,000 poisons. This is truly something I never imagined. Then, he clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. With a gift like this, surely even the alliance leader can rest easy for now. Grand Patriarch couldn't hide his pride. Haha, if you want to thank someone, it's not me but this kid. Because it was Soryang who discovered it. He closed his eyes, smiling with satisfaction. This kid poisoned his own body and lured the blood cult elder into drinking his blood. Thanks to that, the elder writhed on the brink of life and death for 10 days. Soryang scratched his head sheepishly as Jiggle Hu praised him. Huh? Not only sharp-witted but also fearless in sacrificing yourself. Suddenly, Jiggle Hu placed a hand on Soryang's shoulder, startling him with a, huh? Jiggle Hu spoke solemnly. Young hero Wei, whatever you desire, I will fulfill it. If there's anything you wish for, I'll report it to the alliance leader. Soryang fell silent for a moment before responding. Well, his face turned red with embarrassment as he asked, I wonder if I could get information about animals? Jiggle Hu was stunned, not expecting this answer at all. What did you say? Information about animals? Not secret techniques, elixirs, or gold and jewels? Grand Patriarch couldn't hold back his laughter. Jiggle Hu covered his face with his fan, thinking to himself, this guy is truly an oddball. In the long history of the martial world, this might be the first time such a peculiar character has appeared. Instead of answering, he posed a question. In that case, even if it's not the kind of venomous creature you're hoping for, are you interested in the mysterious stone lizard? Amid the tranquil scenery, the continuous sound of a babbling stream echoed. Qian turned his head and informed his uncle. It seems everyone has arrived. This place is Mount Gonga. Sichuan. Qian reported in detail. Just like our ancestors described, the waterfall, the turtle-shaped rock, and over there, we can even see Mount Gonga's summit in the distance. Jiggle Hu walked toward the stream and reached out to touch the crystal-clear water. Feeling the cold current flowing through his fingers, he remarked, as expected, the water melted from thousand-year-old snow is truly freezing. Then, Jiggle Hu instructed, everyone, wait here. Qian, follow me carefully. Qian excitedly responded, yes, uncle. The group behind them also answered in unison. Understood. Without hesitation, Jiggle Hu moved swiftly, executing lightness skill as his feet barely skimmed the water's surface before he disappeared. The two figures, one leading and one following, made their way toward the cascading waterfall on the rock face. Upon arrival, Jiggle Hu placed his hand on the rocky wall, observing the rapid stream as he murmured, pass the turtle-shaped stone, go upstream along the waterfall, and on the rock wall, we should find an entrance to a cave beside a fist-shaped boulder. Qian exclaimed joyfully, it matches the records perfectly. Their eyes met, sharing a deep understanding. Jiggle Hu instructed, I will go in first. You follow behind me. Qian responded clearly, understood, uncle. With careful steps, he entered the pitch-dark cave. Each footstep echoed distinctly. His expression was serious. Any mistake here could lead to severe consequences. As they moved deeper, the space gradually brightened. Jiggle Hu brushed aside hanging vines and peered inside, letting out a surprised exclamation. A hole in the ceiling allowed sunlight to stream in. With a relieved sigh, he remarked, it seems we've arrived. Qian marveled, I never expected such a breathtaking sight inside this cave. It's truly miraculous. Jiggle Hu surveyed the surroundings before concluding, this is indeed an ideal place for spiritual herbs to grow. Carefully searching around, he suddenly exclaimed in delight. Here it is. A small green plant with vibrant red flowers stood before them, emanating a dense spiritual aura. This is the 100-year snow ginseng, he announced, a rare spiritual herb that absorbs extreme yin energy. Qian was equally excited. Now, all that's left is to exchange this snow ginseng for the black Ha-2O of the Namding family. Jiggle Hu nodded in agreement. Yes, with this, The Nanting family's young ladies' blocked meridians should improve. In return, we will obtain a black Ha-2O that is over 200 years old. He sat down, gazing at the 100-year snow ginseng, and spoke. Well then, just as Yeagle Hu reached out to pluck the herb, a sudden swoosh sounded near his ear, making him pause. Something shot out from the crevice at lightning speed, heading straight for his elbow. Startled, he dodged instinctively. Qian anxiously asked, Uncle, are you all right? Yeagle Hu watched the unknown creature dart around swiftly, leaving behind trails of ice wherever it moved. I'm fine, he warned. Be careful, that thing moves incredibly fast. Qian froze in place, eyes fixed on the growing patches of frost appearing throughout the cave. The mysterious entity attacked Yeagle Hu again. This time, he quickly raised his fan to block the strike. However, his brows furrowed as he examined his weapon. The surface of the fan was now coated in a thin layer of ice. Confused, he murmured, Is this heavenly frost chi? Just then, Ni cautiously approached and asked with concern, Uncle, what exactly is that thing? Yeagle Hu remained silent, rummaging through his memories before finally responding. Stone lizard. Ni gasped in surprise. A stone lizard? Yeagle Hu recalled the peculiar bluish-yellow creature and explained further. Yes, specifically, a blue stone lizard. Hearing this, Tiu Long was astonished. A blue stone lizard? A naturally blue one? That's an extremely rare species. Grand Patriarch, curious, asked. Stone lizards aren't venomous, so what's the issue? His eyes gleamed, and he chuckled greedily. Ha ha ha, no problem then. Then, lowering his voice, he muttered, But stone lizards are poisonous if their toxins enter the eyes. Realizing his mistake, Grand Patriarch awkwardly laughed. Ha ha ha, I have no idea what you just said. But sure, let's go with that. Yeagle Hu forced a smile, thinking, what an odd fellow. Still, he kindly reassured, if I come across more information about rare creatures, I'll let you know first. Tiu Long's eyes sparkled like stars as he flattered. Ooh, thank you, brother. Meanwhile, Grand Patriarch simply laughed heartily, choosing to remain silent. The next day, the esteemed father-in-law returned. As soon as he opened the door, his voice boomed, calling out for his son-in-law. Inside the room, everyone was gathered, deep in discussion. Soryang turned around and respectfully responded. Ah, father-in-law. Yin also greeted her father obediently. Without hesitation, the old man rushed over, looking left and right before grabbing Soryang's face, squeezing his cheeks while anxiously inspecting him. Is your body all right? He asked with concern. Despite having his face squeezed to the point of distortion, Soryang struggled to respond. Yes, I'm fine, father-in-law. Then, he raised both arms, revealing scars from snake bites, and optimistically said, I woke up after 10 days. My arms are left with scars. But at least I'm still alive. Hearing that, the patriarch grew even angrier. Fuming with rage. Those damn blood-cult bastards, he cursed. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, he paused. Turning to his daughter, he asked, Yin, are you all right? Yin, sweating nervously, tried to calm him down. Please, father, stay calm. Then, she quickly reassured him with a smile. I'm fine. Soryang saved me and even protected the entire Supreme Elder family. The patriarch nodded and added, That's right, Soryang has done a great deed. He then recalled something and continued. When he took down that elder, what was it he said again? Your nemesis is me, wasn't it? Yin corrected him. It was, I am your nemesis. Soryang blushed in embarrassment. It was just a plan that luckily worked out. Ha ha ha, thanks to that, we even discovered the blood cult's weakness. At that moment, Yeagle Hu, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. Chiet-san, I'm here as well. The patriarch turned and looked at him. Oh, you're still in good health. I see. The two men clasped hands, their expressions filled with familiarity. Then, the patriarch scolded jokingly. Ever since you took a higher position, you've barely kept in touch with me. It takes something like this for me to finally see you again. Yeagle Hu lowered his voice apologetically. Oh, is that so? My apologies. Seeing them interact, Yin explained, the two of them have been close friends since childhood. Soryang widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, I see. He couldn't help but think to himself. That's crazy. Yeagle Hu patted the patriarch's shoulder and gestured. Anyway, have a seat. We have a lot to discuss regarding the blood cult. The patriarch laughed heartily. Ah, very well. Then, he signaled to the two young ones. You two, sit down as well. I need to hear everything in detail. Soryang nodded. Yes, father-in-law. After everyone took their seats, the patriarch turned to Yegul-hu and asked, So, what about the spy? Hearing those words, Soryang was stunned. A spy? He immediately wondered if they meant an undercover agent or an infiltrator. Seeing his reaction, the patriarch didn't answer but instead moved on to a more pressing question. The blood cult infiltrated us with the intention of stealing the bloody venomous palm manual. Correct? Soryang nodded. Yes, they seemed to value it greatly. A grave expression appeared on the patriarch's face. If that's the case, his face darkened, and his voice thundered. How could they have known that the bloody venomous palm was in the Sichuan Tang clan? Soryang's face turned pale. He shot up from his seat. This is serious. Could someone within the clan, or one of our martial artists, have sold the information to the blood cult? The room, which had been tense just moments ago, suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Everyone exchanged blank stares. Yegul-hu draped an arm over someone's shoulder and joked. It looks like you need to educate your son-in-law a bit more. He's still too naive as a newcomer. The patriarch stroked his beard with an embarrassed chuckle, while Soryang stood frozen in place like a statue. Am I the one who's clueless here? He wondered. Hua Nan stepped in to explain. Soryang, in our clan, there is absolutely no possibility of a spy. Still doubtful, Soryang asked. Really? The patriarch elaborated. Even when selecting a mere servant, we conduct thorough investigations into their entire family history and ancestral lineage. If they pass, we take in their entire family into the Tang clan. He spoke with absolute confidence. When all their wives, children, and relatives live within the Tang clan, who would dare betray us? Soryang widened his eyes in disbelief. They control things to that extent? Even with such extreme caution, the information had still leaked out. Cold sweat ran down his back. Just then, he recalled the shattered cup hitting the table. Then, who is the real spy? Meanwhile, in another location, a woman was being lifted by the throat with one hand. She grimaced, saliva dripping from her mouth as she gasped in pain, desperately pleading for mercy. Chu Zhongshuade tightened his grip, glaring at her. The answer is clear, he growled. She's a servant from the Martial Alliance. Yegul-hu raised an eyebrow. Only 3 people in the Martial Alliance knew about this. Looks like the alliance leader has already caught the culprit. As the matter neared its resolution, an unexpected guest arrived at the Sichuan Tang clan. Standing at the gates, the stranger looked at the guards and spoke in a deep, gruff voice. So, I finally arrived, traveling all the way from Hebei to the Tang clan without using lightness skill. Now that's interesting. With those words, he suddenly struck his own chest with a powerful punch, producing a loud, resonant thud that showcased his rock-solid muscles. He then confidently announced, Inform the patriarch of the Tang clan, Peng Moen, patriarch of the Peng clan, has arrived.